And I don't see that we have 5 council members at the
We did.
dais.
We did.
2 seconds ago we did. Let me go grab.
Okay. We'll start with calling of the roll. Mr. Clerk?
Councilmember Cole is not yet in the room. Councilmember Hampton is not yet in the room. Councilmember Jones?
Here.
Councilmember Lyon?
Here.
Councilmember Madison?
Here.
Councilmember Masuda?
Here.
Vice Mayor Rivas?
Here.
Mayor Gordo?
Here.
There's a quorum of the council present.
Okay. Mr. Lyon, will you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please?
Yes. All please rise as you're able. Face the flag. Ready, begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Gotta get my glasses.
Okay.
Thank you, everyone. We do have a couple of ceremonial matters. The first is, I would say, good news, but we have a group of probably very exhausted high school students with us. Today in attendance with us, together with Principal Amy McGinnis and coaches Veronica Yepes, Eric Glenn, and Liliana Tang, are a group of Blair High School students who participated in the Run LA program. I won't read all of their names, but I would like them to join me up here together with their coaches so we can properly congratulate them for participating in the school's Run LA program, which trains 7th and 12th graders to compete the 26.2 mile Los Angeles Marathon. As the only San Gabriel Valley school program, SRLA fosters endurance, resilience, and mentorship with many runners also participating in cross country. These students train for roughly 8 months, starting in the fall, prepare for the March Marathon, and their training includes long distance runs, specialized workouts, and it's more than physical fitness. It's about building mental strength, discipline, goal setting, and overcoming personal obstacles. So congratulations to Blair's SRLA coaches, Ms. Yepes, Ms. Glenn, and Mrs. Tang, whose guidance, encouragement, and commitment make this program possible and incredible. So let's give them a round of applause. And I would ask the team to come up here and accept, together with their coaches, this certificate for your discipline, preparation, and commitment to complete the 2026 Los Angeles Marathon, and for inspiring us all to set big goals and achieve them. Best wishes for continued success.
Get a little closer. There you go. Come on,
Hi. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
And somebody mentioned the parents. Congratulations to all of the parents and family members and friends who supported our students. And thank you all. Next, I'm going to turn it over to Tiffany Jacobs Quinn, our superstar HR director, to announce the city's signing on onto the California Equal Pay Pledge.
Thank you, Mayor. Good afternoon, Council. I'm Tiffany Jacobs Quinn, HR Director with the City of Pasadena. In honor of Women's History Month, I'm here with other city staff and the Commission on the Status of Women to make a few announcements. First, as an employer, we're proud to announce that the city has signed on to the California Equal Pay Pledge. This action, yes. This action was spearheaded by the Commission on the Status of Women and supported by Vice Mayor Rivas. The California Equal Pay Pledge is an initiative to help close the pay gap in California. By signing the pledge, we commit to conduct an annual internal company-wide gender pay analysis, review hiring and promotion processes and procedures to reduce unconscious bias and structural barriers to equality. Yes, equal pay. Promote equal pay best practices such as increased pay transparency, training on retaliation procedures, and training for supervisors and managers on pay equity laws. The public sector has a long history of pay transparency that we're very proud of. And there's not a wage gap I'm happy to report there's not a wage gap between men and women doing the same jobs at the city as an employer. However, by signing on to this pledge, we are enhancing our practices and promoting equality and opportunity for all employees. And so with that, I'd like to welcome up Jennifer Thibault.
Hello, thank you, Mayor and council members. I'm Jennifer Thibault, and I'm pleased to be speaking on behalf of the Commission on the Status of Women. I'm joined by two of my fellow commissioners. I'd like to thank Tiffany and Vice Mayor Rivas for their leadership on the issue of pay equity and to congratulate the City of Pasadena for signing on to the Equal Pay Pledge. The Commission will now turn our focus to the private sector and other large public sector employers here in Pasadena and ask them to join the city in this effort. I also want to take this opportunity to invite members of the public to the Commission's annual Herstory 2026 event this Saturday, March 14th, from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. at Robinson Park Recreation Center. There's a flyer on the screen. It's from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. at Robinson's Park Recreation Center, and doors open at 10:30 a.m. The event is free, it's open to the public, and refreshments will be provided. Our theme this year is the path forward for pay equity, so right in line with the city's pledge. And the event will feature a panel discussion of clips from the feature film Lily, which honors Lilly Ledbetter's landmark fight for pay equity. And I'm very excited to announce that our panel includes Tiffany, our HR expert, local employment law attorney Jeanette Laba, and the director of Lilly, Rachel Feldman. So it's going to be a very exciting panel. And there's more information and registration info at bit.ly/Pasadena Herstory 2026. I hope to see you all there. Thank you very much.
Hi, I'm Sasha Grimes, here to announce how the city is celebrating Women's History Month. The Pasadena Public Library is hosting 4 programs throughout March that both highlight women who have made history and empower women of today to become history makers. Our first event was Collage Your Role Model Craft. That was this past Saturday, March 7th. We have 3 upcoming programs. I'm Radiating Paper Mosaic Craft on Thursday, March 12th, Amelia Earhart's Paper Plane Race on Saturday, March 14th, and Celebrate Women's Her Story bookmark making on Friday, March 20th. All programs are free and offer opportunities for children's, teens, and adults to celebrate. The Pasadena Fire Department, in partnership with Glendale and Burbank Fire Departments, invite women to participate in the Women's Fire Academy. This hands-on program offers participants the opportunity to experience real firefighting activities led by professional firefighters. The Academy will take place Saturday and Sunday, April 11th and 12th. Participants must register by March 20th at bit.ly/Women's Academy 26. And lastly, the City Communications and Marketing Division will spotlight women's contributions to the city's success and women-owned businesses in Pasadena throughout March. These social media features will showcase the women shaping Pasadena's thriving community where we live, work, play, and flourish. Follow the story on Facebook and Instagram at the City of Pasadena and on X at PasadenaGov. Please refer to your handouts or the city news release on Women's History Month for more details on all of our events. And we would like to extend our gratitude and thanks to the council for their support. Thank you all.
Mayor, if I could just briefly share a few words.
Ms. Rivas?
I wanted to thank the commission for bringing this equal pay initiative to the city's attention. You all did the legwork, did the research, found it. It's one thing for the city to say we're committed to this, but to actually put measurable objectives and standards and a real commitment to it. So thank you so much. And thank you to Tiffany and your team for working very closely with the commission and making this possible as well. So thank you to everyone, and I look forward to seeing everyone at Her Story.
Did you take a photo? Yeah.
Jesse, come in the middle.
Yeah.
I'd rather stand next to you.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was like, I didn't know if you were.
Thank you. And the public should know that Ms. Rivas gets equal pay to the rest of us, and unfortunately for her, it's very low pay. Okay, with that, I should say unfortunately for everyone, we'll move on to public comment for matters not on the agenda, and we'll allocate 2 minutes to each speaker.
We have 4 speaker cards, so I'm going to call out those 4. If there's someone who is meaning to speak on matters not on the agenda, if you haven't turned in your speaker card just yet, please do so now. Okay, Angelo, yes.
Someone can just put that up there, that mic there. You see someone just put a mic up there.
Sorry, Mr.
There's an extra mic up there. Why is it?
How did we get a mic? I think it's the press.
Oh,
Is that,
okay,
is that the microphone? Is that the press? Okay, great. So let me just call the names quickly. Angelo Gladding, Kate E., Jeffrey Blum, and then Shannon Thomas. Go ahead, I'll ring a bell when you have 30 seconds left. Go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening, Council. South Pasadena resident here. I have 3 minutes, but I'll try to squeeze it. January 5th, I made a public records request for records related to the Arroyo Seco water reuse project. I kept the request narrow by providing a relatively short list of keywords, prioritized scale diagrams and operational descriptions. There's apparently 2,300 responsive records, yet following up this afternoon, I'm to understand that all plans will be exempted as working drafts. Plans were put on display at an early and mostly unattended community outreach event. The project was brought internally to 100% PS&E and was cruising forward before it was stopped by a community member in opposition and sent through an EIR. At the EIR meeting in the South Pasadena Community Room, I was able to speak to those involved and raise a number of basic concerns and questions. 1 hour after everyone else had cleared, I finally got the answers I was looking for. A forested river of hundreds of old-growth trees and shrubs would be demolished for 2 gravel pits that their own documents stated would not function as intended. The pit infiltration has since been abandoned, yet the cartoon drawings on your website still show the destructive pits. The biofiltration component, the entire impetus of the project, remains completely unspecified. How is the community supposed to respond to the draft EIR later this month without being provided plans to assess the environmental impacts thereof? There are glaring fundamental problems with this stormwater project. There's so much to lose, and this is only one such project out of $100 million worth that have already been given awards. We need concrete plans and descriptions and community involvement where your staff actually listen. Please produce the historical plans as their consequential working drafts already paid for by the taxpayer. Thank you.
Thank you. Kate E., followed by Jeffrey Blum, then Shannon Thomas, then Denise Robb.
Hi, I'm here to talk about ethical divestment. Hopefully you've heard of Hind Rajab, the 5-year-old girl murdered by Israel in a hail of 335 bullets with her family and 2 paramedics. It's worth noting, second in command of the company that knowingly murdered Hind and her family is an American ex-Navy SEAL named Sean Glass. Julia Al-Qudra was also 5, graduated kindergarten a week ago. Her whole life in front of her, but she was born on land Israel wants. So she and her father were murdered by an Israeli bomb this weekend during the ceasefire. In the spirit of International Women's Month, you should know Israel's killed 12,400 women in this genocide. Thousands killed alongside their children, trying to protect them from Israeli bombs, drones, and snipers. More than 21 women a day, not including women who die from starvation, untreatable illness, and Israel's embargo on medications. Field data reveals Israel's systematic pattern of killing pregnant women and young mothers with their children, an in-your-face violation of international law. Put that in your happy International Women's Month meme.
Jeffrey Blum, followed by Shannon Thomas, then Denise Robb.
Ladies and gentlemen of the City Council, I was here last week to voice my discontent with the massive development proposed for the corner of my narrow residential street. The Innovation Center on Holliston and Green is a nearly 80-foot glass leviathan that would tower over all the nearby buildings by dozens of feet, including a kindergarten from which it would stand less than 100 feet away. This gargantuan structure is unlike anything in the surrounding area and would have an undeniable environmental impact on me and my neighbors. During its construction, the building will produce noise, vibration, fumes, and dust, which will severely limit the livability of this neighborhood. And as one council member pointed out last week, this dust will include asbestos. After its construction, due to its purpose as a wet lab, it will vent noxious chemicals into the atmosphere and present a potential contaminant risk for infectious diseases. For anyone baffled by how this could possibly happen, here's a timeline. In 2019, this property and an identical lot across the street went up for sale. The adjoining church offered to purchase the lot and was told it's not for sale to you. Shortly thereafter, Caltech purchased both lots, and in 2022, the city of Pasadena updated its East Colorado specific plan. In this update, the mid-city area was expanded by 1 block to the east and 1 block to the south to include precisely these 2 blocks, giving it much more flexible zoning. About a year later, this council then approved zoning changes for the entire city, which loosened regulations on laboratories and provided them with several special exemptions. When these changes were implemented, Caltech sold the northern lot and proposed this project, the one next to the kindergarten, for the southern lot. Although the northern lot would not have been an appropriate location, this one is much less appropriate due to its proximity to the school, church, and many low-rise apartments. This timeline indicates a clear disregard on the part of Caltech for the well-being of its neighbors, and it demonstrates a premeditated and coordinated attack on the Pasadena zoning rules, which would have prevented this specific development. In short, Caltech changed the rulebook to get exactly what it wanted, and this council rolled over to let it happen. Please, there is still an opportunity to prevent this tragedy from occurring on my street. I
Sir,
invite
your
you to
time
come
is-
down to my neighborhood and see whose lives would actually be
Sir,
affected.
thank you.
Thank you. Shannon Thomas, followed by Denise Robb.
Hello, Council. My name is Shannon Thomas. My family and I attend Pasadena Covenant Church. I work in humanitarian aid and disaster relief, and for the last year, I've been feeding people displaced by the Eaton fires. I want to thank, firstly, Vice Mayor Rivas, Councilmember Hampton, Councilmember Coles, for your recognition that ethical investment and ethical divestment is of utmost importance in this current political moment. Councilmember Rivas, when you made this motion on December 18th, I was living in the home of a man named Sheikh Saeed in the occupied West Bank, Palestine. I was there doing solidarity accompaniment work where we go out with farmers in their fields as they tend to their olive groves, as they attend to their sheep, and we walk their children to school to prevent them from being attacked by violent settler extremists, some of whom attacked me while I was there. The situation in Palestine and the situation in the Middle East as a whole right now is one that should make all of us question what democracy is, what our conscience is. And if we look back on this when our grandchildren are making decisions, they're going to talk about this situation like we talk about apartheid South Africa. And I would like to encourage you to take action now, while it is politically poignant, so that we can, at least at the city level, say that this doesn't need to be happening. Children shouldn't live like that. I shouldn't have to bring a US passport to prevent Isra and Omar from being shot on the way to school. Those are real people. And as much as the Eden Canyon fires have displaced my neighbors, those people are my neighbors too, and they're my family. So I ask you.
Ma'am, your time has expired.
Thank you.
Thank you. Denise Robb.
Hi, I'm Denise Robb. I live in Jason Lyons District. 3 quick things. One, thank you for honoring our children at Blair. They really worked hard. The second thing is I want to support Jess Rivas's ethical divestment policy. I think it's the right thing to do. And I want to add to it to exclude investments in fossil fuels, weapons manufacturers, private prisons, and also create general categories for to prevent us from investing in mass surveillance, which is already your position from the council. And also if you could add a Palestinian-Israel section to the divestment policy as well, I would appreciate that. The second quick thing I want to say, I have a friend, Betty, who lived in her car. She's been homeless for about 2 decades. She got so many tickets from parking where she wasn't allowed to park that she lost her car, and now she sleeps under the Bank of America. The safe parking thing is the right thing to do. I can't believe you didn't support it, or not all of you, but some of you didn't support it originally. You really need to, I mean, it's such a small thing to ask to allow homeless people to have a little dignity. So that's all I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you. That completes public comment on matters not on the agenda.
Okay. So we'll turn to
Consent.
the consent calendar, and I'll entertain a sweep motion on the consent calendar. Mr. Masuda makes a sweep motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Lyon. Are there any objections to the sweep motion? Seeing none, the consent calendar is approved. And that will next bring us to, Mr. Clerk.
Item 7, which is the quasi-judicial public hearing. This is the time and place for the quasi-judicial hearing on an appeal of the Board of Zoning Appeals quasi-judicial decision to approve minor conditional use permit number 7318 to establish a safe parking land use at an existing religious facility, All Saints Church at 202 North Euclid Avenue. On February 23rd, 2026, 32 postcards were mailed and 71 copies of the public hearing notice were posted. The city clerk's office received from one individual 24 items via email containing attachments, correspondence, and videos, 30 in opposition or in support of the appeal, 36 letters in support of the safe parking program proposed at the All Saints Church, 1 letter in opposition to the City Council reopening the public hearing on the item, and 5 letters in opposition to the safe parking program proposed at All Saints Church. The correspondence was posted online, distributed to the council, and is part of the record for this public hearing.
Okay.
Before we start, I know this is going to probably be a pretty long hearing. If anyone who's standing has trouble standing, there are 3 seats here in the front row. And then even anyone who's willing to give up a seat to someone that has trouble standing, please do, because this is going to be a long meeting.
You're going to do the council statements first. The council
Oh, and there's also overflow. Is there overflow tonight? Okay.
I think members of the council have statements to make. I'll start with my statement. This matter's come before us previously. I did disclose at the time that I'd had conversations with parishioners from All Saints. For the most part, people in support of safe parking. I also had conversations with residents of the Maryland, including Mr. Truitt, who's I think an appellant. Yes, thank you. And
He's not an appellant.
oh, he's not an appellant. Okay, so.
He's a resident
He's a
of
resident,
the
okay.
neighboring property.
I don't have a business relationship, nor have I ever hired him for any political consulting, but he is someone who I speak with on a regular basis, mostly about the goings-on in the world and at the federal and government, state government and local level in general. Most of the time we have to agree to disagree on many of the issues, but we do enjoy the banter back and forth. I will make my decision based on the record at the close of the public hearing. Okay.
Thanks.
Mr. Jones?
Thanks, Mayor. And I too will disclose that I did meet with the residents of the Central District from the Montana, the Maryland, the Euclid apartments, and the surrounding area during a community meeting that you joined in. And I've also met with folks from All Saints as well. And then I do have a prior relationship with Mr. Truitt, as he is a resident of the Maryland, so I do represent him on the city council. I've hired him in the past for political campaign consulting, but I intend to make all of my decisions based on the record that's here before me. Thank you.
But please, we're going to keep order in the chambers. One other, you're right, I forgot to mention the meeting that I attended with you. Including residents, not just of the Maryland, but throughout the Central District. And I've also spoken to numerous business operators and property owners about the same issue who have reached out to me in the Central District. Okay. Mr. Lyon?
Okay. I have not spoken with anyone from either side about the merits of this matter since we reopened the matter, but I understand from the city attorney that there are a couple of questions for me that the appellants have, and so we've answered those for them, but in the interest of transparency, I'm going to answer them here on the record as well. One was about a contribution made to my re-election campaign from a gentleman who was previously in a volunteer leadership position at All Saints. That gentleman is not a party. He's not a participant. He's not an agent for All Saints. He's a volunteer there. He has no financial interest in the matter. And in fact, at the time he made the contribution, there was no application pending from All Saints. However, when we reopened the matter and I discovered his leadership position, I made the decision voluntarily to return his contribution for the avoidance of doubt. There was no legal requirement to return that contribution, but for the appellant's comfort and for the avoidance of doubt, we returned that contribution. I gather there's also been a question raised about my husband, who is an Episcopal priest. There is no secret network of Episcopal priests. My husband is not, I mean, they all know each other, but my husband does not work at All Saints. He does not intend to work at All Saints. He has not applied to work at All Saints. He is employed at Church of Our Savior in San Gabriel as the associate rector, and that is where he means to remain. all of that said, as in the previous hearing, I come to tonight's hearing without bias for or against either party. I will make the decision tonight without favor or fear, based solely on the law as I understand it and the information before us in the record tonight, which is different than the information that was in the record previously. Thank you.
Ms. Rivas?
Thank you, Mayor. I'd also like to disclose that I received numerous communications from residents on this matter outside the public hearing. I don't believe from any of the applicants or appellants, mainly back in November, mainly via email, few in text, some in person. Vast majority, all were supportive of the application. And I did speak to Planning Commissioner Juliana Delgado. But regardless of how I voted on the project in November, I will listen to all the testimony, review all the evidence objectively and without prejudgment, and apply the facts to the law and follow the law. And I will not deliberate until the close of the public hearing. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Masuda, followed by Mr. Cole and Mr. Hampton.
Thank you, Mayor. I too, whether or not I voted for or against this proposed project in November, I will keep an open mind. I would listen to both sides of this issue and vote my conscience, and that's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Cole?
Like my colleagues, I want to reassure folks that I take the role of quasi-judicial hearing of facts quite seriously. And I based my earlier judgment on the facts in the record, and I will base my judgment tonight on the facts in the record. I have not had any meetings with the parties. Like Vice Mayor Rivas, I've had unsolicited opinions expressed to me. I've had no substantive discussions with anyone about this issue. I did, it turned out, I guess I was the only one to take up the invitation from the manager or the pastor at the church where there is a safe parking program going on now at Trinity Lutheran Church. So the following day I went, and we didn't discuss this issue, but we discussed the experience of safe parking at Trinity Lutheran. We didn't talk about anything other than I got a sense of how that program works at Trinity.
Okay. Mr. Hampton, followed by Mr. Madison.
I have had conversations with residents, as well, my own residents, as well as residents that live in this area that have emailed me or reached out to me via phone call or even at the market about this issue. Some of my colleagues thought it was important enough to, post on their social media or send out an email that council members voted against. And so that brought a lot of correspondence my way, and I responded to those that had reservations to me voting against. So I will not be biased, as I said, when we reopen this, and I'm going to look at all of the information. Is this a new hearing, or is this is the same hearing?
It's a continued, it's a reopened public hearing. The same hearing.
So do we, from my understanding, it was just said that there was going to be new information
That's correct.
Presented today.
Yes.
Okay, so this is a continue. So do we start from the beginning?
No, you consider what you heard in November as well as whatever you hear today and all the communication that's in the record.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have to say.
Mr. Madison.
Thank you, Mayor. I did not vote in November. I wasn't able to attend the hearing because I was on a business trip, and then there were problems with the flight, and I couldn't get back to Pasadena as scheduled, unfortunately. So I did view and listen to the tape of the meeting, and I did move to reopen the hearing tonight so that the council could have a full council when it decided the matter. I too will make my decision based on the evidence that was before the council in November and is presented tonight. I have not spoken to any of the stakeholders or parties here. I may have received correspondence from those in support or opposition, but that would be part of the record as in the general correspondence that we all receive. I don't know if this person's here, but there's somebody named Jordana Thigpen that authored a letter with some false accusations against me about communications with planning commissioners, not true, that I have prejudged the matter based on my request that the council reopen the matter to have a full council consider this important issue. Not true, that's not prejudging or biased. Has showed demonstrative bias and enmity against Martin Truitt for many years. Not true, that's probably projecting Mr. Truitt's feelings toward me. I will decide this case as I would for any resident in the city of Pasadena. There's some allegations that I've made statements about Mr. Truitt's ethics and nefarious conduct. We can talk about that conduct tonight if we want, but it's not something that I'm going to consider in terms of my vote here tonight. And I think that's all I have to say, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. We have 40 plus cards. We're going to ask everyone to stick to a minute and a half, given this has been here before us previously. Mr. Hampton?
Now, this is a continued hearing, so anyone who's already spoken, how does that work? From my understanding, that if you spoke before on this item, you don't speak again because this is a continuation.
You can though.
You can? Okay, I just want to make sure. But could we lessen the time since unless there's something new?
A minute. Please.
Not afraid at all. I just think that we need to deliberate so that we can open this up.
Please. What's the will of the council?
I think a minute and a half seems reasonable.
Okay, try and, if you can stick, we'll say this, try and keep your comments to a minute, particularly if you've had the opportunity to speak previously, but we'll allot a minute and a half if you need it.
And that's also in addition to the applicant receiving 10 minutes to make a presentation, the appellant given 10 minutes to make a presentation, then there will be public comment where it would be a minute and a half for each commenter, and then the appellant will have up to a 3-minute rebuttal if necessary, and the applicant will have up to a 3-minute rebuttal if necessary. So staff will make its presentation, then we'll go into the applicant, appellant, public comment, rebuttals, and then move to council deliberation. That's the course of the public hearing.
So we're in agreement. Now, with regard to procedural questions that I raised at the last time this was here, Madam City Attorney, I continue to have concerns with regard to the basis for this being here. I don't see a mechanism in our code that allows for reconsideration, rescission, any of the R words that I've heard used to define this specific proceeding. And I just want to ensure that the comments that I raised regarding what I consider to be serious potentially serious procedural deficiencies are a part of the record and continue to be a part of the record, or do I need to raise them again?
They are part of the record based on what you said before. And I would note that this is not a motion based on a motion to reconsider. It is based on a motion to rescind. There was no final decision by the council at the November 17th, 2025 hearing. And the council was authorized to rescind closure of the public hearing on the minor CUP and to reopen the hearing pursuant to the city's charter and the municipal code. Under City Charter Section 506, no action of the council is valid unless it gets the affirmative vote of 5 members. And at the November 17th hearing, the council did not make a final decision regarding the appeal of the BOZA determination because it was unable to adopt the CEQA findings in connection with that minor CUP due to the lack of those 5 affirmative votes. The motion failed 4-3. On February 2nd, the council voted to rescind the closure of the November 17th public hearing and to reopen and set a continued public hearing. This was authorized by Robert's Rules of Order, which permits a motion to be rescinded in the same way it was adopted. At least in this case, there has been no detrimental reliance or other action that created a vested right or that can't be undone. The city does have a resolution which provides that matters in proceedings for the city council shall be governed under Robert's Rules of Order, which is what this was based on. So hopefully that addresses some of those concerns and questions to some extent.
My statements stand. And just
Well,
one
Mayor,
question.
I think if you disagree with the city attorney's advice about the propriety of the proceedings, can you really judge the evidence fairly?
I can. I'm going to go ahead and hear it. I'll hear the evidence. I'll hear the merits and make a determination. But the procedural question, in my view, is a different one, and the city attorney has opined, and obviously the hearing's going forward, but the merits are, in my view, different. I would ask staff if after the hearing, when there were not 5 votes, did we communicate the lack of 5 votes to the applicant?
So Mayor, excuse me, I'm just going to raise a point of order here that if you're trying to undo the hearing, that again would be contrary to the advice the city attorney has given us both publicly and in closed session. And as a fiduciary of the city, I think you'd be well advised to not try to do that.
I think
In addition,
just as a
this
matter
is on
of
we're here on the
Brown
merits.
Act, this is not before us.
Yeah.
No. The procedural matters, I've spoke to the city attorney in advance, and I'm well within my rights to raise procedural questions. Am I correct about that, Madam City Attorney?
Yes, you can raise procedural questions as you're doing, and you are still required, as you've said, to base your decision based on the information that's in the record. And I understood it as seeking clarification of the basis for proceeding. I provided that. You may or may not agree, just as other council members may or may not agree with other legal advice that's given.
Right.
But we do feel that it's appropriate to proceed.
Yeah.
And I understand that a letter informing of the November 17th meeting was sent to the applicants.
And is that letter in the record?
Yes.
Are we referring to the decision letter for
Yeah.
November? Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
For the record, that letter said that the application was denied without prejudice, correct?
Correct.
And what does
Yes.
without prejudice mean?
Without prejudice means that it can be, there can be a resubmittal of an application within the 12 months that otherwise would have applied to those that were decided with prejudice.
Thank you.
Well, since Mr. Lyon asked.
Is this a resubmittal of the application?
No.
No. So since Mr. Lyon asked, did the letter also say that as it related to that application, the decision was deemed a denial and therefore final?
I don't have the letter.
Okay, we'll go through the.
It's in the record, and
Yeah.
I believe it will be addressed.
Great, thank you. If someone can address that as part of the presentation, that'd be great. Thank you. Okay, let's turn to the staff presentation. Ms. Page?
Thank you. Balin, you, our zoning administrator, is going to give a brief staff presentation that updates the chronology of where we're at and addresses some of the new information that's been submitted since the last hearing. So I will hand it over to Balin.
Do we have the PowerPoint? Oh, okay, thank you. Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. This agenda item before you this evening is the continued public hearing of an appeal of minor conditional use permit to allow safe parking at All Saints Church located at 202 North Euclid Avenue. I'm sorry, is this on? Okay. The proposed property is located in the Central District Specific Plan Public Semi-Public Zoning District, in which a safe parking use is allowed with the approval of a minor conditional use permit. The proposed program would allow a maximum of 25 participants within a maximum of 25 participant vehicles at any one time. The hours of operation would be limited to 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. An on-site locked portable restroom and hand washing station will be provided for the participants only. One state certified security guard would be present on-site during the program hours each night. A live representative for both All Saints Church as well as Shower of Hope, which is the program responsible for the activities occurring on site, will be available during all hours of operation and be able to take and respond to calls. I'm just going to go over some of the background. The minor conditional use permit was heard by the hearing officer at its June 18th, 2025 meeting, at which time the hearing officer approved the request with conditions. Following the hearing officer's decision, 3 requests were filed to appeal the hearing officer's decision to the Board of Zoning Appeals. The Board of Zoning Appeals heard this case at its September 25th, 2025 meeting. Staff recommended that the BZA uphold the hearing officer's decision to approve the MCUP. At the conclusion of the public hearing, the Board of Zoning Appeals approved the MCUP by a 5-0 vote, which with added and modified 3 conditions of approval, summarizing the 2 slides here. These conditions have been added in the staff's recommendation with some modifications. Following the BZA's decision, 2 appeals were filed, appealing the BZA's decision to City Council. The City Council held the appeal at its November 17th, 2025 meeting. At the conclusion of the public comment, a motion was made to close public hearing, which resulted in a 7-0 vote. After the public hearing was closed, a motion was made to find that the project was exempt from environmental review pursuant to State CEQA Guidelines Section 15301, which is Class 1 existing facilities, which resulted in a 4-3 vote of the 7 council members present. Since 5 affirmative votes is necessary for a motion to pass, the motion failed. A second motion was made to continue the public hearing to the January 12, 2026 meeting, which also resulted in a 4-3 vote. As a result, this motion also failed. A motion was not made on the MCUP. On February 2nd, 2026, the City Council considered a motion to rescind the closure of the public hearing and deem denial of the CEQA action, to direct staff to evaluate whether additional CEQA exemptions applied, and to reopen the public hearing and continue the item to tonight's meeting. That motion resulted in a 5-2 vote with 1 abstention on the actions. In regards to the CEQA, city staff had concluded that the safe parking activity is exempt from environmental review pursuant to CEQA Guidelines Section 15301, Class 1 existing facilities. The section exempts the operation, permitting, licensing, or minor alterations of existing facilities where there is negligible or no expansion of the use. The safe parking activity for no more than 25 vehicles would occur on an existing surface parking lot with 109 parking spaces. There will be no negligible expansion of the existing use. There will be a negligible expansion of the existing use as the vehicles will be parked in an existing parking lot. Furthermore, operation of a safe parking activity on a religious facility site is considered an accessory structure to an existing use and will not require any physical constructions to occur to permit the safe parking use. CEQA Guidelines Section 15300.2F states that a categorical exemption shall not be used for a project which may cause a substantial adverse change in a significant in the significance of a historical resource. The site is located within the boundaries of the Pasadena Civic Center Historic District, listed on the National Register of Historic Places, and contains the All Saints Church religious facility, a contributing historic resource to the district. A substantial adverse change in the significance of a historic resource means an alteration that materially impairs the physical characteristics that convey the resource's significance and justify its eligibility. The safe parking activity proposed on the existing parking lot and where no physical construction will occur to facilitate the use will not materially impair the significance of the historic resource. Therefore, the safe parking activity would not physically alter, destroy, or demolish the historical resource or its surrounding in a way that diminishes its historical value. The applicant requested that the City Council consider whether the following two exemptions also apply. CEQA Guidelines Section 15303, which is Class 3 small structures, and Section 15311, Class 11 accessory structures, as well as Public Resource Code Section 21080.10 for contracts for homelessness services. CEQA Guidelines Section 15303 specifically exempts the construction and location of limited numbers of new small facilities or structures, installation of new equipment and facilities in small structures, and the conversion of existing small structures from one use to another where only minor modifications are made in the exterior of the structure. Examples of this exemption includes, but are not limited to, accessory structures such as appurtenant structures, including garages, carports, patios, swimming pools, and fences. The second categorical exemption that the applicant asked the city to consider is Section 15311, Class 11 accessory structures. This section exempts constructions or placement of minor structures accessory to existing commercial, industrial, or institutional facilities. The proposed safe parking activity would be an accessory activity to an existing institutional facility, All Saints Church, with the proposed portable restroom and hand washing facility being accessory structures. Therefore, the scale of the project falls under the scope of projects exempt under Class 3, as well as Class 11. The above explanation regarding the lack of any exceptions under CEQA Guideline 15300.2 applies here as well. The additional CEQA exemption consider was Public Resources Code Section 21080.10. Senate Bill 1361 took effect on January 1st, 2025, and the amended Public Resource Code Section 21080.10 to exempt from CEQA any actions taken by local agencies to approve a contract for providing services for people experiencing homelessness. Services included, but are not limited to case management, resource navigation, security services, residential services, and counseling services. The action under consideration tonight concerns a conditional use permit, which is a land use authorization and not traditionally considered a contract. This exemption does not apply to the safe parking use. Next, there were some additional points that have been raised that staff would like to respond to. The first point raised is that the city staff explicitly excluded the proposed site from the eligible site map. During the Safe Parking Code Amendment, a map was presented to the City Council that identified the locations where safe parking was proposed to be permitted by identifying the location of metro stations, colleges, and religious facilities in the city. The purpose of the map was not to provide a snapshot of locations that were eligible. The purpose of the map was to provide a snapshot of locations that were eligible at the time by use. It was not to create a static map of the only locations that would be eligible. The map was never codified. The blue parcels on this map identify where church buildings were located. The map did not identify all parcels associated with religious facilities, which in several circumstances includes parking lots. The left map is a detailed map of the Central District, and the black square shows the parcel where All Saints Church is located. The two parcels where the parking lots are not highlighted in blue. It is not uncommon for a religious facility site to contain multiple parcels, a parcel where the sanctuary is located, and different parcels where parking lots are. Here are 3 examples of such a situation. The first one is the First Baptist Church of Pasadena, located at 75 North Marengo. The church is located on the left parcel, while the parking lot is located on the adjacent parcel to the west. The next is the Friendship Pasadena Church at 80 West Dalton. It has a similar situation where the sanctuary is located in one parcel, and the 3 adjacent parcels are the parking lots. The third example is St. Philip's the Apostle at 151 South Hill Avenue. For these 3 religious facilities, the map before here shows where the church parcel is, or where the sanctuary is located, but it does not reflect the parking lot. The second point that was raised, which staff would like to respond to, is that the parking lot is a commercial parking lot and not part of the religious facility. The parking lot is part of the religious facility use and site. They are all contiguous and owned by the same entity. The parking lot is integrated with the other parking areas for the church, including internal vehicular circulation, lights, and landscaping. In addition, the zoning administrator made an interpretation in 2008 that determined that the use of a parking lot for commercial purposes, for commercial off-street parking during the uses off-peak hours, does not make the parking lot a commercial off-street parking use. It does not change the use. This slide here is a screenshot of the zoning administrator's interpretation from 2008. In conclusion, staff continues to determine that the findings necessary for approving MCUP 7318 for the establishment of a safe parking use at an existing religious facility site can be made. Therefore, staff does recommend that the City Council find that the safe parking activity is exempt from environmental review pursuant to CEQA Guidelines Section 15301, 15303, and 15311, and approve the MCUP subject to the findings in Attachment A and recommended conditions of approval in Attachment B. And staff can answer any questions at this time.
Thank you. Mr. Hampton?
Thank you. I just have one real quick question based on the last slide. So, the parking lot is considered church. What is it zoned? Is the church zoned commercial as well, or?
All 3 properties are zoned Central District Specific Plan, public, semi-public. So they all have the same zoning district, the zoning designation.
So what is it, churches have, isn't it like church religious site or religious? When you look up a lot, it will say it's religious or it's a public space. Is that not?
Are you asking about the Zeus? I'm sorry, the use or the zoning?
The use, sorry,
Okay.
the use, yes.
Councilmember.
Thank you. What is the use of the church site that's in blue?
Religious institution, I believe is what it's classified as, Balin?
Is it religious facility? I think
A religious
Yes.
religious
yeah.
facility is the term that we're searching for here, and I guess the question.
Is the parking lot
Yeah.
religious facility as well?
It is part of the
My
site.
question is zone religious facility? Or is that how you identify it as religious facility?
Yes,
do,
it's all
yes.
zoned the same, Councilmember. And the parking lot is part of the site, and we do define site as contiguous parcels. It's all under the master plan for the religious facility as well.
Religious facilities are exempt from taxes, correct?
I don't know. I'm not an expert in that, but we could,
We get
As a
property
nonprofit?
taxes off of all properties. So is anybody from economic development here that could tell us if So has this lot been exempted from taxes? Because all church facilities are exempt from tax.
That's not part of our findings or what we're looking at for the land use entitlement.
Okay, and then, long story short is, we had a policy that said that church facilities could utilize their parking lots for safe parking, correct?
It's part of the zoning code that allows it as accessory to the use.
As accessory to the, so as a part of the zoning code, it's by right, is that correct?
It requires the minor conditional use permit.
And that's why we're here tonight?
Yes.
Thank you.
I do have just a follow-up question. I was going to ask it later, but I'll ask it now. The determination that this use is allowed on a religious facility campus, and so the argument or the argument on the part of staff is because the lots are contiguous and part of the All Saints campus it qualifies. Does that also act as an encumbrance on the property going forward? In other words, because this use needs to be up on a religious facility, in going forward, All Saints would have to keep the property in order to keep the use. But what happens if they go to sell the property to the Westin, for example?
Yeah, that's correct. It's the safe parking program is only allowed an accessory to specific uses, which are colleges and universities, religious facilities, and the metro parking stations. So if it's not one of those sites, it's accessory to those primary uses.
Okay.
So if there's no longer a church there or religious facility, then it has to be in combination with a use that allows it.
Great.
Is the parking lot operating as a commercial parking lot
No.
at times?
They lease parking to the church, or I'm sorry, the church to the courthouse, but that's not considered commercial off-street parking per the interpretation that Vaylin had pulled up, that we allow that. We allow parking to be shared when it's their off-peak times and there's a primary use. It's not considered commercial off-street parking. It's only considered commercial off-street parking if there's no primary use that accompanies the parking. So if you just had a parking lot by itself with no primary use associated with it, that would be commercial off-street parking.
So they're not paying any taxes on the revenue generated from the
That I don't
parking
know.
lot?
I don't know that. That's, again, not associated with our findings.
So what if it's not commercial? I help me understand that, because if it's parking that is used for other than the religious use and is paid for, how's it not commercial? What is it classified?
It's considered accessory to another primary use. So you have to have another use that's associated with it. It has to be parking that's there off-peak time when they're not using it, and they can lease the parking out without it being a separate use for commercial off-street parking. So for commercial off-street parking to be a use by itself, there can't be any other use that it's associated with.
Okay. Okay. What's the will of the council? Are there other questions, or should we turn to public comment? We do have over close to 60 cards now, so I'm going to ask people to limit their time to a minute, given that this has been here before us a couple of times.
We do have the applicant, the appellant, have a chance to speak.
Okay, so let's start with the applicant.
10 minutes.
10 minutes for the applicant.
Who's speaking on behalf of the applicant? Please just introduce yourself as you're coming.
Good evening. I think you all know by now that I'm Erica Tamblin, the applicant for All Saints Church. Thank you for your time this evening. I'm a parishioner at All Saints, and I'm also the chair of the Safe Haven Bridge to Housing program. We work very closely with Union Station, with the City Housing Department, with the Hope team, the Port team, and various other support organizations to provide all sorts of services to the unhoused community. Most recently, we've been able to arrange for medical services, debt-free dental services, free vision services, and we try to continue to expand the offerings that we provide to the unhoused community. When the head of the housing department at the time, Bill Wong, approached us and asked us if we'd be willing to use part of our parking lot for a safe parking program, we said yes, not only because we think it's a good idea, but because we think we have a moral obligation to be good citizens and a moral obligation to help unhoused people. We want to be good citizens and contribute positively to the community in the city of Pasadena. We believe that a safe parking program has the capacity to provide both a resting place for a few and also make the streets of Pasadena safer for all. We held a couple of community meetings, open houses with different the housing department, the Showers of Hope, who will be the operator of this, and All Saints, sent invitations out and met with the individuals who attended those meetings and answered any questions that they had. Tonight, it's not the time for us to talk about our feelings about unhoused people. Rather, it's the time to let the city council members ask questions of All Saints and of the operator. Those who seek safe parking programs are typically employed people who just can't afford housing. And what we're trying to do is they're hanging by their fingernails to almost being homeless. We want to provide them with a safe place to sleep without amassing parking tickets and getting their cars impounded. And we want to provide a safe place by having security and by having case management there who will help these individuals get into housing in a faster way. So we hope that you will agree with us. The safe parking program will be available from 7 p.m. to 6:30 a.m. daily. The number of participants is limited to 25 individuals. If there are 2 individuals in a car, that's one fewer car. There'll be open spaces in between the cars so that they'll have plenty of time. The participants must have a license, registration, insurance of their vehicles, and pass a Megan's Law background check. They will have to register in advance to anytime they want to come be there and display a parking pass in from their rearview mirror. We think that this makes the neighborhood safer for all. The rest of the parking lot, it will also be made safer for the other uses of the parking lot at night. Choir practice, as an example, youth facilities, as an example. This will be operated not by All Saints, but by the Showers of Hope, which operates other facilities which we in the housing department visited when we were considering whether or not to move forward with this. So I'd like to invite the operator, Mel Tillicatnery from the Showers of Hope, to come up and talk with you about the operations. And then I'll be available to answer any questions that you might have. Thank you. Mel?
6 minutes and 20 seconds.
Mayor and council members, just to clear up from the continuation from last time, how this program will be implemented is, as Erica Tamblin clearly stated, these would be individuals who would be vetted ahead of time. Each individual vehicle would have to have a parking permit to enter the program. Without a permit, they will not be allowed to enter the program. One of the conditions that were brought in recently, just for clarification, that we have updated our guidelines for our participants is no idling will be allowed on the property while the safe parking program is in practice. We mentioned before that was something we were enforcing, but we have put it in wording now that there will be no idling while on the lot. And a security officer will be on the lot throughout the whole duration from 7 p.m. till 6:30 a.m. Nobody would be allowed to come in before 7 p.m. Nobody will be allowed to stay after 6:30 a.m. There will be a separate ADA porta-john located within the parking lot premises just solely for the use of the safe parking participants. And we will have a number listed on next to the security dispatch, which would give access for anyone if they have a complaint to propose. Just to end it, we have been doing this since 2019. The average age of our participants is 54 years old. Compared to other homeless populations demographics, we have a higher representation of women. We have a higher representation of seniors. For the sole reason, people come to safe parking to feel safe because they don't feel safe outside. We just had a person enter our lot this week in LA who entered because they went through chemotherapy for breast cancer treatment and they lost their home. So those are the people that we will be inviting into our safe parking. Those are the people we will assist get into housing. Those are the people in Pasadena who will be given this opportunity to be safe if they're forced to live in their cars. If you have any questions, I'm open. Thank you.
Does that conclude your presentation?
Okay.
We have questions in the queue for,
Okay.
I think, the applicant.
For the applicant,
So the two of you, if you come.
Mr. Lyon and Mr. Cole are in the queue.
Thank you, Mayor. I have two quick questions. Thank you for the presentation. Will there be security on site at all times during the?
During the safe parking program hours of 7 p.m. to 6:30 a.m., yes, security just for the safe parking program.
Okay.
Not for any of the rest of the All Saints. There's different security.
Different
for the
security.
Safe Haven program.
Okay. And then I have a question. I'm not sure it's exactly germane to your application, but it may go into the findings that we need to make. So in the record now is a video of an individual who I take it is no longer employed at All Saints.
Yes, I can speak to that.
Who says something to the effect of people aren't allowed to do drugs on campus, so we send them off campus to do drugs.
That is not All Saints policy. All Saints policy is that we abide by the covenant that Safe Haven members need to sign. Many different things: no drinking, no drugs, no fighting, no sexual harassment, no cooking on premises, things of that nature. But in addition, one of them is a good neighbor policy, number 16. A good neighbor policy which people must sign to be part of the Safe Haven program requires the Safe Haven participants to follow the rules within a half-a-mile radius of the church, because we want to be considerate of our neighbors. So
Am I
that
correct
is
that the individual who's on the video saying that is a...
that individual is not a member of All Saints anymore, not employed by All Saints anymore, and does not speak for All Saints anymore. In addition, we review now quarterly the 21-point covenant with the participants of Safe Haven, and we posted the last one on YouTube. You can look it up. Look up Safe Haven Rules, I think it's called, and All Saints Safe Haven Rules, and we remind them of what the things are, what they've signed, and what they've agreed to, so that they know that they must be good neighbors and follow all the other rules as well.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Lyon, may I ask a follow-up question? I too saw that video. Admittedly, it was a snippet of what appears to be a longer discussion. Ms. Tamblin, you also were in the video. What I didn't see is a correction of the then rector's statement that while drugs were not allowed or alcohol were not allowed on the All Saints campus, individuals were sent off to go use, and there was even an assertion made, they go use, and some of the drugs that they use actually calm them.
That's not part of the policy, and that's why we
But
review.
so my question is, did you correct the rector in that video?
No, we reviewed the 21 points of the covenant, which say, among other things, that you must follow the good neighbor policy. At the next one, we can certainly hold
my
another
only question
meeting.
is, since it was in violation, you did not correct I didn't see the full video, that's why I'm asking.
Okay,
I just saw
we
the
did
snippet.
not correct
Okay.
because he did not speak what is All Saints policy in that video.
Okay.
Okay? And if you watch the whole video, what's posted on YouTube is the entire video. And I, another member of the Safe Haven management team, or volunteer manager, and one of our priests, Mark Chase, conducted that meeting. And we have a meeting every Thursday with the Safe Haven community, and we can certainly bring that matter up if you'd like us to do that, to correct that publicly. We can video that if you'd like us to.
Well, no, I was just asking if in real time, I mean, if somebody says something that's in violation or...
That's a very old video from
policy.
years ago.
Yeah, well, but the policy was the same years ago, when the statement was made.
If I could follow up on that, Mayor.
Mr. Jones?
Councilmember Cole's in the queue.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Cole, followed by Mr. Jones.
I just have two questions. One is, you're using a portable a restroom. At Trinity Lutheran, the Safe Parkers have access to the church's restroom facilities. Is that just simply geographically impractical for All Saints?
Yes. From what I understand, Trinity Lutheran has a facility that allows part of their facility to be cordoned off electronically and give people like a code that would allow them to access only restrooms, and I think perhaps their showers. We don't have that ability, and for us to allow people to use a bathroom within the church facilities, we would have to hire an additional employee to escort the. First of all, Safe Haven people can't use the interior bathrooms, but we would, if we were to do it for safe parking, we would have to escort someone in and then make sure that they leave and escort them back out.
So it's a security concern that they have access to the whole campus indoors?
Correct. And the offices and within, yes.
I understand. Since our last hearing in December, have there been any efforts either on your part or from the appellants to engage in any kind of dialogue?
I have sent emails which were bounced back to me, and a letter to the people from the Maryland asking them to attend the memorial for unhoused people and asking one of the members of the Maryland HOA to speak or read a prayer or do something at that event, and for the entire building to residents of the building to join us for dinner there afterwards. I received no response.
This is a question for Mel. The next question is for Showers of Hope.
Okay.
Remind us how many safe parking sites you currently manage, where they are, and how long you've managed them.
So currently we have been operating 2 safe parking sites in Central LA, one in Westlake Pico Union, the second one in Glassell Park. Both of those have been operational since April 2019. We started operating a RV safe parking program at the end of 2024. It's the first 24/7 RV safe parking program in Southern California, and that is in the Exposition District of South LA.
And in that experience, how many folks do you suppose have taken advantage of the, just round numbers, the safe parking opportunity?
In a year, in just our regular safe parking programs, I would say we help anywhere from, in both lots, anywhere from 50 to 60 individual clients.
And I don't mean this as prejudicial because it cuts both ways. Have you ever had to terminate someone from the safe parking for a violation of the rules?
Yes, we have.
And do you mind sharing what the nature of the termination might be?
Disruptive behavior, not willing to abide by our rules and protocols, which within safe parking itself, before it bleeds into the neighborhood, we have individuals parked one car space away from each other. So if a person does not follow protocols, whether it be littering, whether it be being loud, whether it be disruptive, we would exit them from the program. There would be discussions, depending on the severity of the violation, we would have discussions with each participant. For smaller violations, we would have a couple of discussions, and if they abide by the rules, they're allowed to stay. But if they don't, they're exited within a short period of time. For severe violations where they're being disruptive, we would exit them from the program immediately.
And among the concerns that have been raised by your neighbors has been, the concern that participants in the program without security, adequate security, in their view, might contribute to what they feel is an unsafe neighborhood for them. I think you've addressed that, and there'll be further testimony about that tonight, I'm certain. But another element that's been raised is that introducing folks who are not a problem into an area that has experienced problems is problematic. So you operate sites in neighborhoods. I don't know where exactly you are in those neighborhoods, but those are neighborhoods certainly are not the most placid neighborhoods in Southern California. What's been the experience with external challenges to safe parking for your participants?
That's a good question, Council Member. The neighborhoods we operate in are not the most preferential neighborhoods in the city of LA. That is why from lighting to having visible security is paramount. Once you have lighting, once you have visible security, the outside elements do not want to engage because they know that they will be within visible range of cameras to our security. And if our security observes anyone trying to intimidate, harass, or even trespass around any of our facilities, we would immediately report it to the police.
And one final question. Thank you, Mayor, for the opportunity to ask these questions. Do you have any formal relationship in those other two sites with the city government, with the local police department, with the neighboring business or residents, monthly meetings or liaisons or any way in which there's an ongoing formal versus just calling the police or having a response to a particular concern?
So the two parking lots in the city of LA, in Westlake and Glassell Park, are directly contracted through LA City District 1, Councilmember Eunice Hernandez's district. We have a sitting call with them every month. The RV Safe Parking Lot is a direct contract through SD2 Supervisor Holly Mitchell's office. Same, we have a sitting call with them once a month, as well as with the LA Housing and Homeless Services Agency that was that we have a separate meeting once a month regarding our clients, the program.
Thank you very much.
Could you just, one more time, provide your name? Sir? It's me.
Yeah, Mel Tilakaratna.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Jones?
Thank you, Mayor. And Mel, if you could stay up there just for a brief sec. You mentioned that there would be no idling allowed on the sites. So what happens during like severe weather, if it's hot or if it's cold, would you allow them to turn on their car to turn on either the heat or the AC?
That's a good question. Like we mentioned in the previous discussion, prior to this continuation, cold is a factor. All our participants are provided with thermal underwear and blankets. The reality of it is we don't have to worry about idling because the people who come to these programs barely can afford gas. As we all know, gas prices keep going up, and to idle an engine for an hour would literally cost around $10. So that is not a problem we encounter. But if people do try to idle, that is something that's strictly prohibited. But again, when it comes to the cold, the heat is not a factor because the lots are open at night. Our individuals keep the windows open, and usually they don't go to sleep until 9 p.m. So by that time, a vehicle cools down faster because it's a lot of steel and metal. But the cold is a factor because the vehicles lose heat. But again, thermal underwear, blankets, clothing, all that help our participants stay warm.
And that's provided through the Shower
Yes.
of Hope.
Yeah.
I wonder, would the church be amenable to allowing the participants to come inside the church to sleep for that night if it was severe weather under like 40 degrees?
That's a good question, Council Member. A lot of our participants feel very safe within their vehicles. That's why they choose sometimes not to go into other programming. So they feel protected in their vehicles. Two, again, going back to the discussion we had before, now you're talking about an interim shelter. The city of Pasadena honestly hasn't paid us in a year. They're barely able to pay us $50,000 for the showers provided. So unless there's a magic 8 ball where you can find some money, I don't see how they're going to be able to provide.
The city of Pasadena owes you money?
Yes.
Saying?
Yeah.
$50,000?
$50,000.
I turned to the city manager.
I'm not worried about discussing that now. What I'm saying is to have
I mean, that's
even
that's a concern, though. I think we should be paying our vendors. If you're saying that the city of Pasadena owes you $50,000, I would turn to the city manager to inquire about why that is.
Yeah, I'll have to look into that and find out, but I will follow up on that as soon as I can.
But in follow-up to your question, Council Member, we have inclement weather, right? But at the end of the day, a car provides a level of protection against wind, a level of protection against rain. So even with the other programs we have within the city, people choose to stay within their vehicles. And again, with the clothing that we provide, for them to go inside, that is not an option they normally choose.
And then, just real quick for the city manager, what program is it that the city owes you $50,000 on?
It's the shower services as All Saints.
Shower service, okay. And then, does the $300,000 pay for security?
That's for the total program cost, yeah.
So you can pay for security out of that $300,000 that the city's giving you?
Yeah.
Okay. And then, does All Saints have right now, they have separate security for the Safe Haven program? And then the security that you bring on will be primarily dedicated to?
They would be dedicated to the safe parking program.
And then I'm curious to, Jennifer, the hearing officer did mandate that the participants in the safe parking program use the restroom facilities inside the church. And then part of the public record, there was an addendum from the hearing officer when it went to, I believe, BOZA. What, I guess, is that normal? What led to that decision for the hearing officer to provide an addendum to their original recommendation?
Yeah, they do write an addendum after for every decision that's appealed, so that's not uncommon. And the Board of Zoning Appeals it's a de novo hearing, so they can add, modify, change any of the conditions, which they did actually for this case. And they were okay with having the second portable restroom in the parking lot. It's always been the staff recommendation that there's only one portable restroom in the parking lot. And so that's our recommendation tonight as well. So if they want to use a second portable restroom, it would be someplace else, for example, for Safe Haven, that isn't in the parking lot. That would be the staff recommendation. Since it makes more sense to have the portable restroom near the cars, that they would move the portable restroom that Safe Haven is using somewhere closer to the church building. There's an area with lockers or some other areas where they might be able to move the portable restroom. It's our staff recommendation that there's not two in the parking lot. So that is a bit different than the Board of Zoning Appeals recommendation.
So I guess what information was provided to the hearing officer to provide that addendum? Because originally they said have the participants use the facilities inside, and then that.
It was a separate hearing before the Board of Zoning Appeals. So that's a completely separate hearing with testimony that was taken at that meeting, and they came to the conclusion that they were satisfied with allowing the second restroom in the parking lot. I could turn to staff that was at the hearing to see if there was any discussion as to why they supported that. I don't know, Baylin, if there's anything you want to add.
I do understand. I do believe that the hearing officer did not understand the layout of the sanctuary when he made the determination that the restroom had to be inside the church building. But I do believe that afterwards he did go out to the site and he understood that it wasn't possible.
So the original condition from the hearing officer was that the Safe Haven use the restrooms it was Safe Haven, right? Uses the restroom that are inside of the church?
No,
Or
the safe parking participants
Yeah.
use the.
So then
yeah.
when he did a site visit, he realized that they have to walk through the building, they'd have to be supervised, that it's additional staffing, that it just functionally wouldn't work well. So then he was okay with having a second portable restroom as well as the Board of Zoning Appeals.
I see. And then to the applicant, Erica. Oh, thank you, Mel. I appreciate it. Going back to the video that is part of the public record, the residents that I represent during that Central District meeting did bring up the concerns from that video. And then you say that that's not the practice of the Safe Haven program, that's not the practice of All Saints.
Correct.
But then part of the public record as well is that there was an interview from 2020 that states the same exact language. And I think that's raised some concerns for the residents, is that from 2020 to 2024, this could have potentially been the practice of All Saints or the participants in the Safe Haven program?
The 21-point covenant, which Safe Haven participants must sign, hasn't changed at all. In fact, if we wanted to change it, we would have to bring it to a hearing and bring it to you to try and make any changes. So our policy and practice falls in line with those that 21-point covenant that people must sign.
But from
It did at that
2020
time.
to 2024, it seems like that wasn't the practice.
I can't speak for the former rector who is not affiliated with All Saints anymore, but the practice and the policy was and is that we follow the 21-point covenant.
And so that encouragement to go off campus and use the drugs in the neighborhood is no longer the practice, you're saying?
Correct.
Thank you.
It really wasn't ever the practice. He spoke on his own, but it wasn't our practice or our policy.
He spoke on his own
at that time.
You're saying the rector spoke on his own and not on behalf of the church?
That's what I'm saying.
But he's the rector.
That's not been our practice since we started Safe Haven.
He misspoke, is that?
That's what I'm saying.
In 2020 and in 2024? Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Thank you.
Ms.
Any other
Tamblyn?
questions?
Yes, just a follow-up on Mr. Jones's question.
And I have a couple follow-ups as well.
Okay, so you heard the exchange between Mr. Jones and the staff on the restroom. Do you agree with that statement?
Yes.
Because I have your attachment B of your appeal application signed by you on behalf of All Saints.
That was when the hearing officer put on a condition
Yeah.
that people use an indoor restroom.
Correct.
Which our Safe Haven participants do not do.
Right. But the stated grounds for the reversal of that condition was,
Financial hardship.
that's your appeal.
That was
But
our appeal because we would have to hire an individual to escort people through the Safe Haven people who don't use the interior restroom into an interior restroom and then make sure that they leave and escort them back to
And
their
so
vehicles.
that was the basis for the appeal?
Correct.
Undue financial hardship?
Correct.
Okay. And how much would that have cost?
We asked our human resources manager, now our office manager, estimated at the time $140,000 a year in compensation and benefits.
Okay.
May I answer any other questions?
No, Mr. Hemp?
Yeah, so I did have a couple of questions because a lot of the emails that I received were concerns about security and just operation in general. So just to get a little bit of understanding.
Sure.
So your Safe Haven program, which is not on the docket tonight, so I'm not going to ask you questions about that. I want to ask you questions about what is the plan for security as it relates to safe parking, and how many security guards will you have? How many hours will
You
they be
need to
there?
discuss that with the operator, with Mel, because the entire safe parking program will be operated by the Showers of Hope, not by All Saints. We're providing the site, and I will be a contact person 24 hours a day if anyone has questions for All Saints, but he's the operator, and so you should speak with him if you don't mind.
That's fine if you could stay as well, because I might
Sure,
have a couple
I'd be
questions
happy
for
to.
you as well, because
Yeah.
you had mentioned that you guys didn't have the funds to continue to keep security the last time we spoke. So maybe you want to talk on that. At our last meeting, you had
At our
mentioned
last
that.
meeting,
At
that's
the
right,
last
we were
meeting that
cited
this-
by the city
Mhm.
for something that we didn't know had been agreed to by a priest who no longer is affiliated with All Saints. We weren't aware that one of the requirements was, and it wasn't posted as a requirement for the conditional use permit, but that this individual had agreed that we would have on-site security from 7 p.m. to 7 a.m., specifically for the Safe Haven program. When we learned of that was a requirement, we immediately went out and retained security and have had them ever since then. It is challenging, and we're looking to grants to try and other ways to try and fundraise to pay for that security.
Okay, and that security cost is the $140,000 that you're talking about?
No,
Oh.
the $140,000 I was talking about was an individual who would be escorting people from the safe parking site inside to the facilities and then back to their vehicles. So they're two separate things. Safe haven and safe parking are different.
But you have security now for?
We do have
Okay,
security
thank
now
you.
from 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. And every morning I get an electronic report of who slept on the site, what time people arrived, what time they departed. I get very detailed reports every day.
Understood, thank you.
Sure. Mel?
So the security, how does it work? And maybe you could explain how your operations work in LA. The ones in LA that I have seen, I don't know if they're operated by you or not, there's like gates up around and people drive in, you guys lock the gates afterwards and you open up the gates again. I'm not sure if that's how your operation works or not.
Yes, so the current 3 sites that we operate have gates. Regardless with this program, because it doesn't have a gate like the other programs, security is stationed right by the gate, because that way if someone wants to come in, they know, or if someone on the outside is creating a disturbance, they can hear it, they can see it. So in this program, there is no gate, but then security will be positioned in a way that they will have few view of the entrance.
And how many security guards do you plan on having at this site?
For this program at All Saints, 1.
1 security guard, and is that 1 security guard based on your practice that you have at every site, you have 1 security guard?
That's a good question, council member. So that's why the 25 individual cap limit, that's something we were discussing with the city's homelessness department when the idea came up. It is 1 security guard. That's the ratio we feel comfortable with to operate a site. 1 security person per 25 individuals.
And so if something happens on the site, we're expecting 1 person to manage not only the 25 that are to keep them safe, but also all the calls for service that are in that area.
What do you mean by calls for service,
So,
council member?
According to our police department, that's in the record as well, part of the record?
Yeah, calls for service.
The Pasadena Police Department has had a lot of calls for service for the neighborhood. So to protect those that are in the safe parking site, you suggest that 1 security guard is enough, or how, to
That's a good
protect all
question.
those that are
Yes, 1
parking?
security person is enough. Again, when we talk about calls of service, like what's in the record that was presented, it's various calls from alarms to whatnot. The primary function of this security
There's not a
officer-
lot of residential alarms right next to the church.
So
these are
the
right
primary
out of
function
church.
of this security officer would be to make sure the premises where the safe parkers are is secure and that the participants are secure. When it comes to if it's blocks down the road, that doesn't have anything to do with the security for the program. They will be monitoring from
I
within the
appreciate
site.
that. I don't
and-
mean to cut you off, but I just want to say that the calls for service were not blocks down the road. They were within a walking distance of this parking space. the
We
parking
would not
space, or they're
want them
within the-
walking outside because that would lose visibility on the site. So again, is that connected to the program, right? You have 25 individuals within a space that's very visible for 1 person. If someone tries to approach them from the outside, or someone, if you look at the site right across, you have complete visibility up to the back of the hotel. So if it's within that visual range, within the parameters of the parking lot, they can engage. Outside of the parameters are it's a private security officer who's hired for this premises that we are the city of Pasadena wanted us to work with. We don't have jurisdiction beyond the premises.
Well, if I may
Go ahead, you
follow
can
up,
chime in.
and maybe Ms. Tamlin can step back up as well, because this does involve All Saints, not just the operator. Ms. Tamlin, the record shows, and I'm looking at the police department's call for service report for the period of January 1st of 2020 through 12 of 2023.
Can we just know where that is in the staff report, please?
It's an attachment.
Which
I'll
attachment?
locate it in a second, 1 second.
Yeah. And just in that period of time,
And if we could pull that up on the screen if possible, that would be helpful.
just
so
in that
everybody
period of
can see.
time, and now I'm not talking about calls related to any other uses or on the street. I'm talking about calls generated specifically for 132 North Euclid. And that's the address of All Saints, 132 North Euclid. In that period of time, there were 217 calls for service to All Saints. Many of them generated from All Saints. Many
The
of them
reports that
involving.
I saw didn't say where they
Let
were
me
generated
finish.
from.
And so that's a heck of a lot of calls for service. In the period of December 10th of 2022 through January 30th of 2025, there were 173 calls for service at 132 North Euclid, All Saints Church. Does that, back to Mr. Cole's question, does that cause you concern? Because you're bringing people who are vulnerable onto a property that's already generating over 317 calls for service. And believe me, those of us who come to City Hall all the time, we see the activity in and around the Civic Center. In fact, we've had many incidents in City Hall offices that are unlocked. And so there's a security concern here. We've had to hire more security here as well. But these are calls specific to 132 North Euclid. And so I ask you as the leader of All Saints, does that cause you concern? You think one security officer is going to be enough given the level of service that the Pasadena Police Department and by extension residents of Pasadena are paying for?
Well, first of all, the parking, safe parking wouldn't be at 132 North Euclid. And we have a separate security guard for Safe Haven at 132 North Euclid. The calls that I understand have been made are predominantly made when someone is on the property who isn't supposed to be on the property, who isn't a member of Safe Haven, and is asked to leave. And sometimes we have to contact the PD to escort that individual off the property if they will not leave.
Well, I'm saying 132 North Euclid because you said it's a religious facility. The address of that religious facility.
Correct, but the parking lot
is 132. And so if it's either all part of one facility or it's not. If it is, what I'm saying is that's a lot of calls for service. That's a lot of policing resources and a lot of activity for vulnerable populations to be exposed to, as well as the other surrounding uses.
I think also you'll see that the calls for security for police to come to All Saints has gone way down as Safe Haven has become more and more of a community, which it has. So I think there are fewer calls than there used to be.
So Safe Haven did generate the calls, and now you're saying is...
There were times that in the beginning that there were people who would come onto the site who weren't part of Safe Haven, and we would end up ask them to leave. They wouldn't leave, and we would have to contact the police department.
So the security guard was not sufficient to...
At the time, we didn't know that we had to have a security guard, and we had people come over. We work with the same security company that City Hall does, and they would come from City Hall and do patrols. Once we learned that we were required to have someone on site from 7 p.m. to 7 a.m., things changed dramatically.
Just to clarify that point, the condition on the Safe Haven, the language in the condition said that the security had to patrol. And so they didn't realize that meant to be on the site continually. They thought patrol meant you could make rounds. So once the city contacted them and said the intent was that you have a security guard on site, then they complied. But when they saw patrol in the condition, they thought that meant that you could do a periodic check of the site. So that was the distinguishing factor there in the language of the condition.
Can I answer any additional questions?
Mr. Lyon, and it's attachment C, by the way, to the report.
Oh, you were following up on something.
Yeah.
I was still.
I'm sorry. Thank you, Mr. Hampton.
My last question is, you had mentioned that all of the applicants are live scanned, checked for you said Megan's list?
Sorry, they're not live scanned. They're checked against Megan's Law.
They're checked against?
They're not live scanned.
Okay, what about the employees of Shower of Hope? Are they all live scanned?
No.
Are they checked against Megan's Law?
Yes.
And why not? Why wouldn't any?
That's a good question, Councilmember. That really prompts something that your friend, Mr. Truitt, brought up. So we do have
My
the
friend,
shower. Oh, he's not your friend? Oh, sorry, maybe you forgot to
just think
disclose.
it's-
Sorry. So
I
we
think
do.
that's timeout.
Okay, yeah, time
Number
out.
one, you know what, you come in here with you asked me, was I afraid a minute ago? Okay?
Yeah.
I'm not.
I asked
Okay?
if you're afraid of public
No,
comment
you-
from the
you-
people here to
you-
support the program.
You outlashed, you got a hot temper. I'm asking you a question. I'm asking you, if you are employing people that are protecting the people that you're saying you're trying to save off the streets.
Let me rephrase.
So you're basically telling me, no, you're
Let
not.
me rephrase.
Sir.
Let me rephrase.
But yeah, you go ahead and
Councilmember,
go ahead and rephrase
first,
because
okay, I will.
you started off at the wrong
Okay,
place.
okay, you can take it that way. That's on my perception.
That's what you said.
So, first off, we are here at a California Environmental Quality hearing. This has nothing to do with security. Secondly, the Shore of Hope has a workforce development program for formerly incarcerated individuals that has nothing to do with safe parking. We have different programs. It's called the Shower of Hope. We do showers, but we do safe parking, we do student housing. The program for individuals who are formerly incarcerated is to work at our shower programs, at a City of LA program that is for individuals who were formerly incarcerated. It has nothing to do with safe parking. Does that make sense?
I just asked you, were your employees that are going to work on this site, have they been checked? I'm not asking about LA. What you do in LA, that's LA. LA does all types of stuff. Pasadena, we have expectations. If you
Like paying people on time?
Sir.
Sorry, I shouldn't have said
you
that.
like
Sorry.
like paying people. Well, I mean that's why we just said. Did Councilmember Jones not just say that we need to rectify that if you weren't
After a
getting paid? Did we not? I mean,
After a year.
this is new today. I mean, I didn't know anything about
Sir.
you being owed $50,000.
I'm just saying expectations
Sir,
are what you
sir,
say,
if you'll-
not what is actually in reality.
What I'm telling you, the
Yeah.
expectations is to protect the residents and protect those that are in the parking.
So
those are the expectations
individuals
that we have.
who
Okay.
will be, if from the security company, would be a state licensed security person. State licensed security officers cannot have a criminal record.
That makes sense. So the rest of the staff that will be working, because from my understanding, they're supposed to be caseworkers, right? Are those all licensed and vetted? And so no individuals that have that have background issues will be, that's the question I'm trying to ask. Will there be individuals on the site working with folks that are vulnerable, that have background issues?
No, it depends on the severity. We're not talking about traffic tickets, but the case managers for this program would be vetted for their backgrounds.
That was the question I was asking.
And just to correct the record, we're not just here on a CEQA issue, we're here on the merits as well. And one of the findings that the council has to make is that the conditioned use would not have an impact on the general welfare of the area, including safety, and I'll let the city attorney describe it later on in our deliberations, but that's fair game as well, general welfare.
Mayor, can I just ask a follow-up about these calls for service? The calls for service are a part of the picture. I'm noticing that most of these calls are for transients. So I think the irony is palpable that we're talking about a program for the unhoused, and we're prepared to reject it because there are too many unhoused people in our community. But do we know more about the facts of these incidents? Do we know if they relate to the criminal courthouse across the street? Some of the calls look like that's exactly what they relate to. A lot of them are false burglary alarms, probably car burglary, car alarms. Looks to me like a healthy amount of them are during the hours not where the program would be operating. So I'm struggling with the concerns about the safety. I appreciate your concern about the safety of the safe parkers, but struggling to see how a violation of a court order at 5 in the afternoon would affect this program.
I don't know if anybody's here from the police department to address those,
We
but
do have Lieutenant Bundy from the police department, if you'd like to have him come out. I can't say that he has extensive knowledge of every case, but I think he could explain what the different types of violations are, how they assign a violation to a certain address, just how the reports are run. He could provide some background on that.
Well, I'm also concerned that the questioning has taken so long of the applicant that we're going to lose members of the community. Perhaps we could ask the lieutenant to address this after the members of the community do.
how long will you need, Lieutenant, to address the question? Calls for service.
I believe I missed the question, sir.
Oh, the question was, have you reviewed the calls for service related to 132 North Euclid?
Yes, sir, I have.
And are you prepared to describe the nature of those calls, type of service, and how long would you need to do that?
I can probably cover it in about 5 minutes and then answer questions on top of that.
Okay.
So I ran stats at the planning department's request a couple of weeks ago, and it may be different from the range that you currently have there. The date range I have is January 1st of 23 until February 22nd of this year of 2026. And calls for service for 132 North Euclid. So that's 23, a little over 3 years. That incorporated a total of 192 calls, and they're broken down 48 calls in 2023, 45 in 2024, 60 calls in 2025, and it was 11 thus far this year as of February 22nd. So looking back for reference at...
Just for the record, that's more than I added up, and I realize that's an extended period of time, and that may...
Mayor, if you could let him finish his presentation.
Go ahead.
Sure. So looking back for reference at 2025, which was relevant because it had the highest calls for service. So 18 of those, almost a third, were burglary alarms. And I don't have the background on each and every one of those, but they were false alarms, unknown exactly why. And then there were 13 transient calls for service, which can incorporate a wide variety of instances there. 6 disturbance calls, 3 for trespass, 2 on checking the welfare of a person, 4 trouble unknowns, which is just generally a 911 hang-up. And then there was 1 for mental health, 1 for a public assist, 3 for public intoxication, 1 for a suspicious person, a fall, a petty theft, and then 6 for other, which looking those up, it included vandalism. There was a death report there that was that was not involved with any homeless services. There was a person who was there and seemed to have a medical emergency and died on site. After that, there was another person down. There was an assault with a deadly weapon, which involved a homeless person attacking the guard, and that person was arrested and charges were filed on them, felony charges for assault with a deadly weapon. There was another, what's called a 5150, so a person was taken into a psychiatric hold, and then I believe that encompasses and there was another public intoxication, but those are the other calls. That's a brief summary of the calls in 2025.
And the assault with the deadly weapon on the guard was the All Saints guard, not, or?
That was the guard for the safe haven.
Okay.
Is that a normal amount of calls for a church facility or any commercial building?
I would say it's higher than usual, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah, I have concerns that we are not doing our job to protect this community, given that most of these calls are about transients coming in and trespass on the property. So I'm sorry that you've had that experience at All Saints, and thank you for letting us know. I want to make sure I have your numbers right. 2023, we had 48 calls. Is that right?
Yes, sir, for the date range I specified.
Okay, so that's 4 a month or 1 a week. Okay. 2024, 45 calls,
That's correct, sir.
3.75 a month, a little less than 1 a week. And then in 2025, 60 calls.
Yes, sir.
Right? So 5 a month, a little more than 1 a week. In the central district, not speaking of churches, are there other areas, for example, Centennial Place, have you pulled numbers for those to
I
look
have
at what
not,
your
sir.
averages are?
I have not pulled for that area.
And what was how did you come to have occasion to pull these calls for service?
So I was requested by the planning department based on this topic
For the
here
hearing tonight?
to run stats. Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay. That's all I needed. Thank you.
If someone can run those numbers, because I have seen those numbers, Mr. Lyon, and I think those are relevant, both the calls at Centennial as well as some of the other buildings in and around. That's part of the concern that I have, and so I would like to see those numbers. They have been pulled because I've seen them.
And Mayor, yeah, they've been pulled for Centennial. We've had the community meetings there, and then same thing for the Euclid apartment. So I know that the police department has recently pulled them. And the concern raised by the residents is that this area has a high volume of calls for services. And then the concern was that if you bring in vulnerable residents who are living in their car to an area where there's already high calls for services, then perhaps you're not setting them up for the best success.
So let me ask a question of the applicant for this. You may not know because this is maybe outside but how many security guards are protecting people when they're just parking on the street?
None.
Outside of safe parking?
None, which is the reason why they come into our programs.
Okay. So, I think if we asked, I don't know if we have anybody who participates in safe parking here, but I think they could tell us how they feel about that. We don't have to decide for them whether this would be safer or less safe. But let me be clear for our discussion later. The concern is not about this program adding to problems in the neighborhood. The concern is about whether the people participating in this program will be safe. That's the community's concern?
I think it's both.
Is that what you're saying?
I think it's both.
Yeah, I think it's both. And I've talked to folks who have lived in their vehicles and they decided not to go to Trinity. And I supported Trinity. I support safe parking. And
I would love to hear. I have not heard from any of those people.
Yeah. Well, I have.
Great.
And
I hope
they
they're
live
here tonight.
in our city.
Yeah. Is that in the record? Yeah. Is that in the record? That's a good question. Okay.
My
Let's keep going.
conversation with.
I'd love to hear from the public.
Okay, Mr. Madison?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Lieutenant, for being here and for the analysis. I want to make sure I understand. I added up what's in our binder, the attachment, and it looked like it was 17 months from 2021 to mid-2022. 1-1. Let me look here.
There's one
Or is
set.
it three different years? Is it 2 or 3 years? What?
It's a different range. So if Lieutenant Bundy could clarify what the range that he pulled for the date range?
Sure. For this current list here, because I've pulled stats a couple different times throughout this process, this latest one is January 1st of 2023 through February 22nd of 2026.
So that would be 3 full years plus 2 months.
That's correct.
Thank you, sir. And what I'm looking at, and so first of all, is Lieutenant Bundy's workup a part of the record in the case?
Yes.
Okay. Where do we find that?
I'm sorry, we're introducing it to the record tonight.
Okay, so it's on the screen, and it's in a different format from what we have in our binders.
Yes.
But I just want to compare apples to apples. For the period from 1/1/21 through 5/31/22, which looks to me to be 17 months, so it's a little bit of apples to oranges there, I come up with 117 incidents or calls for service in that time period, 2021 through end of May 2022. And the mayor said that was the Lieutenant Bundy's numbers were larger than his. To me, the lieutenant's numbers, recent numbers, look much smaller. I don't know if that's explained by COVID, the period coming out of COVID, or if you're aware of any trend, could you speak to that, please? Going back to 2020, because what we have in the record, at least the hard copy right now, is 2020 forward.
I'm not specifically aware, sir, of any trend. COVID could have definitely played a factor in there. I will caution just the tendency is to look at the stats as an end all be all. They do cut both ways. For instance, the death report here is tied to the All Saints address, and however had nothing to do with homeless thing. Likewise, on the other side, if a person crosses the street and goes elsewhere and is involved in something and the police are called, we have a call there, that's going to be tied to whatever that address is. And so it does cut both ways.
And I pointed out earlier the proximity of a criminal courts right across the street from the end of the block where the safe parking is proposed to be. And I'm a lawyer that spends a lot of time in courts. It's not uncommon for there to be arrests or calls for service to court to come pick up on a warrant or pick up for. But did you analyze the time of the incidents? And this is not meant to be a judgment if you didn't, but this project is proposing something in a very discrete period of time from 7:30 in the evening to 6:30 in the morning.
Right.
Have we separated out the calls that are during the daytime, for example, that might relate to other activity?
I do have them for both for the All Saints and for the, they were basically compared against the Trinity address. And so for All Saints, the address there for the same date range, for instance, from 6 o'clock in the evening till, let's just on the hour, so say 7 o'clock, 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. Over that date range would be, I'd have to do the math real quick, but looks like roughly half of them. I'll get you a quick number here in a minute.
Okay, that's fine. I think that's good enough for me, certainly. If you want to provide that to the staff, that'd be great. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you. And
thank you, Lieutenant.
I would say in general, I don't know about this site specifically, but in general, we did see a drop in crime citywide during the COVID period. Yeah.
Oh, and Lieutenant, I just want to express my solidarity with our officer who's still in Huntington Hospital and to the entire department.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that.
Thank you very much.
I went to visit the officer the day after the incident, passed along the council's solidarity to his family. Okay. So we'll hear from the appellant.
And as you're coming, if you can state your name as well. And will there be other speakers?
There will be other speakers. My name is Silvio Nardoni. I'm a resident of the Maryland, also the lawyer for the Maryland. I want to take you back to the night of November 17th. I know Councilmember Madison was not present that night. I also know I'm speaking to 5 very experienced and capable lawyers in the horseshoe here. But what happened that night is something that the council needs to account for.
Which one of them isn't?
I thought they were all listening. Didn't I say that? Okay.
There's more than, there's actually 6 up here.
There's 6? Who did I miss?
Mr. Marquez, if you're counting the city attorney.
I apologize. I know she's a lawyer because I wrote to her and I had to put Esquire after her name. Okay, on the night of November 17th, there was a deemed denial of the CEQA exemption. That much is clear. Now the question is, what else happened? Earlier this evening, I heard that there was no vote taken. But that doesn't mean that there was no action by the council. And here's why. If there was no action by the council on the appeal from the BZA, then that means that the BZA's decision would have stood. And that would have meant that the appeal was denied, but at the same time, the council had refused to find an exemption from CEQA. That would put the decision of the council in violation of the law. So we think that the council does not intend to violate the law by taking no action. So we think that instead, the action that was taken was in fact a denial of the project. And I quote now from the letter of the clerk dated January 21, 2026. The clerk says, as a result, the project was not approved at the November 17, 2025 meeting. The council's action was without prejudice, and then the letter continues pursuant to a section of the code 1764.090. The applicant may resubmit an application for the same or similar discretionary land use permit within 12 months or any time thereafter. No such submittal was made. So we have an action by the council to, in effect, deny the application for the MCUP, and in taking that action, the council acted as the supreme judicial body of the city government. Now, when a court acts, even if not all of the justices or judges are present, and renders a judgment, the absence of that judge or justice does not mean that later on, when the justice or judge appears, they can reopen the case. This council made a final decision on November 17th, and that decision cannot be reopened. And I think that the entire proceeding this night is unlawful, and unless you take action to so find it, I will in fact present that same argument to a court.
Well,
My colleague, Mr. Fabo, will...
Mr. Ardoni, didn't you already present that to the court?
No, actually, we have not.
Oh, okay.
All that's happened is that there was an ex parte application, not by the Maryland, to stop this hearing from happening. But the fact that it's happening is in fact a thing that will be brought to the attention of the court.
I think you left out a step. The application was denied, correct?
The application was denied.
Thank you, sir.
Sir, if you'll identify yourself for the record.
Streffen Fauble, president of the Maryland HOA. So I'm going to make 3 comments. The first is on the city attorney's the decision letter, and as the city attorney said, the denial was without prejudice. It can be resubmitted. Nothing has been resubmitted. If All Saints wants to submit a new application, that would accord with the decision letter. It does not now. They have not submitted anything. Now I'm going to talk briefly about the religious facility site and the CEQA matter. So it may help to realize that there are 3 parcels at issue, and I'm going to use the parcel numbers. There's parcel 12 at the top, then parcel 40, and then parcel 39. All of the religious facilities are on parcel 40. That's the church, the sanctuary, the ministry buildings, everything else. The middle parcel is a parking lot, of which there are 55 spots, 30 are reserved for All Saints, 25 are rented out commercially. The entire parcel at the top, 12, is commercial parking, and I mean that just in the sense that it's rented out and it is used from morning till early evening, Monday to Friday, to people who pay. In fact, the sign on the kiosk there says it's 24 hours. I realize that the church occasionally spills over there, but what makes something a religious site under your zoning code is it is primarily for worship purposes or related activities, and it lists ministry, religious education. There is no way you can say that parcel 12, which is rented out to people who have no affiliation with this church and are going to the courthouse, that is primarily for religious purposes, right? And the staff tries to get around this by saying, well, it's part of the religious facility site, and they quote from the part of the code that deals with basically the zoning codes that deals with building, and it defines a site as a lot or group of contiguous lots not divided by an alley, street, or other right of way that is proposed for development in accord with the provisions of the zoning code. That's talking about building something across the sites. Staff has told us that all of the activity is only going to be on the top parcel, parcel 12. So how can this be a development across the sites, across the 3 parcels? It's not. Let me then talk very briefly about the CEQA determinations. Staff has said that this is not, it's either no or negligible expansion of existing use. 1, it's a change of use, right? It's going from parking to dwelling. That's why you need a conditional use permit. It is a new use. Staff has said that in front of the BZA. Additionally, it's certainly an expansion that's significant. So the hours of operations, were there any significant number of cars in there, will increase by 120%. If you're conservative in how you calculate the baseline and you include lot 40, it would still be 60%. The number of cars on lot 12 will increase by approximately 50%. Again, if you were very conservative and included lot 40, I don't know why you would, it would still be a 27% increase. That is not negligible. Negligible means so paltry it's not worth looking at. Finally, we've heard from the proposed operator that idling will not be allowed. So I think, as a matter of fact, people are going to idle their cars. I do not understand how, when it's 110 degrees outside, people are not going to turn on their engines and stay inside of their cars, which we've been told by before the people participating in the program will do. So you will be cooking in your car when it's 110 outside and not turning your engine on and turn on the AC. That seems highly unlikely. And we've done an analysis in our briefing that shows when you calculate the amount of pollutants produced by the idling cars, assuming it's the 25 cars for even 1 hour out of the 12 that they're there, that is equivalent to doubling the amount of traffic on that block and concentrating all the pollution right in the one spot. Finally, we've had some discussion about the amount of calls for service. So I submitted this into the record today. I looked at from the city website, the calls for service in the Civic Center area, so a little bit bigger, it's not just the one site, from January 19th to January 25th of this year. There were, I said 51, but in fact there are 53 calls that seem relevant. So I cut out burglar alarms, traffic stops, and I came up with this number. These were things that were serious crimes or activities that were plausibly related to mental illness or homelessness. I came up with 51 or 53. If you extrapolate that out over the course of the year, this means in this area that we are getting approximately 2,750 incidents that are serious or mental or homeless related in this area. That's extraordinary. I'm open for questions.
I have just one.
Yes, Mr. Ryan.
I don't recall if it was your letter or Mr. Nardoni's, but am I correct? Am I remembering correctly that you took the position when we took the vote to reopen the application that the applicant was not permitted to reapply within 12 months?
So I think that is correct, but you're not getting the full analysis. So I think that, so while council to act via vote takes 5 of you, that's not the only way it can act. It can act through operation of law. So that's why the CEQA was a deemed denial. And I think to be consistent with state law, there also has to have been a deemed denial of the MCUP. Given that that's the case under your zoning code, you're not allowed to apply for 12 months. However, even if you think that's not the case and it was a denial without prejudice on the MCUP, as the decision letter and the city attorney just stated, you can, that is, All Saints can reapply. All Saints has not reapplied. There is no new application that's come in.
Right, that's I don't think anybody disagrees about that. The point is that I think
then you should stop the hearing
because
there's nothing to hear.
What you suggested was that there would be litigation if the city heard All Saints' application within the 12 months. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so
what I'm saying is you're not allowed to do this at all.
Right.
But by your own statements in the letter and by the city attorney, it requires a new submittal. There has not been any. So therefore, this hearing should stop right now. And they should resubmit, and we'll go back to the hearing officer and the BZA and all of that. That's what the process is.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Mr. Hampton.
I had a couple questions, and thanks for your presentation.
Thank you.
So your presentation, you state that you're basically trying to say that the parking lot that is owned by the church is not a church-related facility, but if I'm a parishioner of the church, which I'm not, wouldn't I park there?
So you can. So first off, as a parishioner, you can pay to park anytime you want. My understanding is that the church, and I think this is primarily on Sundays when they have a lot of people, use part of the parking lot, including lot 12 at the top, on Sundays. But remember, the definition of a religious facility under the code is that it is primarily used for that. So also submitted into the record are some photographs and counts for parking from, I think it was October. And one of the photographs shows on a Sunday, which I think is a typical Sunday, the lot at 2 o'clock in the afternoon after church services are over is empty. So you've got all this parking that people are paying for to go to the courthouse, go to the government buildings, whatever. And then you have a minor amount in off hours, right? That is not primarily religious. It's primarily people paying to do parking. And that is not a religious activity under the code.
Would you say primarily that churches typically operate on Sundays?
Oh, they do. And they use lot 40. So some 30 spots in lot 40 are reserved for All Saints. And then they spill over on Sundays into lot 12. But again, the issue is not whether they occasionally use the lot for religious purposes. And I'm assuming, by the way, that parking to attend church is a religious purpose. I'll just grant that. But the fact that you occasionally use it does not mean you primarily use it for religious purposes. And again, Monday to Friday, and then sometimes on the weekend, you have people mostly using this parking lot. I think it's without dispute to go to the courthouse and other stuff, right? It's way over 50%. If you look submitted into the record, is also pictures and counts of how lot 12, and in case you think it's relevant, lot 40 are used in overnight. Basically, I took photos at 10 o'clock at night. It's essentially empty. So it's not like, oh, the lot's full with religious people, during the night. It's not. It's mostly empty. It's used a little bit for choir practice, most of whom occupy the 30 reserved spots in lot 40. It is very rare that it spills over into lot 12. And as we have been told, this project is entirely limited to lot 12. And lot 12 is not primarily used as a religious facility. And you can't say it's a religious facility site, as staff did in front of the BZA, by putting a yellow line around the block and saying it's part of it. It's owned by the church, but that doesn't matter.
So I've heard a lot or read a lot that you guys have also submitted in, and I understand the concerns, but the primary concern seems to be the parking, the lot, who owns it, et cetera. Then also your second concern, at least from what I've read, is the security of the nature and being a resident.
Yes, that's right. We've had a lot of problems. So underlying all of this, and I'm sure people will speak about it in public comment, is we've had, and this goes to the calls of service, a lot of crime and a lot of issues in our neighborhood. And I don't know whether the safe parkers will be a problem or not. I'm told that there are, I'll put it this way, fewer social pathologies associated with vehicular homeless than homeless living on the street. That's kind of cold comfort, but nonetheless, I think it's going to increase the number of drug dealers and other stuff we've got in the neighborhood. I've seen drug deals go down on lot 12 before, right? When I was taking these photographs, I saw it more than once. We have had people attack, remember from the last hearing, guy beaten with a chain by a homeless person, pepper sprayed by a homeless person, packages stolen, apartments broken into. We've got a lot of problems here. And I'm perplexed, given that it's a finite amount of money for this homeless parking. And so if it doesn't happen on this lot, it's not like the total amount of safe parking goes down, can go somewhere else. Why you want to proceed with this when you've got, it, at least based on the last hearing, 2 council members and the mayor opposed to it, everybody who lives in the neighborhood opposed to it. The only people speaking for it are the parishioners and people associated with All Saints. And now you've got 2 lawsuits going, which I suspect, I don't know, but given that I think my analysis is correct, the city attorney has probably told you there's at least a decent chance you're going to lose this. in which case you're delaying the safe parking, you're going to pay attorney's fees, and it's a waste of time and money. So put it somewhere else. That's what I think.
So just, and I know that Councilmember Jones also, actually go ahead and have a
Yeah, could I
follow-up.
just jump in there? Are you implying that the safe parkers will increase the crime, or
So I think they might. My suspicion is.
based on what evidence?
So I don't know if I have any direct evidence for this. I've talked to a lot of people and trying to find real analyses of what the problems are, if any, with safe parkers, and there's apparently not much in the literature, but anecdotally, there's still an elevated drug usage, for example, and we have had a lot of drug dealers in the neighborhood, right? So we think it's going to increase the problem, and we don't want to take the risk because we've got enough problems where we are already. As you can see from in what I'm calling the Civic Center neighborhood right here, extrapolating from the 1 week, 2,700 calls for service for stuff that doesn't include burglar alarms and traffic stops and stuff like that.
So based on the calls for service and our lieutenant here, have you guys arrested anybody for selling drugs in this neighborhood? In this area? Like, has there been Centennial Euclid in this area? Has there been any drug sales?
I would say in the area, yes, sir. Depending on how you define the area, but if you could say, for instance, the Centennial area, yes, I don't have specific stories or case numbers right now, but I could confidently say yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
Mr. Cole?
Yeah, I'm not one of the 6 capable lawyers on the dais. So, so I'm not going to argue with you, but I am in a different role on this dais, a legislator. And we passed this law when I was on the Planning Commission, and we said that we would allow safe parking at churches. Are you arguing that if the church left that lot alone and it was only occasionally used by parishioners, that therefore it would be primarily religious, but the fact that they accommodate in the time when there is no need for that parking for their religious activities, so that people who go to court, jurors, employees, defendants, witnesses, to give them the opportunity to park there, people who go to local businesses, that therefore that converts the church parking lot into not a church parking lot?
So I'm just looking at the language of the code. And the code says that a religious facility is a facility that's primarily used for worship, and then it adds, or certain accessory things,
I think my question is susceptible to a yes or no answer. Are you saying that if All Saints did not allow anyone else to park there and only used it for their own exclusive use, that it would still be a church parking lot, but the fact that they allow other people to park there when they're not using it makes it not a church parking lot?
So the answer is yes, if you tweak what you said slightly, which they primarily allow non-religious parking there, right?
Right.
So if they
only occasionally let a witness or
correct.
So basically you think that the way this is a church parking lot is if it's not used for primarily anything but church parking.
Yeah, assuming that parking's allowed at all. The examples that staff gave of other parcels next to churches were ones where I believe it's basically just church parking. So yes is the answer to your question.
Yes, I think that's a tortured tweaking.
I believe that is the plain language of your own code. Unambiguous interpretation of your own code.
Okay, next, Mr. Madison, followed by Mr. Lyon.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate your comments very much, and I just want to ask a couple of follow-ups. So your focus seems to be on the purpose of the people parking in Lot 12 as the defining factor of whether it's consistent with the religious use.
Yes, because it says it has to be primarily for worship. So I take that to be the purpose or function of their parking. Yes.
Well, our staff has concluded that because the church owns all 3 properties and operates and administers all 3 properties, that the entire site is the contiguous properties. You disagree with that?
Your staff, respectfully, your staff is mistaken, and I can give you an example that can push you to see why that's the case.
Well, but are you affording any deference to our staff in interpreting our own regulations?
In this case, it's because I think.
No, that's yes or no, too. I hate to, Mr. Cole out-lawyered me there, so I
So
got it.
the answer is, I give deference when it's ambiguous and there are multiple equally plausible interpretations. In this case, I think it's unambiguously what the language says. And again, I can give you an example that pushes you to the conclusion.
I want to
that
ask
I'm
my
right.
questions because we have limited time and the community is here and waiting to speak.
Yeah, we have over 60 cards.
So, All Saints receives the revenue from the parking on Lot 12.
I don't know.
Well, I'll ask them, but if we assume that that's true, doesn't that also further their religious mission?
So that doesn't make it. That doesn't make it.
Just yes or no?
No.
Okay, gotcha.
No.
But
and again, I can give you an example if you want to push it, so you can see
well,
why
no.
that's
What's
the case.
curious is you prefer that use to providing for the unhoused, for the least of these, which I think, and with respect to my colleagues, churches operate 7 days a week.
So respectfully, that's not what's in front of you. What's in front of you is whether or not this satisfies the unambiguous conditions of your own zoning code.
But so you don't agree that providing for unhoused persons in this time in our community is a more spiritual function than renting daytime court
Oh, I absolutely
visitors.
agree with that.
Okay.
But that's not what's in front of you,
Well,
right? If you're asking me what's more spiritual use, obviously, right? What you said is the case. What's financially better for the church? Maybe renting it out too. That's not what's in front of you.
okay. Well, we just disagree about the nature of safe parking, I guess.
Well, it's a disagreement about the
I mean, won't the
unambiguous
church
language
be
of the zoning.
administering the program?
No.
Well,
Shower of Hope
operating
will.
will happen by the Shower of Hope, but I think I heard Ms. Tamblin testify that she'll be overseeing it on
So,
behalf of
again,
the church.
It's not the question about what the activity, how you characterize the activity, what's there. The activity, the land use that's in front of you, you can only permit it if it is the parcel at issue, the property at issue, is primarily used as a religious facility, which means worship and certain accessory things like ministry and religious education. It is currently primarily used for commercial parking.
Thank you. Thanks, Mayor.
And we do have 60 or so speaker cards, and so I am going to ask us to, Mr. Lyons next,
This is
but
very
I am going to announce that for those of you who may be waiting for the budget workshop, it looks like it doesn't look like, we're going to put that off. I don't think it would be appropriate to take up an important issue like budget late in the night after public hearing and making a determination of this matter. So I apologize if you were here for that matter, but in fairness, I'm letting you know now. Thank you. Mr. Lyon?
Yeah, two very quick things. One, I neglected to extend the same apology to you. If we're having rampant crime in the neighborhood and we're not taking care of it, that's on the city.
Thank
That's
you.
on us.
I appreciate
and
that.
And that needs to change. And to the extent, I'm not entirely convinced yet from what I've seen that it necessarily has a strong nexus to homelessness. But to the extent it does, this is why we're separately having so much conversation about the need for a shelter, so people have a place to go. But that's separate from the application in front of us. And I don't I'm not going to argue with you. I disagree with some of the things you said, your legal analysis about your case, about our case, about how we arrived at this decision. But I just want to make sure I understand when we get to our analysis, your position. So your position is that there are 3 parcels owned by All Saints, and only the one that actually holds the church is a religious facility?
So I think the middle parcel, which is not where any of this, which is not subject to this land use decision, is more complicated. It's parking, part of which is reserved for All Saints. And from what I was able to observe, so it's 55 spots, 30 is All Saints parking. And from what I've been able to observe, except on Sunday mornings and a little bit elsewhere, most of the All Saints parking after hours for like choir practice and stuff occurs on lot 40, not on lot 12, and most of it is on the spots that are reserved for All Saints. So the answer to your question is the top lot is not a religious facility at all. We could have a debate about lot 40, but even if you combined lot 12 and lot 40, you would have
you said
75 spots for commercial parking and then 30 for reserved All Saints, which is
So
still
for you,
not
it's
primarily
literally a-
religious.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, that's right.
For you, it's literally a time analysis about how much the parking spaces are used by parishioners?
So I'm looking at the number of vehicles and the times, right? I don't know how else to quantify primarily. I take primarily to mean over 50%. And I think it is beyond debate to anybody who's looked at this, and I put enough evidence in the record, that lot 12, parcel 12, is primarily over 50% used for non-religious purposes. I think it's way more than 50%, but it's more than 50%.
I would venture to guess that your reading kills our whole safe parking ordinance. I don't know if you know the condition of religious attendance in this country or in this city, but it's down. And so if you're requiring that each space be filled more than 50% of the time in a 7-day week by a parishioner, I don't think there's any church that can meet that test.
I'm not talking about each parking spot. I'm talking about the lot. But I think Trinity is probably a good example. I believe Trinity's lot's primarily used for religious purposes, right? Again, I'm assuming that parking is an accessory religious use when you're there for church choir to attend church. So I'm just granting that.
So then in your reading, if a church has a giant lot, it probably isn't eligible for safe parking because it can't get to the threshold it needs to.
I don't know. It would depend what they use the lot for. But what you're making an argument for, if the problem...
I'm not making an argument. I'm really trying to understand your argument.
So I'm taking the literal language of the code and I'm applying it. You're telling me this would cut out most religious lots. I don't know if that's true or not, but then that's a problem with your code and you should change the code.
Right. I think also when a reading is so literal as to be absurd, that's not how
absurd in the
how we
slightest.
Construct
Not
statutes.
absurd. Not absurd in the slightest.
And certainly, I want to ask one question. Mr. Palma made the point that the citation that you give us in the code about contiguity of lots has to do with building, something to do with building. Do we otherwise apply it more broadly when we look at what a property is?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
And so I think
They're responsible for this entire property. It was part of their master plan. We use it towards their required parking, towards their landscaping. It's all considered
And that's
the
true
site.
across the city when we're
Yes.
looking at multiple lots per
Right.
property.
If you
They
have an
are a
office
property.
building and they have a parking lot, that's part of their site.
So may I? Even if you thought that this counted as development, it's not, as staff has clearly said multiple times, it's not development on more than one lot. It's one lot. All of the safe parking program is being proposed on lot 12.
Which is all part of the All Saints parcel. That's the difference in.
Well, no, it's 3 different parcels. The fact that they're under common ownership is not sufficient, right? Again, what is parcel 12 primarily used for? It is primarily not for religious use.
I understand your argument. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have just one last question for the applicant. The questions can applicant.
Ms. Tamlin?
Ms. Tamlin, thank you. Or maybe you might tell me this is for your operator.
Sure, Mr.
Well, the 25 individuals that will be using this site, if approved tonight, will they all be Pasadena residents or?
Let's see what Mel has to say.
Maybe they're from Pasadena.
I'm not asking you a question. I appreciate your outburst, though.
That is up to the city to decide, but if that is a requirement, we will keep it to Pasadena city residents.
Thank you. That was the question.
Thank you.
While we have the applicant, can we just confirm about the revenue from the commercial parking? Is that received by the church? Or some share of it after expenses? Certainly, sir. I'm never going to say no to a man of the cloth. Come on up.
Your question again, could you just restate it?
The revenue that's being generated from the Lot 12 from the parking operation.
Yes.
Does some of that make its way to the church?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay. All right, let's turn to public comment again. Because this matter's been before us a number of times, we're going to ask that you limit your comments to 1 minute, given the number of cards and the need to get to the merits of the matter.
And do you want, and all cards should be in at this point?
Yes, and at this point, we're going to close the submission of cards for public comment.
John A. Perez, followed by Mark Chase, followed by Joseph Batista, then Sue Shanley, then Mark Satterley. If you heard your name, could you please line up into the middle? And I will ring a bell when you have 30 seconds left on your speaking.
Welcome, Speaker Perez.
Thank you. I'm John Perez. I'm a parishioner at All Saints Church, and I'm here to encourage you to support the safe parking program. Given the constraint of time, I won't go into my analysis of CEQA, which I actually wrote some of the key CEQA legislation in the state of California, or some of the first safe parking programs that we instituted when I was chair of the UC Board of Regents. And looking at the file, I will say that I want to compliment your staff for an amazing job that the staff's done in preparing this file. But we come today at a time where our federal government is throwing the needy off SNAP programs, disproportionately impacting our unhoused community, where we're throwing people off of health care, disproportionately impacting our unhoused community. At a time when academic analysis of safe parking programs show the efficacy, the safety,
Sir, your
and the
time has
fact
expired.
that they extend not only quality of life, but life.
Thank you.
And
Mark Chase, followed by Joseph Batista, then Sue Shanley, then Mark Satterley.
I should have asked for this before, but for me, it would be helpful to understand if, the speakers are residents of Pasadena or parishioners, but certainly residents would be helpful to understand, particularly if you're a resident that lives in the vicinity.
Well, good evening, good evening, council. Thank you for your time. I just want to start my brief comments by reading the definition of continuous, something that persists, extends, or occurs without any pause, interruption, or break. And I think that certainly applies to our parking lot, which is used for religious purposes. It is one continuous site. You cannot separate a lot from any other. But I just want to urge the council tonight to remember that safe parking is, in fact, safe. And I have 4 points, but I'm only going to say 2 of them tonight. Safe parking is politically safe. Council members, don't listen to the voices that are trying to tell you that this is politically disastrous for your career. No one is going to look down the road and say, you know what, Tyrone Hampton, I would vote for him, but did you hear that he cares about people? Safe parking is a politically safe issue. Do not let those voices scare you. Finally, safe parking is ethically and morally safe. There's no better sleep that you can get in your whole life when you feel the fear
Sir,
of
your
doing
time
the
has
right
expired.
thing, and then you do the right thing anyway.
Thank you, sir.
Prepared to have the best sleep of your life.
Yes, thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
Joseph
Mr. Mayor?
Batista, Sue Shanley, then Mark Satterley,
Mr. Mayor?
then Angela Strong.
If you've heard your name, please step forward and form a line so that we can move. Okay. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Shanley. Ms. Shanley has stated
Anybody
for the
else
record
who
she'll
heard your name,
pass.
just step forward.
If you've heard your name,
Angela Strong, followed by Bob Iker, then Tara Leiniger.
Mr. Mayor, I asked to be recognized. It's not our practice to respond to public speakers for very good reasons. But I think it's, with all due respect, Reverend, I don't know anyone on this dais who has less fear of political consequences than my colleague, Mr. Hampton.
thank you.
That's real.
Ma'am.
Angela Strong, go ahead.
Hello, council members. My name is Angela Strong, and I'm a resident here in Pasadena in Councilmember Cole's district. And I'm here to speak in favor of the Safe Parking Program. The Safe Parking Program will protect all residents of Pasadena by giving people safe places to sleep and resources to help those living in their cars. Without the Safe Parking Program, they could lose their cars, which would be a larger problem for them and for all Pasadena residents. There's already been a safe parking program at Trinity Lutheran, and it has had a lot of success. There are people in need of this program right now, not later. We have a problem in this instance, and I urge you to not delay in allowing the safe parking program. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Last call for Joseph Batista and Mark Satterley. No. Okay. Bob Iker, then Tara Leiniger, then Rick Benalis, then Simon Anujic.
Sir, welcome.
Yes, I'm Bob Aker. I live in 212 Glen Summer Road in Pasadena, and I'm also a parishioner at All Saints. When my folks moved here, they purchased their house for $10,000 on North Fair Oaks Avenue. It burned in the Eaton fire at $1.3 million. Wages can't keep up. We've got a problem. All Saints has a really great solution. 25 spaces, limited services, a night watchman. Where do you get that anywhere else? We think at All Saints that our job is to go ahead and provide, food, clothing, and shelter when we can. We call that doing the Lord's work, which, by the way, charging lawyers to use our parking lot is also doing the Lord's work.
Remember, a majority of members of the council are lawyers, so.
And so am I. So I feel, that I get to go ahead and say that. So with your unanimous vote, we're not asking you to do the Lord's work. We just want you to give us the blessing so that we can do it for you, and you can take all the credit when you're running for re-election. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. Tara Leiniger, then Rick Benalis, then Simon Anjuk, then Tim Rich, then Connie Shield.
Hi, my name is Tara Leininger. I live on this block. Throughout the proposals for this parking program, it is repeated that there will be no effect on the surrounding neighborhood and residents. I wish this were the case. Unfortunately, those of us living on Euclid Avenue have felt the effects of inadequate mitigation measures for the other programs at Union Station and currently at All Saints Church. Any program has unintended consequences, and when coupled with wishful thinking, like the idea that a single security guard is sufficient to maintain the security and order of 25 individuals going through a life crisis, those consequences become dangerous. In the last few months, one of my neighbors had a beer bottle smashed in his face by a homeless man right outside of our apartment building. Another neighbor of mine had to put trash bags over her already opaque bathroom window as someone was outside constantly. I came home one day to find someone shooting up behind our dumpster. Unfortunately, I could go on. I understand that the desire to start a program like this comes from a place of empathy. I ask that we first start with empathy for our neighbors living on this street. I wish we were in a different place safety-wise, that there was a situation where we could start a program like this and we could consider it. Sadly, with the track record of safety on Euclid Avenue as it is, this program can only be described as utterly irresponsible.
Thank you.
Thank you. Rick Benalis, followed by Simon Anjuk, then Tim Rich, then Connie Shield, then Dylan Littlefield, then Michael Warner.
Sir, welcome.
Joe Bautista was online. He was trying to, he couldn't unmute.
Thank you.
He was never brought in because he had a speaker card in person, but we'll bring him in. Thank you for letting me know.
Council members, Mayor, thank you very much. I'm Rick Benalis. I'm the communications person for Interfaith Communities United for Justice and Peace. I live in Diamond Bar, the outskirts of the world. And but we do a lot of work with All Saints and in Pasadena. And I want to speak on behalf of the Safe Parking Program, because everybody has the right to feel safe, especially those that are unhoused. And I think the idea that the parking lots of the church are part of the religious grounds, maybe a parallel to that is the instance I heard about years ago when someone of note chased money changers out of the courtyard of a temple, right? The courtyard, well, they probably parked carts, horse carts there too. So also to go back to the idling issue and the example of a 120-degree day in Pasadena.
Sir, your time has expired.
Okay. If that happens between 7 p.m. and 7 a.m., there are more
Thank you.
problems in the city of Pasadena.
Thank you.
Simon Anjuk, followed by Tim Rich, then Connie Shield, then Dylan Littlefield, then Michael Warner, then David Smith.
Good evening. My name is Simon Anushchik. I'm a PhD student at Caltech and a resident of District 7. Pasadena, California, and most of the country are experiencing a homelessness crisis, as we all know. As a student, I and many of my friends here in Pasadena have struggled to afford housing here. Safe parking programs, such as the program proposed at All Saints Church, are an effective tool in combating homelessness. Providing a safe place to spend the night helps people keep jobs, reach resources, and maintain community and connection. The Trinity Safe Parking Program has already helped at least 18 people transition into permanent housing. When we find programs that work, we should support them. I urge you to approve this program and help reduce homelessness in Pasadena. Thank you.
Thank you. Tim Rich.
My name's Tim Rich. I'm the priest in charge at All Saints Church in Pasadena. I've been listening to this false dichotomy between religious activity and commercial activity on our lots. I want to be clear. Our baptismal covenant calls us to care for people, to strive for justice and peace. Safe parking is a religious activity. And that is why we are engaged in doing it. And I hope you will allow us to practice our religion and practice our faith and allow us to practice safe parking. Thank you.
Thank you. Connie Shield. Connie Shield, no. Dylan Littlefield, no.
Go ahead.
All right. Then Michael Warner, then David Smith, then Kaveh Nianmi, and then Jonathan Ashworth. Go ahead, sir.
Hi, my name is Dylan Littlefield. I'm the Old Catholic Bishop of California, and I also work with housing insecure populations across Southern California. My office is located inside Trinity Lutheran Church, so I'm there frequently in evenings, catching up on work. Because of that, I've come to know many of the safe parkers, and I can tell you I feel completely safe and seen leaving work as late as 10 o'clock at night with the safe parkers in our lot. The program works because it brings people out of isolation and into relationships with the community. Pastor Richter can speak to the operational details, but I've seen firsthand that many safe parking participants have moved to the permanent supportive housing they need, and those connections often begin right there in that lot through relationships that might never have formed anywhere else. The one thing I've noticed is that our safe parkers return. They come and talk to us. They tell us about their successes. They tell us about the things they're doing. And we need more of this in the San Gabriel Valley. Definitely more, not less. Please vote in favor of safe parking at All Saints.
Thank you. Michael Warner, followed by David Smith, then Kaveh Nianmi, then Jonathan Ashworth, then Al Hughes, then Bert Newton.
My name is Michael Warner. I live in Bungalow Heaven. I live in District 5, and most of you already know me. I am a former person from Trinity Lutheran Church. I have known most of our safe parkers in the past. Most of them have found permanent residence. The problems occur from the non-safe parkers, the people that do not have a car, they do not have insurance, they are not working, they're causing problems. They are the ones that are still going to be in the neighborhoods. They are the ones that are still going to be causing the problems in the area. The safe parkers help drive them away. The safe parkers are a good thing, and safe parking is important for our people that have a car and have insurance and have a job. Thank you.
Thank you. David Smith, followed by Kaveh Nianmi, then Jonathan Ashworth, Al Hughes, then Bert Newton.
Good evening. My name is David Smith. I'm a resident of Pasadena. I'm a parishioner at All Saints, and I'm a proud supporter of the Safe Parking Program. I was present at this council's meeting on November 17th, and I was encouraged that 4 of you voted in favor of the permit, but I was really discouraged that 3 did not. 4 months later, I hope this council can speak with one voice and unanimously approve the permit. It would be refreshing in this time of division and hatred if the council could speak as one voice. It would be refreshing for our unhoused population to hear you speak unanimously and with one voice. So I urge passage of safe parking. Thank you.
Thank you. Kavanagh, followed by Jonathan Ashworth, then Al Hughes, then Bert Newton, then Daniel Richter.
Sir, welcome.
Yes, my name is Calvin Aini. First of all, I just wanted to say thank you for disclosing the relationship that some of the council members had. That was the right thing to do. I have a question. Mayor Gordo, did you disclose your relationship in the last meeting in November when you voted actually against this? I saved my time. I would love to hear that. I wish Council Member Hampton was here. We didn't hear he disclosed. December 9, 2019, Councilmember Hampton as well worked with a gentleman, Pasadena Star News. Speaking of expectation, we're expecting honesty and transparency. I truly believe the right thing is you need to, excuse yourself on this vote, as you should not have voted last time. And you should, I was wondering if you disclose actually your relationship with the opposing side, because Pasadena Star News actually published it in December 9th of 2019.
Sir, your
this
time has
gentleman actually
expired.
worked with your campaign.
December 9th, 2019, I didn't have a campaign. Thank you.
So you should actually
sir, your
contact the
time has
Pasadena Star News.
expired.
I have the article.
Sir,
I'll pass it to you.
Please
I'll
do.
have it.
Thank you.
So
Thank you.
expectation, we
Sir,
are expecting
sir.
transparency.
Sir,
That's
I
what we're-
appreciate you being here. I appreciate you calling me out. I was in the back. I haven't eaten anything all day, so I just
Hey,
wanted,
okay,
Yeah.
let's move on.
and you should send it to me. I would appreciate it, and we will
Thank you.
have that conversation. But in 2019, there was no campaign. Thank you.
Jonathan
Hey, have a wonderful
Ashworth,
night.
followed by Al Hughes, followed by Bert Newton, then Daniel Richter, then Sharon Richter, then Susan Lee. Go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, council members, my name is Jonathan Ashworth, Navy veteran, formerly homeless. I was here in November when this was spoken about previously, and the notion then was that these people are going to bring a lot of problems to the area. Now, the notion of this council is suddenly that they're worried about the safety of those people that are coming to the park. Then you guys said it's both of those issues. So I can see where you guys would have those issues, except the anecdotal stories of unhoused people who are street homeless being the same as someone that's middle-aged, living in their car, trying to get housing, is not the same and is not sufficient evidence to say that people that are living in their cars are going to somehow be using heroin behind a dumpster or something like that. I don't see the correlation there. So I just, ask that you have compassion and give these people a chance to be somewhere safe for the night instead of being cited and harassed by police out on the streets of Pasadena. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Al Hughes, followed by Bert Newton, then Daniel Richter and Sharon Richter, and Susan Lee and Cliff Wampler.
Yes, Hal Hughes, parishioner at All Saints. First off, this whole process does not create the housing issue. That's already existing. This does provide safety both for those in their cars and for the community. Many are working and are students who just don't have a home. The city council determined that this is necessary, contacted All Saints to grant the space. This provides support for those parking in the property as they receive guidance to a more secure life. The council has spent considerable time and thought on this program, so thank you all. So has All Saints. Please do not allow all this work to go for naught. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bert Newton, followed by Daniel and Sharon Richter. Separate, of course. Go ahead.
Yes, good evening. So I've been instructed to tell you that the Interdenominational Ministerial Alliance supports the Safe Parking Program at All Saints, as does the Clergy Community Coalition. I was a housing navigator for 15 years here in Pasadena, and I can tell you that the population that uses safe parking programs is one that poses the least problems for anyone, and they're the easiest to work with. I personally know some people who are in or have graduated from the safe parking program at Trinity. Some of them are here tonight.
and I've worked with some of them on projects. I live half a block away from a building that houses formerly unhoused people, and they are great neighbors. I have worked with one of the residents there on a project. I can't say whether the opponents of this program are telling the truth, but I have extensive experience with unhoused people in personal and professional contexts, and I've not had anywhere near the problems they're talking about. We desperately need this program and others like it. Programs like these reduce crime and nuisance problems. Thank you.
Thank you. Daniel Richter, then Sharon Richter, then Susan Lee, then Cliff Wampler, and then Boss Mears.
Daniel Richter, I'm a member of Trinity Lutheran Church, and I'm here to just say that, echo what has been said about the value of these programs. I have known these safe parkers at Trinity for the entire time they've been there, and I would only ask the council to consider that arguments about the unsafe conditions on the streets in this neighborhood are not arguments against safe parker. They're arguments for safe parking, which makes the neighborhood safer, not less safe. Thank you.
Thank you. Sharon Richter, followed by Susan Lee, then Cliff Wampler.
Hi, I'm Pastor Sharon Richter, and you've all heard me talk before. I'm from Trinity Lutheran Church, so I'm not going to go over the same things again. Instead, I'm going to help you out with the idea of primary use of a religious facility. Under the NAICS codes, under the California state tax codes, under the federal government codes, any use by a church of part of its facility is the primary use. It's not the common definition of primary. This is a specific legal definition. If the church uses it at all, it is the primary use. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Susan Lee, followed by Cliff Wampler, then Boss Mears, then Denise Robb, then Tom Early, then Francis Myers.
Hello. I'm sure all of you are very caring people or you wouldn't be here. But I want you to listen to my testimony carefully because I was a safe parker at Trinity Lutheran for 2.5 years. I have lived experience. I know what being in the vulnerable population is. Being in safe parking is not being vulnerable. It is being secured. It has dignity. It has camaraderie and the other people in the program. Where would I go living out on the street? I would have lost my car. I got to keep my car. I'm now actively taking care of a man that has dementia and being able to provide for myself because I was in safe parking.
Thank you. Cliff Wampler, followed by Boss Mears, then Denise Robb, then Tom Early, then Francis Myers.
Thank you, Council. I'm Cliff. I'm a safe parker at Trinity Lutheran Church, and I believe idealistically that both sides here have more in common than we have in difference. Everybody seeks a shelter, a bathroom, electricity, warmth, clean clothing, compassion, a smile. The 250th anniversary of the country is coming this summer. I'd like to wax Jeffersonian for a brief second to say the spirit of the law supersedes the letter of the law. If we can't embrace the blessings of liberty as put forth in the preamble, then I don't know where we are. For centuries, humans have gone to churches, mosques, synagogues, and temples to seek help, refuge, and counsel. That's what All Saints is. So I conclude by saying a great band at the Rose Bowl once sang the lyric, "If I don't get some shelter, I'm gonna fade away." Thank you.
Thank you. Boss Mears. Boss Mears, Denise Robb, Tom Early, then Francis Myers, then Michael Caravan, then Alex Baker, then Samuel Alcorn.
Sir, welcome.
Good evening. My name's Tom Early. I'm a 39-year resident of Pasadena and a 14-year resident of the Maryland, adjacent to All Saints. I do my morning walk at 5 a.m., and it's a whole nother reality in our area, and I worry that one security guard is not going to be enough to contain this. It's a whole nother thing that I see at that hour, and I don't know, I just worry for the safety of my neighbors, and I don't think this is a good idea. I would be all for it in another spot, maybe the Rose Bowl parking lot where you've got space, but this is so dense, especially with the criminal courts building right there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
Francis
you.
Myers, then Michael Caravan, then Alex Baker, then Samuel Alcorn, and then Cora Cordova.
How do you do? I'm Frances Myers, and thank you for allowing me to speak for a moment. I have been a resident of Pasadena multiple times in different regions of this town. I came here in a very long time ago, in 1980. I have been here about 45 years. I have residence here, I have storages here, and I have suffered all kinds of burglaries here. I've been stalked and robbed and phone hacked, and every time I turned around, there was another obstacle. I have college degrees and union cards, and it makes no difference. They're always stolen, every week of every month of every year. I did not find that I would wind up on the streets, and I'm a senior citizen now, and as I said, I've been here 45 years. I did not find that I would end up on the streets because police would not do burglary investigations or would not write incident reports. Then I did not expect churches such as All Saints to steal the cars that my son brought me, that my sister Donna brought me.
Ma'am, your time has expired.
Okay, I will expire no longer because you need to
Ma'am.
stop the thefts and stop corrupt police.
Ma'am.
Thank you.
I'm
Michael,
going to add one more thing. There's an
Ms. Myers.
autistic system
Ms.
now
Myers.
going into the old parole board.
Miss,
There are going to be a lot of
Thank-
more
Michael
problems.
Thank
Caravan,
you.
followed by Alex Baker, then Samuel Alcorn, then Cora Cordova, and then Rachel Darling.
sir, welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council members. I'm Michael Canavan. I'm a resident of the Central District. I'm speaking tonight to ask you to reject the appeal and allow safe parking at All Saints to go forward. During this year's homeless count, we heard again and again from people who were afraid to sleep at night and did everything they could to stay awake and find a few hours to sleep during the day. They were afraid to sleep at night, almost a biological imperative, because they feared exposure to theft, harassment, and assault during the time when they were most vulnerable. Allowing 25 individuals to park overnight at All Saints will permit them the basic dignity of safety, sleep, privacy, and hygiene they are currently denied. If this appeal is granted tonight, these people won't just disappear. They are in our neighborhoods already. They are our neighbors. They will simply be worse off, less healthy, less safe, less likely to be placed in permanent housing, and more likely to slip into unsheltered homelessness. Please follow staff's recommendation and the ordinance you passed not even 3 years ago and approve safe parking at All Saints. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Alex Baker, followed by Samuel Alcorn, then Cora Cordova, then Rachel Darling, then John Pelzer, then Patrick Briggs.
Welcome, sir.
Welcome. Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Alex and I live here at the Maryland building. I moved here with my wife 3 years ago to Pasadena and we hope to build our family here. We're actually expecting a baby at the end of this year. One thing we're especially excited about the reopening of the Central Library in 2028 and being able to walk there as a family. The area around the City Hall and the future library is an important public space that will be heavily used by residents, students, families, especially in the early mornings and evenings when many people walk there to avoid the heat during the day. I support the city's efforts to address homelessness. However, I also believe location and planning matter. Since this program receives significant public funding, I would encourage the city to explore whether those funds could support locations that might be better suited for this type of program, including potentially using city-owned parking structure or lots where the city could ensure it does not impact the main civic corridor of Pasadena. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Samuel Alcorn, then Cora Cordova, Rachel Darling, John Pelzer, Patrick Briggs, and Kathy Vu.
Hi, my name is Sam Alcorn. I live 2 blocks from where we sit now in Councilmember Jones's district. I am here to support of the safe parking program. The application has been reviewed thoroughly at every level. The city has already authorized funds to operate this program. The operator is ready. All Saints is ready. The people who would use this are getting tickets on the street right now, and I'm sure would love for this to be open. The only thing missing is this council's approval. I urge you to vote yes tonight. Thank you.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Cora, go ahead.
Hi, I wanted to talk a little bit on being middle class and homeless. I lived in my car for about 6 months once I left my husband. I stayed at a college campus as my ex was getting his PhD degree. And having that safe place where I could shower, I was parked right next to the rec center. I would work out and then shower at night. And nobody knew I was homeless. I blended right in. Nobody even at work knew I was homeless. I don't think you guys understand just how much of a problem homelessness is. It's not just really poor people that are homeless. It is middle class people that are homeless. Middle class people, most of you guys are one crisis away from being homeless. While I was homeless, I met college students who were also middle class that were homeless. They were A students.
Ma'am.
They looked like typical
I'm sorry, your
A
time has
students.
expired.
Okay. All right,
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Rachel Darling, followed by John Peltzer, Patrick Briggs, Kathy Vu, Francis Hales, Kimberly Douglas.
Hi, my name is Rachel and I live in District 6 in Pasadena. If the city backs out of the safe parking program at All Saints, it will continue to significantly erode the public trust that Pasadena residents have in their city officials' ability to protect them. As the gentleman earlier said, it is not, nor has it ever been 110 degrees at night in Pasadena. That's a temperature more likely to occur in Death Valley. If emissions from like 20 cars are such a concern to people, I work in the environmental sector and volunteer my personal time to work with city staff to create an offset plan for these homeless parkers. There's nothing more to this opposition here than anti-homeless sentiment. This city needs help and it needs it now. And as the speaker before me noted, we're all closer to homelessness than we might think. Helping the most vulnerable in our community makes our entire community better. This program has the chance to change people's lives, and I'm wondering, will the council get in the way of this, or will it help make the difference? Thank you.
John Peltzer, then Patrick Briggs.
Thank you very much for allowing me this opportunity. I'm John Pelzer, and I'm a Shower of Hope volunteer. In that role, I have been delivering meals once a week to our 2 Safe Park locations for the past 5 years. As a result, there is one thing I am absolutely sure of. No one wants these locations to be safe for themselves and the neighborhoods around them than the people using these sites. In short, safe parking is safe for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Patrick Briggs, then Kathy Vu, Francis Hales, Kimberly Douglas, Michelle White, and Jeffrey Baum.
As a first-time commenter, I'd like to ask the council's grace for an extra 30 seconds. You'd mentioned at the beginning for first-time commenters that I could.
I think we amended that given the number of speakers.
Okay, my name is Patrick Briggs. My wife is standing here, Maddie, with me. Third generation Pasadenan. Let me just start with this quote from James Tallarico, who just won a Senate primary in Texas. 2,000 years ago, when the powerful few abused the many, a barefoot rabbi flipped over the tables of injustice. To those who love democracy, to those who love our neighbors, it's time to start flipping tables. I'm speaking in support of safe parking and against the status quo, and I'm going to do a little Bible if I can do it fast. It's from Isaiah 58. Look, you serve your own interests on your fast day and oppress all your workers. You fast only to quarrel and to fight and to strike with a wicked fist. Such fasting as you do today will not make your voice heard on high. Is such a fast that I choose a day to humble oneself? Is it to bow down the head like a bulrush and lie in sackcloth and ashes? Will you call this fast a day acceptable to the Lord? Is not this the fast that I choose, to loose the bonds of injustice, to undo the straps of the yoke, to let the oppressed go free, and to break every yoke?
Thank you.
If the church is asking for
Thank
this,
you, sir.
you guys should
Thank you.
bear that in mind.
Thank you. Kathy Vu, followed by Francis Hales, then Kimberly Douglas, then Michelle White, then Jeffrey Baum, then Lena Al-Sarraf.
Ma'am, welcome.
Sorry, 1 second. I gotta turn the text up really big. Hi, my name is Catherine, and I'm currently a resident of beautiful nearby Temple City. But as a 19-year-old working full-time while maintaining a 4.0 GPA, I found myself homeless and living in my car. I was able to leave homelessness thanks to the kindness of a single night shift security guard who kept me safe at my work parking lot while I slept in my car. It has been 13 years since then, but while I was writing this, I still remember how terrified I was the first night I realized that I had done everything right, I had done my best, and I had still become homeless. My heart breaks for the women sleeping in the cars tonight who are not as lucky as I was, and I hope you can give them the same chance that I got. Thank you.
Thank you. Francis Hales.
Hello, my name is Frances Hale. A couple of things stand out to me when listening to people speak tonight. One is the concern for the safety of the safe parkers. The safe parkers themselves know what safety is. They know how they feel, and they feel safe in the safe parking program. So please don't discount them like they don't know what they feel or what they experience. Their experience is valid. Second, the idea of just lumping everyone who is unhoused together in one group is one of the biggest reasons why there are no solutions. Here is a solution. Take those living in their cars, put them in a safe place. Then you can focus on other people and put your resources to those other instances that are dealing with homelessness. Thank you.
Thank you. Kimberly Douglas, Michelle White, Jeffrey Baum, Lena Alsaroff, Elizabeth Ellers, and Bailey Payne.
Ma'am, welcome.
I'm Kimberly Douglas and a longtime resident of District 7 and also a parishioner at All Saints. And as I look at this issue, I think hard about the role of institutions, the institutions that make our society, the society we want and we enjoy, and how important it is during this time, given what is happening in our country largely, that we look at our institutions. And so the All Saints Church is trying to make a difference here and address an issue that is serious for the community in terms of addressing homelessness. And I urge you to support this application by All Saints Church. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Michelle White, Mr. Baum had to leave. Lena Alsaroff, then Elizabeth Ellers, then Bailey Payne.
Welcome.
Hi, I'm Michelle White with Affordable Housing Services. I'm a resident of District 5, and we have housing in Northwest Pasadena. We provide permanent supportive housing and regular rental housing for individuals who are low and very low income. Approximately 40% of the residents that we have previously lived in their cars. These are both women and women with children. This has been a hard road for them, but they are excellent tenants, and they deserved a decent place to live while they were homeless, meaning a safe parking space. This is something that should be done citywide, and what I heard tonight.
Thank you, Ms. White.
Okay.
Thank you. Lena Alsaroff, then Elizabeth Ellers, then Bailey Payne, John Amirkov.
Good evening. I'm actually expressing my support for safe parking. I'm also a Pasadena resident. My building has been vandalized a few times. I wish I had a private security guard. As a medical provider, I have witnessed how homelessness or home insecurity can present a barrier to health and affect negatively families and individuals on several levels, impacting mental, physical, and emotional health. Especially for children, it can be traumatic and a hardship, presenting added stress and a feeling of not having that sense of safety, which is detrimental. Safety is critical for healthy childhood development. I want to commend All Saints for always being in the forefront of addressing social justice issues. Preventing those who are on the verge of hopelessness makes it easier for them to get back on their feet and in the community. This is our responsibility as Pasadena residents. I think All Saints would want you to read the code in a spiritual manner.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Elizabeth Ellers, followed by Bailey Payne, then John Amirkov, then Jesus Mello, and then Scott Chamberlain.
Good evening, Elizabeth Eilers. While my residency is in South Pasadena, I have a Pasadena business permit, and my office is just a couple blocks away from here. I'm a member of All Saints Church. I work 1 day a week at a homeless shelter in our neighboring community of Glendale. When I hear that a homeless individual has a car, I know they are halfway home. That makes all the difference. They can get to work if they have a job. They can do the errands they need. They are safe, more or less. But this is a win-win situation. Residents of the community don't feel safe when there are these strange cars around. And people in the unhoused in their cars don't feel safe randomly situated on streets. So
Ms.
this is
Eilers,
a
your time
win-win.
has expired.
I highly recommend you
Thank
to
you, ma'am.
support.
Thank you. Bailey Payne, followed by John Amirkov, then Jesus Mello, then Scott Chamberlain, and then Kevin Easy.
Welcome, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Bailey Payne. I first just want to offer, I see the fatigue and I felt the tension. If you would like to take a break and stand or shake anything out in my public comment, you're welcome to do so. I am a Pasadena resident, and I work at Fuller Seminary, which is just 2 blocks away. And having lived in student housing on Los Robles, across from All Saints, I am here speaking in support of safe parking. And I grant you that we cannot eliminate every security threat or guarantee that no threat will ever happen, but we can't do that because we're talking about working with humans, period. But we do have greater risks to consider. As we read today in particular of looming headlines of inflation that is dooming in the weeks to come, I think it's very normal for us to think of ourselves and how we'll be stretched and how we might be under threat. But I also urge us to have the capacity to remember that the most vulnerable will be the most acutely impacted.
Thank you.
Oh,
Sorry.
is that it? Is that my time?
No, go ahead.
Oh,
Go ahead.
and the way that we are going to make it through this time of inflation and like economic stress that is coming is to share our resources with one another. So my ask is to let you would let All Saints share their
Thank you.
resources with you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. John Amirkov, and then
Welcome,
Jesus
sir.
Mello, then Scott Chamberlain, and Kevin Easy.
First of all, I just want to say I'm looking at all of you, and you're listening, and you're looking at us, and it's late, and you have jobs, and thank you. I mean that from my heart. You know, maybe it's part of our job, but thank you. And to all the people here, to Mel from Shower of Hope, to Erica from Trinity, Erica and All Saints, and from the people from Trinity, and all the safe parking people that have spoken tonight, thank you. And to those who oppose, I get it. I've lived in downtown. I've seen stuff, but I just want you to reiterate what the gentleman from District 5 says. Parkers must have licenses, registration, and insurance. Register in advance and display a permit. No drugs, alcohol, guests, cooking, or idling. There will be a California licensed security guard, which means they passed an FBI background check. Just think about that. That's not necessarily a mental health patient or somebody shooting crack or heroin behind a dumpster.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you for your time.
Jesus Mello, go ahead.
Matthew 25:40 says, "The king will reply, 'Truly I tell you, whatever you did for one of the least of these brothers and sisters of mine, you did for me.' My name is Jesus Mello. I'm a Navy veteran, a pastor, and a student. I have experienced homelessness, and I've lived out of my car. Being homeless wasn't easy, but it would have been a lot harder without a car. I worry about other people who experience homelessness. Every advantage that we can give them, that makes a huge difference. Whatever we can do now, we should do now, not later. The city staff have been working with All Saints Church for over 2 years to get this program up and running. It would be operational if the application had not been appealed. Denying this application to start working on another program in another location could delay this program another 2 years. People need help now. We are in a homelessness crisis. Please don't stand in the way of those who are providing desperately needed services and programs. Thank you and blessings."
Thank you. Scott Chamberlain, followed by Kevin Easy, then Barbara Lamprecht, then Nancy Schmeider, then Anthony Manusos, and some of those are on virtually. Go ahead.
Great. My name is Scott Chamberlain. I own a condo at 404 South Orange Grove. I'm associate pastor at a church at Hill in Washington, Pasadena. I'm also executive director of the San Gabriel Valley Consortium on Homelessness that has 2,000 stakeholders across San Gabriel Valley. And in all of that, I just want to support the safe parking. And it's been said so well, is that those who are dealing with safe parking, in my experience, and I've been working with homelessness for 38 years, are working poor, seniors, those with disabilities, those who are trying to do their very, very best. And so it is so much better to be housed than to be on the street. It's more cost effective for us to put people into housing than to allow them on the street. A lot of the different stuff about violence and things like that is not towards the safe parking participant. So I want to encourage you that in this discussion that we would make sure that we're looking for more interim shelter, more safe parking, more housing, more prevention. When cities do a good continuum of that, they are successful. And so safe parking is part of that. So thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Sonia, you did submit a card. I don't know why. Oh, you can come up. Go ahead, Mr. Easy. Sorry.
So I'm glad I know that most of you are lawyers, so this will go very much easier. I know you know how to parse language, and there's something I keep hearing with the opposition that I haven't heard any of you correct yet or in your questioning tackle. It's this fear that needs to give way to nuance, because what I keep hearing is safe parking shouldn't happen because these people outside of safe parking are attacking my space. These people are fighting like crazy to not be those people that the opposition fears. That's the bottom line, is they're in this place to not be that, your current terror. Your current terror is what you're trying to stop. Ouroboros, it's the snake that keeps eating itself. Your own opposition right now. That's what you have to hear it, and it's your job to remind them. I know they're your constituents, but they need to hear that from you. This questioning isn't getting to the root.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir. Oh, hold on, Sonia. So, some people that are still in the chamber, maybe. Sonia Burnt, then Ellen Snortland. Sorry, I apologize. And then Yachty is the people that are in the space. Go ahead.
If you'll
Ms.
work your way to
Snortland,
the-
if you could move forward, that would be great. Thank you.
Ms.
Go
Burnt,
ahead,
welcome.
Ms. Burnt.
Yeah, I just want to address the calls for service issue. I was at a town hall where former Chief Perez was talking about all the calls for service for transients. I asked him, how many calls for services from residents in Centennial Place? He said, almost none. Why? They're housed. It's the same principle with the supervised 25 parkers. They are safe, they have a security guard, and they're locked cars. Appellant says, I think it's going to increase drugs and violence. Why? That's not even logical. It's speculation. There's no factual support that it will adversely affect the public welfare. You cannot base your opinion or your decision on speculation. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Snortland, step forward.
Ellen, welcome.
Hi. My name is Ellen Snortland. That's spelled Snortland. I have written for the Pasadena Weekly for over 30 years, and I don't live in Pasadena. I'm a full loss survivor of the Altadena fire, and I'm keenly aware of the people who are unhoused because of the climate crisis, and to cut off the possibility of some safe housing if they have a car left. I mean, come on. You know, and the one thing I haven't heard tonight is not in my backyard. I mean, if it looks like a NIMBY, quacks like a NIMBY, it's a NIMBY. And, you know, it's just like, come on, open your hearts. I mean, all this talk about, you know, idling and parking lot 12 and everything else. That's BS, excuse me, but, I'm a foul mouth person. Anyway, thank you.
Your time
Please
has
vote.
expired.
Yes.
Thank you.
Gotti?
Thank you. Yadi, welcome.
Hi, I just wanted to thank you all for being really thorough and having this debate, but I'm actually also really saddened by how contentious it's been and want to see if there's a way to change the way that these kind of proceedings happen in the future, the ordinance, so it's not so contentious. And also the calls for service was a little confusing. I'm not really sure how germane it is to the conversation, especially after hearing from the police department and the mayor bringing up the 4,000 something calls for service, which I asked for records of and I didn't see that. And so I'm not really sure how this is supposed to happen and to factor into the hearing conversation that's happening. That's all I wanted to share.
Thank you. Barbara Lamprecht is not virtual? No? Okay, and then Nancy Schmider, not virtual. So, Nancy Schmider? All right, let's promote her and see if that's Nancy Schmider, followed by Anthony Manousos.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, my name is Nancy Schmieder, and I'm the Congregational President at Trinity Lutheran Church. Pasadena is facing a homelessness crisis, and we need practical solutions that help people before they fall deeper into it. Safe parking programs do exactly that by providing people living in their cars with a safe place to stay while they work towards stable housing. We know this approach works. Trinity's Safe Parking program has operated successfully for several years with no city funding. It serves up to 10 vehicles at a time and has already helped at least 18 people move into permanent housing with no police interventions involving the participants. Safe parking is also cost effective. When people are helped earlier, while they still have a vehicle, a job, and some stability, it is far easier and less expensive to help them return to housing. Smaller communities, like a faith-based community, also provide something
Ma'am, your
unique.
time has expired. Anthony
Thank you, ma'am.
Manousos, followed by Tunisia Ofri, and then Carmen Condi.
Welcome.
Greetings, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Wonderful. Well, I am a resident of District 1. I'm the co-founder of Making Housing and Community Happen, and I'm proud to be in a city that is committed to ending homelessness. And all of you around the dais, I know, are committed to that goal. So I want to thank you. As a person of faith, I believe that providing services for unhoused people is a religious imperative based on biblical mandates that churches like All Saints and Trinity Lutheran take seriously. Therefore, using the parking lot for safe parking is consistent with the mission of the church. And All Saints should be commended for offering its site for free to serve our city's unhoused residents. So I support safe parking at All Saints for that reason.
Thank you.
Tunisia Ofre, followed by Carmen Condi, then Jill Shook, then Savannah Dale.
Welcome.
Tunisia?
Ms. Ofri.
Is she there? Tunisia Ofre?
Tunisia.
Tunisia, sorry.
Okay, hello?
There you go, we got you. Go ahead.
So sorry.
That's okay.
Are you guys able to hear me?
Yes, go ahead. Hello?
Having,
Can you hear me?
okay, now I can hear you.
All
I'm
right,
so
go
sorry.
ahead, no problem, go ahead.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Tanisha Ofre. I am the managing director at Shepherd's Door, and I am here to represent the silent voices that do not have the courage to come forth and share their experiences with safe parking. Safe parking may address the needs of some individuals experiencing homelessness, but it does not adequately address the needs of women experiencing homeless due to domestic violence. From my direct experience at Shepherd's Door, we currently have 3 program participants who previously stayed in safe parking programs and were re-victimized while living there. In one case, a 5-year-old child was present when the re-victimization occurred. Sexual assault and abuse are significantly underreported, particularly among women experiencing homelessness. Underreporting does not mean that these incidents are not happening. Survivors often remain silent due to fear, trauma, and lack of safe alternatives. When vulnerable women are commingled with populations facing complex behavioral health or substance use challenges, the risk of exploitation and harm increases significantly. Security at safe parking
Ms.
sites
Ofrey, your
can
time
reduce
has expired.
but it cannot fully prevent re-victimization. Thank you.
Thank you. Carmen Condi, then Jill Shook, then Savannah Dale.
Hi, yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Carmen, and I'm a resident of Pasadena. I am a social worker, and I'm also a mutual aid organizer working with unhoused folks right here in this block of Pasadena. I am here in support of the safe parking site at All Saints. And if you can't approve of this site, then I have no hope that you can take any significant action to help unhoused people in Pasadena. You offer no better options, and I witness every day the lack of services and shelter for unhoused folks in our city. Please don't be swayed by this hateful, false rhetoric that unhoused people are dangerous criminals. No matter where you decide to implement safe parking, you will always have homeowners opposing it because there's a serious, hateful, anti-homeless sentiment. Unhoused residents are our neighbors, and they deserve to be here just as much as any housed person. You should not be trying to throw them away somewhere else and not wanting them in your block. They are your neighbors, so please just approve the site that the vendors are ready to run. Thank you.
Thank you. Jill Shook, then Savannah Dale, and then the last speaker will be Adriana Batista. Jill Shook. Jill, you need to unmute. Okay, we can't hear you, Jill. We'll come back to you, Savannah Dale. And then Adriana Batista, I see you in the back. You want to come forward?
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Hi, Savannah Dale, Pasadena resident. I have my MPH and I'm a PhD student in evaluation of applied research methods. And since we're talking about the merits of the program, I just want to reference one of the most comprehensive studies to date done on safe parking, which was done from 2021 to 2023 in San Diego. And it found that 40% of participants who go through that safe parking program exit into permanent housing within that time frame. And that is about 3 times higher than what we see in any other emergency service programs. So, this is a solution for people. It's not something that people do when they're in a state of complete crisis, when they're on drugs. It's a state that they can go to when they need a safety net to be able to find a house. So I'm strongly in support of safe parking program.
Thank you. Adriana, go ahead.
Yeah. I want to start by saying Jesus was a homeless man. He was born in a manger in a city that did not have vacancy for him. And he also told his own disciples that the cost of following him would be to have no place to rest your head. When he said, the Son of Man has no place even to lay his head. Hampton said, this isn't Los Angeles, this is Pasadena. The last person I heard say that was former city manager Steve Mermel. Former. Pasadena has a big heart when it comes to helping each other out. I think we've all seen that through the fire recovery. And I think it's really insensitive to continue to separate ourselves when it comes to things like this that before this council seem like inconveniences, but then when you want a photo opportunity to take, some kind of championship or leadership credit for the fire recovery, there's no issue with that. Renters in Altadena.
Adriana, your time has expired.
Okay, thank you. I just want to say renters in Altadena, informal residents, and those who are underinsured or uninsured have very little support right now. And many are living in their cars. I personally know many of them who,
Thank
before
you. Jill
this,
Shook.
this conversation should be safe for them to enter. And the way it's gone tonight, I really commend everyone who's been unhoused and came forth, and I honor your experience.
Thank you.
I'd like to clarify my comments, Ms. Batista. My comments were related to that we listen to our residents here in Pasadena. Thank you.
Hello?
Hi, Jill, go ahead.
Okay. I feel like if we ignore the needs of the most vulnerable in our city, a little piece of our soul is being diminished. In a city like ours, where there is no legal place to park on the street, could also be tempted tonight to disallow parking even on private property for those who have no place to park. If so, we would be forgetting how this could affect the very soul of ourselves and our city. All Saints is a church with a big heart and a big soul. They have proven their effectiveness with Safe Haven program, and they're very capable of loving those that would come into the safe parking program to bring healing and hope and housing. We cannot give into the fear mongering.
Thank you, Jill.
Okay, thank you.
Heavenly Hughes is the last speaker. Heavenly?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead. 1 minute.
I was homeless at 24 years old with 2 young children living in Pasadena in my car. I did not have any safe place to go. I was actually victimized by the police, being harassed, trying to find a safe space for me and my 2 young children. It will be useful to have a safe place for women and children to stay, although I also echo what Tanisha brought up, that it is not the complete solution and answer. I hear you say, Mayor Victor Gordo, quite often that we are the DINA, meaning that those who are in Altadena, who's lost everything, who are now living in Pasadena. I don't know how long it takes to be considered a resident of Pasadena, but if you've been living in Pasadena in your cars since the fire, I would say that now we are residents of Pasadena and look for a safe haven for those who are living in their cars till this day due to the fire. So please be considerate of the DINA.
Thank you, Heavenly.
Thank you, Heavenly.
That completes public comment on this item. Mayor, did you want to go to the rebuttals for the appellant?
Yes, let's hear from the appellant and the applicant on rebuttal.
Appellant first.
3 minutes.
3 minutes for rebuttal.
I've heard a lot of what I call self-righteous statements tonight that seem to divide the people who oppose this program with being somehow uncaring about the homeless. I don't think that's a fair characterization of our situation. Maybe I do quack, but this isn't really the place to put the homeless parking program. That's really the essence of our position on the merits. I've talked to you about the procedure. You can decide for yourself what you're going to do about that, but it won't be the last word if you decide otherwise.
Thank you, sir.
I'll just take this opportunity to give the one example that I think puts a sharp point on this. So All Saints bought the parcel in question, number 12, in 1990. It was a commercial lot, and it's been run as that since. Suppose they had bought a pizzeria, right? And they hired or a contract with Pizza Hut, and it operated as a pizzeria ever since then. But they occasionally use the parking lot on, Sunday mornings. Would you think that that is a religious facility site under your code? The answer is no, and I do not understand the difference between that situation and this situation. Again, I think it's going to get people in safe parking sooner if you simply move where you're planning to put this. Thank you.
Thank you. That completes the rebuttal, I take
Okay.
it.
Mr. Hampton, you're in the queue.
No, we're
Oh,
gonna
I'm
do
sorry.
the
I
applicant.
apologize. The appellant next.
Applicant.
Applicant, thank you.
Mayor and council members, like you said, Councilmember Hampton, listen to your residents. We saw so many folks here, women particularly, who had lived
Can
in
you
their
address
cars.
the whole council instead
No, it's
of
totally fine.
individuals?
I've been targeted all night
Well,
tonight, and I don't know what it
let's
is,
just
but
keep-
I'm
let's
happy
keep
to hear it.
decorum
It's not
here.
fine
No,
with
no,
me.
no, it's totally fine with me, because if I have to be the bad guy in the whole entire council, I can be that.
So,
But I'm not going to be that, because I love you anyways, brother, and I'm just gonna let you know that I do, and I'm here to hear what you have to say.
You can say it, but let's see if your vote counts for
My
it.
word and
Okay,
what
let's
how
just
I respond
proceed.
to you in public,
Sir.
how I see you in public, how I see you here, is not
Sir.
going to be any different than how I see you outside.
Okay.
If you'll,
And I'll
if
embrace you
you'll,
with a hug regardless of how I
if
feel.
you, if
I
you,
appreciate that.
if you'll
And I
address,
appreciate you.
but do address the full council, thank you.
At the end of the day, Mayor and council member, first off, I want to thank Councilmember Madison for bringing this back into hearing. Council members Leon, Cole, Masuda, and Rivas for approving this hearing. I think we have proven again and again, and we have heard from countless folks who have lived experience, people who had situations where they were forced into living in their cars, but they found that that was the only way out, that they could get out, but not only get out, but be successful. I think the appellants are talking about a pizza joint, but what we're talking about is helping people in Pasadena. Right now, we don't know how the economy is going to look. I'm not talking about next year, in the next few months. People are suffering because gas prices are up. Next thing you know, commodities are going to go up because transportation costs go up. People are struggling. This is something we can do now. All Saints is ready to take this on. We are ready to take this on. What we're saying is give us a chance to help the people of Pasadena who are forced to live in their vehicles. Thank you.
I want to thank you for your time this evening. It's late. We appreciate all of your time and the effort that you put into this. We hope that you will vote in favor of this and give All Saints the opportunity to continue supporting the unhoused community as it's been doing for quite some time. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
That completes
Okay.
public comment and the applicant and appellant presentations.
Okay, and Mr. Hampton?
I'd like to make a motion to close the public hearing first, and then I'd like to say something.
Before we do that, I had some follow-up for the lieutenant on
That's
some of the call numbers, so let's hold on that.
Oh, actually, we could close the public hearing, you can still get, oh, you keep it open? Okay.
So Lieutenant, I asked about calls for service. Do you have something to distribute? Or, oh, here it is. Yeah. Yeah. So I'd like to ask you about the calls for service in general in this area. According to the document I have in front of me on, and members of the council should have that as well. Let's wait till everyone has one. Would you like mine to do these? I can't. That wasn't me, but sure, I'll take it. Any extras for the public? Maybe one for the applicant and one for the appellant. Does the appellant wish? Okay.
Green thing's not working anymore?
I'm gonna see if I email it to them.
Okay.
So while the clerk looks for a way to put it up on the screen, so I have a document that makes reference to calls for service in this vicinity and all in the vicinity from June 1 of 2024 through 12/14 of 2025. You recognize that?
I have it here. Yes,
Okay.
sir.
And
A year and a half. Did I hear correctly?
yeah, it's on the document, 6/1/2024 through 12/14 of 2025.
Okay, so that's a year and a half.
Approximately a year and a half, yeah.
Can I ask when this was prepared?
My office asked,
I'm asking the lieutenant.
oh, I see.
Oh, I don't know, sir. I didn't prepare this document.
Oh, who did?
I believe it was the mayor or your officer.
Deputy Chief Shute I asked my office to ask Deputy Chief Shute to provide the numbers.
When was that?
I think in December.
So you've had this for some time and are just bringing this at the end of the hearing?
No, I'm not stringing it, I'm putting it to the record. I asked about calls for service last time. And so, so with regard to total calls for service, there are apparently 4,093 calls. If you turn the page to page 2.
Is Deputy Chief Shute available?
Not that I'm aware, unless Lieutenant Bundy knows. Is Deputy Chief Shute available?
He's not present right now, sir.
No, he's not here this evening.
So with regard to calls
Sorry,
for
Mayor, the area you're talking about, is this the same area that's on the map here?
Yeah, page
It's
2.
Exactly contiguous with this area?
Yeah, let me just describe it. So if you look at page 2 of the document, you'll see the central library is grid 523. Grid 557 is the corner of Walnut and I guess the Kaiser property. And then we have, I'm sorry, that's 557. 527 is the courthouse. And grid 559 is the All Saints.
No, I think we can all see the map. Do these numbers relate to this whole square, this whole rectangle that we see here that goes from Colorado to Corson and Marengo to Los Robles?
No, it goes from Union to Walnut, then Los Robles to looks like Marengo.
It's Marengo, according to this map that we're looking at, it says Corson at the north end, Colorado on the south end, Marengo in the west, and Los Robles on the east.
Correct. Mm-hmm.
And the numbers are for, exactly what I just asked.
Yeah.
So the numbers are for that
For this,
that whole
just for
rectangle.
this, the total number, the 493 is the total for that square, for that geographic area. Then the grid numbers that you see have individual numbers for calls for service. So I'll just start with City Hall. Calls for service, according to this document generated by the police department, are 1,205 calls. And I raise this because, you know, these are real issues. I mean, I appreciate, and I've not heard anyone say they don't support safe parking. It's one of the concerns that I've had is the over concentration in an area that's already significantly impacted, not just for residents, but for businesses and for the church itself, for City Hall, people who come here, and for the participants of a safe parking program. So in my mind, the question is, are we locating a particular use in an area that's oversaturated and that already struggles with calls for service?
Mayor,
So
I'm sorry, I just have to raise a point of order. There's a footer that says this was printed out on December 16th, 2025.
Yeah,
And
that's
I
what
don't know, Mr. City Manager, how the mayor is directing your staff to create evidence that he then is going to testify about in this hearing, in which we're sitting as a quasi-judicial body, and the staff's not here to authenticate it or provide the foundation or answer the questions.
Mr. Madison.
Is the mayor testifying here? I
just
get
wanna
that
clarify
you,
something.
Mayor, I get that you really don't want this project, and I don't know why that is.
No.
but
Councilmember Madison.
You don't.
I
No,
would-
sir, wait a minute.
I would like
Let
to
me- I
clarify
have the
something
floor,
for the
sir.
public, because
You've been
we ask for
interrupting
stats
people
like
all
this
night
at
long.
all
Sir,
of our.
please, let me finish.
Each and every one of us have access to ask for stats.
That's right.
So to try to like act like he did something outside of the city manager's direction, that's unfair. Because I mean, you have community meetings, we all have community meetings, and we could ask for stats for anything.
It should have been provided to all of us before the meeting. That's the issue.
I agree with
And
that.
I would bring up,
Yeah.
Mayor,
So-
Mayor, I would bring up that we actually pulled these stats for our community meeting with the Central District residents after the public hearing, after they reached out to us, and then the mayor attended my community meeting.
I know I got them.
Why weren't they provided to us?
Did you attend the meeting?
So,
Pardon me? Why weren't they provided to us?
As part of the record tonight.
Yeah, put into the
Yeah.
record.
Well, I'm putting it in the record. I mean, I
Yeah.
received these numbers. I thought it was my staff, but you're right, it may have been at your community meeting. I don't frankly recall, but I know I received this sometime in December, or maybe afterwards. So according to this document, the calls for service for City Hall are 1,205, and we've all seen it, 1,205 in about a year and a half period. That's a lot of calls for service. At the courthouse, we have 238 calls for service, just to give you some context. At the library, where we've also had calls for service, there's 162 calls for service. The Centennial Square complex has, looks like 1,040 calls for service. I don't know what Chief Perez was talking about, but we've all known that there are a lot of calls for service generated at Centennial Square. And then the All Saints campus has 314 calls for service, just the church. And so.
Well, wait,
what?
that's Square 559, which is that just the church? Or does
That's
that
the-
also, it
that's the
looks like
church.
that also includes Plaza Las Fuentes
Yeah.
and the hotel. So it's not just the church. It may include some of the
You're correct, you're correct.
Maryland's had
You're right.
175 calls.
The grid does include the church as well as the hotel.
Seems low.
And Plaza Las Fuentes.
In that light.
And a portion.
And the restaurant, Alexander's.
Mm,
And yeah.
I don't think it includes the Alexanders.
It does.
It
And
does.
the Maryland.
it goes all the way to Los Robles, Mayor.
Yeah.
Not grid.
CPK is in there.
560,
Well, 560 is the Maryland.
correct.
They've had 175 calls.
And Alexanders.
No, the Maryland is in 559. Immediately north of.
You are correct. The Maryland is in 559. That's right. That's
Where's-
the Alexander Building. And do we know the nature of these calls? Or how they were resolved?
They're included if you keep turning. So the point being that this is an area that receives a lot of calls. And for service, and it has a lot of activity.
Yeah.
The nature of the calls were, I also asked for that, and you'll see some of them in attached. But that's the concern, and so what I'm saying is, let's not dismiss that outright.
No, that's right.
It's relevant not just to the existing circumstances, it's relevant not just to public safety for this entire area, but for the people that this program seeks to help.
But can we take a minute to
But
dive
it's
down
also-
into these numbers?
But it's also relevant to conditions that, if this
For sure.
council goes forward, may want to impose. So for all of those reasons, I thought it important to have these matters discussed. Now, some people may not like that, but this is the time and place to have that discussion. It's a public hearing, Mr. Madison, and that's why I think it's important that we have that discussion.
Can we take a second to contextualize these? 'Cause
Sure.
Of your 4,093 calls, 1,067, the call was canceled. So that is inconclusive. 110 were a false alarm. 255 were gone on arrival. And 1,934 were no further action taken, resolved before they got there, and 143 were unable to locate. So of the 4,093, 3,509 are completely inconclusive. Only 62 of these even resulted in a citation. So the numbers matter, but you can't just pull them out of thin air without trying to contextualize them with meaning in
Well,
there.
I'm trying to do that, and so.
Okay.
Yeah, and so Lieutenant, if you can just translate what these calls for service, the different categories that are on page, were you referring to page 3, Mr. 4? Thank you.
Or the
Page
front
4.
page, right? Isn't it where I think it's the front. You want the thing that breaks down burglary alarm, traffic stop?
Well,
that
no,
stuff?
I asked for, I wanted to get a sense of what kind of calls.
Yeah.
And what kind of activity we're seeing. And so, Lieutenant, the final, as to CAD events, final disposition,
Yes.
what does it mean to add a case, to cancel? I know what citation is, but if you can just help me understand what that means. Help the council and the public understand.
Sure. So add case is basically there was a report previously taken, and an officer went back on follow-up, so an officer or a detective, and did something there that was tied to a previous case. So that, what they did is added to the original case.
Okay.
Cancel is, yes, the call is canceled for some reason. Citation, self-explanatory, false alarm. Likewise, gone on arrival, the officer arrived and couldn't find whatever the original call was about.
Okay.
No further resolved means no report was taken, so the officer went there, dealt with whatever the situation was, but it did not end up in anybody being arrested or a report being taken.
Okay.
They were able to kind of dispose it to everyone's satisfaction at that time.
Okay.
Outside referral means that it was, we basically helped the different agencies. So for instance, if the fire department was there for medical and an officer went for traffic control or something, we helped them, but it wasn't, they're probably not the primary. It's an outside helping, basically, outside
Okay.
assist to a different agency. Police advised, that's unusual. I think it's just like a FYI, kind of a heads up, something's happening there.
Okay.
Report, so an officer, out of the ones that they went to, the officer took a report there 297 times. Unable to locate is kind of like gone on arrival. The officer got there but was unable to locate whoever or whatever it was that they were sent there to deal with. Unfounded is that we got a call, the officer got there and determined that it was factually not what the original call came in as. And so whatever was reported was found to not be the case. And a warning is generally a person is told, for instance, we often see those when it's trespassing, but the property owners don't want to prosecute, and so they just want them warned. The person is told to leave and that the property owner does not want them to come back on the property or they will be cited for trespassing next time, and that is a warning.
And when it's officer initiated when it's citizen initiated versus officer initiated, that could be just someone driving by, or it could be a resident, or it could be someone at the church itself or one of the other properties, including the library. Am I correct about that?
For the other initiated, that's, or yes, we're.
Citizen. I'm
Yes.
sorry, other initiated.
Okay, yes, both of those. We got a call. Somebody called the police or flagged an officer down, and the officer responded at the request of a third party.
Okay. Thank you. Questions?
I have a question. I'm not in the queue, though, so if
Oh.
Mr. Hampton.
No, I was going to close and I was going to make my comments.
Mr. Cole?
So, these are calls for service, and you've given us a helpful breakdown. Thank you. This does not tell us how many crimes were reported, is that correct?
Mm-hmm. I'd have to look at the other, see if it's listed on a different page, sir.
Sure. From what I know of police work, those 297 reports would include some number of crimes, right?
Yes,
A
sir.
report doesn't always indicate that a crime has been committed, but a report could be for a situation that doesn't rise to the level of a crime, is that correct?
Yes, sir. That is correct.
So there's something less than 297 crimes reported in this area during this period?
It could still be a crime, for instance, where the person, for instance, on the prior example of a trespassing, technically that could have been a crime, but the person elected not to prosecute, so that call was resolved.
So that would not be reported as a crime when we do our annual statistics, or would be?
That would not be, no, sir.
Look, I'm really trying to figure out all of this. I'm not trying to minimize this. I think calls for service, certainly has been an indicator on things like a liquor store, right? We have to go out there over and over and over and over and over again. This is a very busy part of our downtown, and it doesn't surprise me that we have a lot of calls for service. I think what people are mostly concerned about is crime, is where there's a victimization, and I take those very seriously. It doesn't appear that we have a handle on that tonight.
Yeah, this was just because I've heard some, I shouldn't say a lot, I've heard some people minimize the experience that, some of the people who live in this neighborhood, and it is a neighborhood, or have businesses, are experiencing. And this is just intended to give some context to what I see certainly here at City Hall and what I see coming to and from City Hall. That's it.
I appreciate that.
Yeah. And
Again,
importantly, with the residents, who I, together with Mr. Jones, represent.
Right.
Including Mr. Truitt and the others, they are constituents, they are residents in this neighborhood.
I agree with that. I actually want to cut you some slack, Mr. Mayor. I recall either you or one of the other members asking in December for these statistics beyond, and I do think it's unfortunate it was not in our packet. I think that if this is an important part of our record, it should have been in. I don't know where that fell through the cracks.
Yeah.
At this point, that's moot. But I think, to the extent that this is valuable, we have voluminous stuff in our record, and if this was relevant, and I think arguably it is, although I think it doesn't tell us a whole lot, it would have been appropriate. And again, I do think that, and that's one of the reasons, totally separate from what we're talking about tonight, that I think we need a better tracking system for what the council asks for. I don't think we actually have a formal tracking system for the council's directions, and I think that sometimes leads to things falling between the cracks. And I think this may be an example of that.
Yeah, we did ask for it. Okay. Mr. Hampton, followed by Mr. Madison.
Are there still questions of staff?
I do have some more. So are you going to move, Mr. Hampton, to close? Yeah. Could I ask my questions before you do that, just so it's part of, Mayor? May I? Thank you, thank you. Well, I think perhaps feel more strongly that this isn't just a case where stats were asked for and then they were embargoed in the mayor's office until, the last minute. We have Lieutenant Tully here to testify about the stats that were provided to the staff, provided to the council ahead of time, and those were the stats that we assumed had been asked for. So then to find out that 3 months ago, the mayor's office, and I apologize, Mr. Marquez, you know, I hold you in such high regard. I wasn't being critical, but I'm just flabbergasted that any one of us would direct staff to prepare something, not provide it to planning, who's working this case up, not make it formally part of the record for the community and for us to see if it was germane. Even our lieutenant is caught off guard here because he, as he said when I asked him, he doesn't know what this is. You know, I don't think it's moot, respectfully. I think the mayor tried to testify as best he could, but you know, stating that a whole city block was the church when it's not at the church, it's a hotel and it's a restaurant and it gets calls for service for fistfights and drunks, and it's a busy artery in the city that we have, I'm quite sure, many driving while impaired investigations that are conducted there, all of which go back to that address. I think we've even done checkpoints on that block. So it's disappointing, and to me, I'm going to give this evidence very little weight myself in weighing the evidence. Police reports usually do contain evidence of crime because, as we could see from the various off-ramps, that a police report does not result from a call for service. By the time you get down to the police reports, my experience is generally there will be at least potentially a criminal violation for the police report, for the resources to be expended to actually prepare a report. I talk to officers sometimes, and they're still writing the report, and the suspect has been released already. You know, it's an important task of policing. And my one question is, do you know how many calls for service citywide we get each year? I'm remembering a figure from prior hearings at public safety and at the council, but I think that number would probably surprise many of us of how busy our police department is. So, do you?
I do not know, sir. I'm sorry.
Do you, Mr. City Manager or staff, recall?
It's in excess of 100,000.
Yeah, that's my recollection as well.
That's my recollection as well,
Yeah.
but I don't have that data at the top of my head.
So it's hard to put this in context. Obviously, this is a civic center area that's very busy, that sees a lot of traffic and all the rest. So, and you know, I agree, perhaps we need some policies about, you know, how we handle information like this in the future. But those are my comments. I appreciate being able to make them. Thank you.
If I can just respond briefly, I think your comments are disingenuous at best, Mr. Madison. You know, the last time this matter was here, I tried to ask about the legality, as I did today, of this whole procedure. And it is part of my fiduciary duty to ensure that any actions of the city council or hearings are grounded in our policy and procedure. Now, you and I happen to disagree on that issue, but I have the right. You try to shut it down, and, you know, I don't know why. But, you know, I haven't heard you disclose that one of the, I mean, I wonder if you're so vehemently in support because someone who ran campaigns against you is on the other side. Mr. Truitt ran campaigns against you, and you know that you haven't disclosed that. Campaigns that were very costly to you. So you know, I won't belabor the point other than to say, I asked for these numbers. We're well within our right. We are well within our right to ask staff for information. I asked for it at the last hearing where you tried to shut me down when I requested information and requested to know about the legality. And so when I didn't see it in the packet, I have information that I do think is relevant, and so I've provided it as appropriate in this public hearing, and I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
Mayor, I'll let the record speak for itself on that. I think I did cover Mr. Truitt's opposition to me. It's I think he's 0-3. It's kind of my lucky charm when he runs a campaign against me. I harbor no ill will toward him. It is ironic that the three members that seem so opposed to this have all been represented by him in their
I have
campaigns.
not been represented by
Well,
him. I have not. And Mr. Madison, if you have any evidence of that, please bring it forward. That is untrue.
I want to be clear, Mayor. Apparently, there's not a financial relationship, but
No.
my understanding, he has advised you, I thought you disclosed earlier that you meet with him regularly about
I
issues.
did not say I meet with him regularly. In fact, I don't.
Oh, you
I
did,
said
Mayor.
I
You
said
did.
I
Yeah.
talked to him. I talked to him. I do not meet with him. Ray, in fact-
Respectfully, can we
So-
stick to the issue?
So-
I think it's really unfair that we're sitting here and we're attacking one another.
I agree.
Based
Yeah.
on, and basically saying or assuming that someone voted in favor or voted a certain way because they know someone. I mean, my father advises my campaigns, and you know how many times I've walked out of here and he's like, "Why the hell did you vote that way?" I mean, yes, we all. I don't think anybody in this room doesn't know Mr. Truitt, I will say, I don't think anyone in here does not know him. He is elected. So I mean, not him elected, but the candidates. He has worked with so many candidates. In this, Councilmember Masuda, I'm not pointing at you, but I'm just saying, had worked with him as well. So I think the fact to say that three of us. No, I'm just saying we all, go ahead.
I did work with him in 2007.
Right, exactly. So I think it's unfair that we're bringing up, you said that you lost? You said you lost?
I did.
What?
You got to put your mic on.
Well, you're really good at the door, though. I'll tell you that. I mean, I know that for a fact. But I'm just saying that the fact that we have track records of where there have been opportunities.
I didn't
where
bring it up.
individuals-
I was talking about the evidence.
You brought it up.
I did not.
You
The
did
mayor
bring it up.
accused
You know,
me
you
of
brought
not
it up because-
disclosing
let me say
something
this.
that I have
You brought it up
personally.
because you said the three that voted no.
After the mayor attacked me and said that I was
No,
biased.
But then you brought me into it. I mean, so I'm just
sorry.
I'm just saying.
That's not true.
All I'm saying is you just said that the three that voted no all have a relationship.
Which is
And
true.
so I was just trying to point out that
Mr. Mayor, I think
there are other
this is
people
the
in this
time to
whole entire community
focus
that
back
all
on
know
the
him,
issue.
and you know him very well as well because, as you said, I mean, well, you have animosity, or you seem to have animosity. Look, that's great. Well, let me not bring it up anymore. The point I'm trying to make. Here goes the point I'm trying to make. It's not helpful that when we point at each other.
Yeah,
I
I
mean,
agree.
this looks like. I mean, at this point, I mean, this is nonpartisan.
I just needed
We
to
have
clarify.
individuals here
Yeah.
that I have profound respect for. Even you, Councilmember Madison, we've had our back and forth.
I know.
For sure. And we will continue to have our back and forth. But when I leave here with it. What has happened in the past, and now that I'm in the queue, I'm just going to go ahead and finish it out
Yeah.
since we still.
Let me just
and I'm
make clear, I was responding to Mr. Madison's comments. That's why I said, I need to address that. And I did, so.
So, I mean, I know I have an assumption based on correspondence that has gone out, and I think people in the room also have an assumption based on correspondence that has gone out from some of my colleagues. The thing is, to all the public speakers, first and foremost, I want to thank you all for being here. Regardless of what side you're on of it, you want safe parking, I get that. This council as a whole has voted in favor of safer parking. This council as a whole has voted in favor of this policy that we're talking about tonight. Not necessarily our issue that these parking lots were not considered a part of, or, well, some people will say it is, and some people, according to staff's map, they're not in the purple, or was it blue? I forget it might have been blue or purple. I'm colorblind maybe. So it's not necessarily, that's not, I mean, that's what we're here for, but that's not what I'm hearing from the residents as well as those. I'm fine being the bad guy. Sometimes you got to be the bad guy to make things move forward, right? I mean, and that's totally fine because my name was brought up quite a few times this evening, and I would like to say that everything that we do in this chambers, in this council, regardless of I agree with, it stays here for me. I don't take it home with me. I'm not going to write about it. I'm not going to put it on Facebook. I'm not going to put it on Instagram and call my colleagues something bad, or I'm not going to send an email. I ask for us to have civility. I ask for us to respect one another. I ask for all that we can definitely vote. We will get there. And I appreciate you guys, and I really do love you. I love both sides. There's no sides. This is all Pasadena. There is no sides. I do, as a council member, would just like to mention those that have brought my name up, from pastors to public speakers. I love you guys. I just have to say that. I genuinely mean that, because I'm happy to open up the door and sit down with any. I'm happy to sit down with any of you guys. I'm saying that I
afforded
respect you.
you
So please give me 5 seconds to
the
finish.
time.
I didn't really give that much time. So I'm saying I respect you guys. I love you. I genuinely mean that. And regardless of how I vote, you could give me a call, and I have been able to sit down and talk to anyone who decides they want to cuss me out to my face, and I can sit down and have that conversation with you. But we're going to respect one another. And I'm going to respect you, regardless if you decide you want to do that back or not, because that's, as you guys say, the church, that's what the church says to do, right? And to the neighbors, as my colleagues, and I've done this with all of our colleagues that represent areas, I give significant deference to. Deference, sorry, thank you. You heard it, I meant to say deference. I give significant deference to, and when any of our council members have an issue in their neighborhood and they say, you know what, this is an issue, how can we try to come to conclusion? Even when this came up originally in Trinity, we worked together to try to figure out a security plan. As a whole, the council member that represents that area was very supportive. Councilmember Jones is our colleague. I respect his opinion. He talks to these residents on a day-to-day. He's doing the best job that he possibly can. This area, as we have seen, the mayor has brought up, this is an area that is a problem. Regardless of how this goes down tonight, this is an area that either we need to send some of our security that we have here focused on the city hall to actually go outside of city hall and be at the eyes and ears as well as All Saints purchasing their security guard. But it's not going to be one individual that's going to fix the issues in this whole entire corridor, what we've seen here. It's also going to take our police department. If we want to get residents out of their cars, we need to put funds aside to say, okay, this program's going to cost us $300,000. Can we put another $300,000 aside so that we could get these folks out of their cars? Because we heard tonight that these residents are, some said that they were middle class, some of them are just scraping by. As a council, we need to figure out ways to help those people that are scraping by. Like I said, I appreciate everybody being here tonight. I love each and every one of you guys, and I'm happy to sit down with anyone who has a difference of opinion to but I have to represent our neighbors, including those that are sleeping in the cars. And so we will vote. And so I appreciate the chance, and we will move forward with the vote. I will say that I think from the based on opinions given to us from our city attorney, that I can't share. Like I said last time, I'm not sure. I believe that the cleanest path forward would have been for the church to actually send in a brand new application. That's just, I can't elaborate on that, and hopefully I'm not a lawyer, so I don't know.
Did you want to close the public hearing,
Oh,
Mr.? I'll second your motion.
Okay. I think Councilmember Jones has some questions to say.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Well, yeah.
Okay.
So that's pretty much the gist of it. I'm going to leave whatever happens in this room, and I have nothing to say about my colleagues. I appreciate you guys and appreciate all of it. And I mean this, I really do.
Shh.
Mr. Jones, and just for the record, Mr. Madison, because I think it's
I was warming it up.
important to have a clear record, and it's important for all of us to understand what is in the record. I would refer you to the letter from the Maryland, and attached to that letter, Mr. Madison, maybe you didn't get a chance to review that, but are the police calls. Right, attached as an exhibit.
Oh,
to-
your document?
No.
was provided to the Maryland?
No,
I'm sorry.
No. The Maryland provided it to us. Apparently, they too requested it.
But I think he means this document that we have on the screen is what's
Oh.
attached to the letter.
Yeah, no, it's the calls for service. It's essentially the same thing, just not quantified. But it is in the record, Mr. Madison.
I'm so confused. I'm sorry. Let me look. Do you mean the Fig Pen legal? Or the other lawyer, or the association?
No, the Maryland. There's a letter. The letter is dated June 30th of 2025.
The June 30th letter went through December 2025.
Yeah, the June 30th of 2025 letter. It
It's
has
a different set of dates.
has numbers attached to it, calls. Not my document.
Yeah, it's a different data set completely. Yeah.
Okay.
My concern was just about your data set, Mayor.
Mr. Jones?
Thanks, Mayor, and obviously, since I was brought up, I think it's disingenuous to suggest that one member or three members of the city council voted because they had a prior relationship with one of the residents. At least in my case, I'm elected by the District 3 residents, and I represent the Maryland, the Euclid apartments, the Montana, and they've all reached out to me and have expressed their concern about this. We even met with them afterwards to specifically talk about public safety in the Central District. And so my job as their elected representative is to listen to them and then take that into account. And they've provided within the public record, obviously we know the Maryland's stance, but also residents who live in the Montana and the Euclid have provided public comment to oppose this project based on what they feel have been a lot of calls for services and a lot of over-concentration within this area. But my question for the lieutenant is, if you just take the 297 calls, the 297 calls that were made into a report, and you divide that by the 18 months of this calls for service report, that comes out to about 16 and a half reports per month. In your expert opinion, is that a lot? Is that a little? I mean, can you just opine on that?
To confirm, sir, so we're taking the 297 reports, was it divided by 18 months?
Yeah,
That's
'cause
the
I think
general
that's
time frame.
Yeah, that's the time frame of this. That's the date range of this report. So it looks like it's about 16 reports a month.
4 a week.
4 a week, as Mr. Lyon said.
Right, I'd have to look at the kind of reports, and I'm not trying to dodge the question.
No,
sir.
no, I
It's just,
understand.
the type of reports and then it's just hard for me to give a straight answer on that without knowing kind of what the reports are. Reports in and of itself, it's hard to quantify that as the end all be all. There's a lot of times that things don't end up in a report for some reason, or they do in a report. It's just, that's a very small number. I hesitate to give an answer on that in this area.
And then just, I mean, obviously in this report, 235 East Holly indicates that there was, where is it at? 741 calls for services, and just part of representing Centennial Place, I mean, I get these reports all the time about Centennial Place, and again, I know there was a public comment that said that for some reason the former police chief said there was 0 calls for services at that location, and that's just incorrect. According to stats that go back to 2020, there's been 100 calls for services, ranging all the way up to 577 calls for services. And I bring that up because the residents that live in Centennial Place, I interact with them at least on once a month through our coffee and tea conversations. And the main concern they bring up is about public safety, is about the calls for service. I think, Lieutenant, that you've been there, and so have your colleagues have been there to interact with those residents. And the one thing they've asked for is more patrols. And the one thing that they always bring up to us is how could they be down the street from the police department and have to initiate so many calls. And so when you look at the area of the Central District, or just of the area of this map and expanding all the way to Holly, I think the concern is, at least for me, is that you have an over-concentration of calls for services in one area. And I don't know about anyone else's lived experience, but I've been unhoused as a child. And my mom would never have parked in an area like this. And so to me, I think we could do better for our residents who are living in their vehicles. If it's the $300,000, if the council needs to and maybe that's not, obviously we're not discussing a legislative policy here, but if the council could allocate more money for either transitional housing or permanent supportive housing, or to be able to provide shelter for those residents, to me, that would be a better decision than allowing them to continue to remain parked in their vehicle in an area that's over concentrated with calls for services. And so the council's gonna make its decision, but I've stated my opinion.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Lyon?
Thank you, Mayor. I was moved by a lot of the public comment tonight and listened carefully. I also read every one of the thousands of pages that were submitted to us in support of the application, including reams of police reports. And I went through those pretty carefully to look at what the calls were. I did not find it especially conclusive. I was particularly moved by Yadi's comments, like how we have to do this differently. It's the reason I ran for this office, is because we're in this place in our country where we vilify anyone who agrees with us and immediately ascribe to them who disagrees with us. Thank you. And sometimes agrees with us, maybe. That's true too. And ascribe to them dark motives. And that has happened now to I think every member of this. From one side, there's lawsuits pending that have all kinds of accusations about some of us. We've heard a lot of ugly accusations here on the dais tonight. And the fact is, I don't think anyone comes to this with ill intent. The people who are at All Saints want to help other people in our community, and the people who live in the Maryland are worried about their neighborhood and see it going in a direction they don't like. And I hear that and I understand that. But the fact is, none of that really is what's before us. We are sitting in a quasi-judicial capacity. So this is not about my policy preferences about whether safe parking is good or not good. As a practical matter, the policy preference of this council is that safe parking is good, because we unanimously created, I realize now that some of my colleagues seem to feel differently about that program, but we unanimously created it. And so our policy direction is that this is one good way to help people in need. But that's not what we're here for. We're sitting tonight as in a quasi-judicial capacity, meaning that we are like judges trying to decide a legal issue, trying to apply facts before us to a legal question. And so I'm going to try to do that, which most of what we've talked about tonight has had nothing to do with that. The first finding we need to make is about CEQA. I am satisfied that I'm going in. If anybody else wants to ask a question, they can, but I'm not going to worry about
Mr. Lyon,
someone else might have a question.
If we just pause it right there, the city manager is in the queue, and I'd like to recognize him before we proceed.
Thank you, Mayor. The question was asked how many calls of service we have, and I was able to find that. So for 2024, it was, as you noted, a little more than 100,000, 103,095. So 103,095. And in 2023, the number was 108,788. So every year we get a little more than 100,000 calls per year citywide. Thank you.
Thank you, City Manager. Thank you. Nope. No, I'm not going to, anybody else wants to ask a question, they can. I'm going to make my comments and then I'm going to be done. On the CEQA findings, I'm satisfied that this proposal would not alter, demolish, or destroy the historical significance of All Saints. So the Class 3 exemption is appropriate. And I'm satisfied that this new non-substantial structure would not be to the detriment of the property. And so the Class 11 exemption applies. Either way, I believe that the staff has provided us with accurate information to make the CEQA finding. On the finding for the minor conditional use permit, there are 6 things we need to find. The first is that the proposed use is allowed with a conditional use permit within the applicable zoning district and complies with all applicable provisions of this zoning code. The use is clearly allowed. That will go to number 2, which will get to whether it's allowed on this property. But the use is allowed with a minor conditional use permit. Finding 1 is made. The second, the location of the proposed use complies with the special purposes of this zoning code and the purposes of the applicable zoning district. I believe that it does. I believe that this is a single religious use property. A general purpose of as it is in the findings, a general purpose of the public and semi-public zoning district is to provide a specific base zoning district for large public or semi-public land uses that may not be appropriate in other base zoning districts. We have decided this use is appropriate. The third finding is the proposed use is in conformance with the goals, policies, and objectives of the general plan and the purpose and intent of any specific plan. I'm satisfied with staff's explanation there and with we created the overlay specifically to allow for safe parking on religious properties. Now we get to the 2 that are hard. 4 is the establishment, maintenance, or operation of the use would not, under the circumstances of the particular case, be detrimental to the health, safety, or general welfare of persons residing or working in the neighborhood of the proposed use. And I take it that this is the finding that everyone is pointing to when they're pointing to the criminal statistics, which is why, or to the police calls. And that's why I went through them pretty carefully. And that's why I listened tonight. Please don't interrupt, Mayor. You can jump in when it's your time, but please. And so the problem is, I hear all of that. I hear that there are a lot of calls in this district. That is clear. I don't know that it's out of proportion to the rest of the city, to the population, and it is a densely populated district. It is a busy commercial corridor. It's a vibrant. There are a lot of cars coming through. A lot of these calls I see were for vehicle stops. So I don't know if it's out of proportion. I see that it's a big number. What I haven't heard is any nexus back to this use. So is this use, if we add it, going to add to that? And so then we look at the population of this use. And what we've gotten in evidence tonight, and particularly in our last hearing, if you weren't here for the last hearing, is that this population is disproportionately senior. It's disproportionately women as compared to the homeless population at large. It is disproportionately a population that is disproportionately employed as compared to the homeless population at large. And in fact, one of the interesting things in the reports, at least one study found that the safe parking population is less likely than the general public at large to have a drug and alcohol problem. So, and we know that everyone participating in this program has to have the wherewithal to register for the program, to have a registered car, to have an insured car, and to have a car that is working and has gas. So I don't find evidence in the record that these people parking in a parking lot for 11 and a half hours a night is going to change the situation in this neighborhood at all. And so I make the 4th finding. And then the 5th is the use as described and conditionally approved would not be detrimental or injurious to property and improvements in the neighborhood or to the general welfare of the city. The general welfare of the city, we've decided already by creating the program. We believe the program is beneficial. And in fact, these are people who are parking in our city already. We're just asking them to move to one place if they would like to. There's nothing to indicate that their parking there would be injurious to the properties around them in a physical sense. Maybe if we allowed idling, there would be a problem with exhaust and making buildings dirty. I don't know. But it seems that we have a condition to cover that. And I haven't heard anything else in the record that suggests that the presence of these cars it will be physically injurious to the neighborhood. So we make the fifth finding. The sixth finding is the design, location, operating characteristics, and size of the proposed use will be compatible with the existing and future land uses in the vicinity in terms of aesthetic values, character, and scale. So it's relatively small. We're talking about 25 cars in a densely populated area, parking for 11 and a half hours overnight in a rather large parking lot. So I don't think it's changing the aesthetics of the neighborhood, and to the extent it is, it's happening in the middle of the night. And so we make the sixth finding. And so if we can make all the findings, and if there is substantial evidence in the record for those, then we grant the permit. That's it. That's it. So I believe we have to grant the permit because we make the findings and we created the permit. They've applied for it. They've gone to the trouble of applying for it. I understand there are concerns in the neighborhood. I think we want to condition this carefully. I think we want to ask them to come back with a safety check-in before a hearing officer soon. I think we have 6 months in the record. That might be satisfactory. 3 months might be fine, and see where we are. But I have not heard anything in the record that frankly even goes against the findings, because I haven't heard any nexus to this application. And so I am going to vote to support the application.
Thank you. Mr. Lyon, let me, before I turn to Mr. Cole, you put in the record precisely what I intended to put in the record, and so I want to respond specifically to number 4, which says the establishment, maintenance, or operation of the use would not, under the circumstances of this, be detrimental to the health, safety, or general welfare of persons residing. What I'm suggesting is that the overconcentration of these types of uses, the cumulative impact, does have a detrimental impact on the people living and working in the area. That's...
You mean uses serving the unhoused? The overconcentration of what use?
Right, well, we have already a shelter at All Saints right there on the same site. We have the Union Station, Centennial Place. We have, I also
Centennial
consider...
Place is
Well, it has...
It has been permanent supportive housing. It's transitioning to senior housing
But
now.
it's still the same type of use. So, yeah, the answer to your question is yes. That use in one, overly concentrated in one part of the city, I do think we're seeing impacts. And I think the numbers bear that out. And what we see bears it out as well. We see the impacts. I mean, there have been people who are attacked. I think that's in the record. We've had problems at City Hall, including potentially people living in one of our City Hall offices coming in at night. We've had people defecating in the lobby and threatening city employees. And so it's the concentration that I'm concerned about.
But
Now,
what's the nexus to this use? That's the piece I didn't find in the record.
the nexus to this use, one, is the safety of the people we're trying to assist. Are we, is there a safer place that is gated? I've talked, for example, about Rose Palace being it's a city-controlled property, and the parking lot next to Rose Palace being gated and maybe being a safer place. We're not debating here the policy. There I disagree with you. You're right. The council has voted on the policy. What we're debating is the appropriate use, consistent with our ordinance, the appropriate location of the use at this particular site. And I think it's very relevant to take into account what's happening in and around this particular site. That's,
But the finding is, does it make it worse? Does this use, is it detrimental to the community? So even if there is all of that crime happening, how does this use change that and make it worse?
And the appellants themselves conceded there's no evidence in record of that.
I just haven't, yeah, I just don't find it in the record.
Yeah.
So I don't know how we make that leap.
well, for me, it's not a leap. I think the numbers bear it out. I think please, we sat very quietly and respectfully listening to all of the commenters. Yeah, and it's particularly offensive that the operator, the proposed operator, is an individual who keeps interrupting these proceedings in a very flagrant way, which causes me other questions. But I just think adding, putting people who are trying to help, who may be in a vulnerable state, in a parking lot at the corner, at this particular corner that's not gated, that, I don't think it's a superior alternative to what I've seen, including at Rose Palace.
But that's outside, that's where we have a quasi-judicial problem.
That-
That
and
is
I agree.
outside the
I
scope
agree.
of the
And
application.
that's why I
So
haven't raised it.
It doesn't have to be that's not a finding.
I
that
don't
it's a
disagree.
superior location?
I don't disagree.
Okay, thanks.
Mr. Cole?
Thank you, Mayor, colleagues, members of the public who've stuck with us this evening, and the staff. I will seek to be brief, but I think there are a number of issues that have been raised. One, I agree with our speaker Yadi and one of the safe parkers who really tried to set a different tone tonight. And I'm sorry, and I'm not going to point fingers or who started it, or it's just unfortunate that we didn't stick to the issues. So there is the issue you've raised doggedly, Mr. Mayor, about whether we should be here and having this hearing. And I will acknowledge that this is not an ideal situation, that we're reconvening a meeting 3 months after we started. It could have been fixed by just simply holding the hearing open until we had a full council with one of our members, trying to get here on an airplane. But that's all water under the bridge. I think for what is based upon the city attorney's legal advice, and each of us can either take from that what we want or agree or disagree with that. It's her advice. I'm taking her advice to say that we do have a right to be here. And the reason I feel that's important is because I think every applicant, whether I vote in favor or against the project or the permit, deserves a right to a decision. And I don't think we came to a decision. I respect your view that we did. There's but for me, we do have a right to be here and to finally adjudicate this definitively, which I hope we'll be able to do tonight, but who knows? The argument that was made this evening, I thought was counterproductive. The legal argument made that somehow the parking lot, because the church lets other people park there when they're not using it, makes it not a religious parking lot. And I think Mr. Hampton and I think, if I understand, I think that's a red herring. But what I think is at the heart of the quasi-judicial piece of this is what you and Mr. Lyon have been dialoguing about, which is the presence of adverse circumstances and crime. I happen to agree on balance with Mr. Lyon that I can make the findings, but I will propose 2 additional conditions that I think are in the spirit of what Mr. Lyon said. One is, the applicant shall convene a meeting with representatives of the operator, our housing department, our police department, the city council member from the area, representatives of nearby businesses and residents, including the the Maryland Homeowners Association, to discuss and resolve issues in a timely manner. I think that that is a good neighbor approach that will either solve or surface real issues. If they can't be solved, if they're real issues, then that triggers the opportunity under condition number 4, which is the zoning administrator at any time can call for review of the approved conditions at a duly noticed public hearing. I have had extensive experience in 40 years of public service with the whole range of homeless services, and it comes down to the operator. There are good operators, there are great operators, there are terrible operators, and there are inconsistent operators. Most are good, but we know, I as part of my job, my day job a few months ago, we broke the case where an operator is now facing $23 million worth of federal fraud charges. I am not judging this operator, but this operator could be replaced next year by a different operator. They're not the applicant. The applicant is All Saints Church. And I think that it would be very valuable to have everybody get together at least once a month and figure out what the issues are. The second additional condition I'd like to add is the applicant shall provide a posted phone number on site and online that is staffed during the hours of operation to handle concerns and keep records of those calls and resolutions. We've had lots of discussion tonight about numbers and statistics and incidents and reports. I believe the data will tell a story. The data will tell a story about whether there are problems or not, and whether those problems get resolved. But the reason for this condition is I think it's vitally important if at 2 o'clock in the morning somebody is screaming in somebody's parking lot, that a resident or nearby can get on the phone and say, you know, I'm first of all call 911, but then see if there's a connection, and if there is, that it can be resolved in real time. I think that, you know, we don't want an answering machine. We don't want people to get back to them in 48 hours or, you know, whatever. We don't want a battle over whether, well, I called and nobody answered. I think these two conditions will do two things. I think it will tighten up oversight in a positive way, and it will corroborate either the apprehensions or the evidence that I see in the record and that I've seen in my visits to Trinity Lutheran, that safe parking is a safe way. It's not an ideal way. The ideal way would be to give everyone opportunity for safe and permanent housing. That's neither economically possible nor at this stage, given all of the problems that some people bring to it. But the people who safe park, I think we've heard consistent evidence, and I've seen it myself, that this is the least problematic population of unhoused individuals. And in fact, we've heard personal testimony from people who've graduated from this program. I want to give them a chance. So I will be supporting the motion if some version of my conditions are appended to the motion.
Councilmember Cole, for clarification, we do have condition 11, if you would look to that and see if that satisfies what you were thinking on the phone number notification, or if we need to modify this condition, we could modify that.
Yeah, what I wanted was a publicly available number.
So we say the name and telephone number of the individual owner or designated representative shall be posted on a sign visible from the right-of-way.
I guess let's modify 11 to include online.
Okay.
It is?
And posted on All Saints Church's website.
Okay, all right. Then it is duplicative, and I apologize for overlooking
Just want to clarify.
number 11.
And with the condition before that, you referenced the applicant setting up a meeting with, and you listed a number of
Yes.
police departments, council member, representative, residents, to resolve issues in a timely manner. And so conditions do need to be enforceable. So I don't know if you have an idea of what you mean by that.
I mean that on a monthly basis, they get together to resolve them. That's what I mean.
Okay.
If there's a better way to say that, Madam City Attorney, I look to you for better language.
Okay.
The Trinity has a condition that was similar, if this would meet your intent, or we could modify it. It said the operator shall hold a monthly community meeting that is open to the public to address any issues raised by the public. So maybe if we include the list of participants that you wanted specifically and add it to that, would that satisfy your needs?
It would.
Okay. Mr. Madison.
And then really briefly, since we still have the public hearing open, did you want to have the applicant confirm that they agree to that condition? One's already there. They don't
Applicant
have
doesn't
to.
have to agree with our
They don't
conditions.
have to, but it's always helpful.
Sure,
It would just be the one condition because one's already in there.
yeah. And I don't know that condition 11 includes the keeping of records of those calls. I think that's important. So if that can be incorporated as well. I'm happy to ask the applicant if they're amenable to that, but I don't know that that's necessary.
Let's wait till because
It's a good idea.
want to suggest some conditions as well.
It's a good idea, Mayor. I intend to do the same, so thank you. I have the floor.
Yes.
Here, thank you. I won't belabor this point. I agree with my colleague who expressed disappointment that we didn't handle this by continuing the hearing the first time. You know, I know that we all can feel strongly about these issues. I also know we all want the very best for the community, and I think, you know, there's a proud tradition on this council of in close calls. You know, it's remarkable how often we do things by consensus, even though we may have a variety of perspectives, but on close calls, there's a strong preference for a full council to hear the matter, especially on a complex, important initiative like this. So, you know, I too was disappointed that it was handled in the way it is, but I am convinced by the city attorney and our use of Robert's rules that we're totally appropriate in handling it. My understanding is in denying the temporary restraining order blocking the hearing, the court even made a comment to the effect that, you know, let's let the democratic process play out and have a hearing on the merits. And he declined to block that consideration. I think on the CEQA issue, you know, I'm not persuaded that staff's analysis is incorrect and agree that the necessary findings can be made. And I think there's a contradiction in the appellant's argument. On the one hand, the argument is that it's not a religious, it's not an accessory use, or that it's not all one sort of religious parcel, as I understood it. I disagree with that for the reasons probably my questions suggested, that it's property of the church. I do think there's a bright line between government telling a church what it is they're doing in their mission that qualifies as being a church and what doesn't. I don't think it's our place to do that. Yeah, but for me, generating some revenue that can help in a time, as was pointed out, of where many faith-based organizations are suffering, and I would argue to the detriment of the community at large, without taking sides or choosing anyone, or I would also defend to the death anybody's right to not be involved in a faith-based, but I think that's fully appropriate. And then, but the irony is then, certainly, you know, and we talked about this when Reverend Jackson passed away, you know, the obligation, if you're in public life, to serve the least of these. And the irony being that the appellant would say that the commercial use of the parking lot on lot 12 is fine, but the more faith-based mission of helping the unhoused somehow isn't. And I disagree on both ends of that. For me, the public safety, the appellant can't make the case that this creates an additional burden. In fact, I think it will improve the situation. The statistics are hard to parse. Like most statistics, one could probably do almost anything with them. But in this instance, we will have 25 unhoused people that will be safer. So to whatever extent the calls for service relate to those 25 people that otherwise might not be safe, might be the subject of an investigation for illegally parking somewhere, or might be a victim or anything else. And also the presence of a state certified security guard, I would think would act as an additional deterrent. Not nearly as good as our officers, I want to be clear, Lieutenant, as our police presence, but I think that would provide an additional set of eyes and ears and a cell phone and probably a walkie-talkie that would, if anything, improve the situation there. I think we should make all the findings. I really appreciate our staff doing all the work, not just once but twice at our request, and thank you all for that. And in terms of the conditions, I'm sort of two minds. On the one hand, I don't want to create some bloated process that maybe we think looks good at this point in time, but isn't, as it turns out, the best. But I suppose we would hear about that if it did. The other conditions that I might ask be included, and it's really just kind of fits right in, would be that the city attorney's office be involved in that sort of group that meets, and also the court. Mayor, you and I, at a time when we were completely aligned, we helped persuade the court to keep that courthouse open. And I continue to think that's an important and positive thing for our community, the access to public justice here in Pasadena, the ability of our police department to present cases, and our city attorney's office to city prosecutors really to work right there across the street from City Hall. So it might be thoughtful and appropriate to at least invite some outreach to the presiding judge or the court clerk, the presiding staff over there, and just make sure they know what's going on. And Jennifer, you may have already done that for all I know, but even going forward to let them know, and I see the project as kind of a modest step in this regard. It's 25 cars, it's strictly constrained. And I want to offer my assistance to the Maryland and any other resident, even though it's not my district, and I wouldn't step on your toes, Mr. Jones, but if there's anything I can do to help, we should really try to make this work for everybody in the community, as was stated, because we all will benefit to the extent we can do that. And so if you'd consider those modest revisions to the additional conditions just involving the court and the city attorney, city prosecutor's office.
Sure, I will, at the appropriate time, make a motion. I think we'll have to close the public hearing. We'll have to make the CEQA findings, and then we'll have to have a motion on the merits.
And, another thought in that regard would be, that whole block there, because it is proximate to the hotel probably as the crow flies. And I would be comfortable leaving that to the stakeholders and the staff as to whether and how much outreach. Because if there's a problem with this, we want to know, right away.
Yeah, I said nearby businesses and residents, so I would.
Perfect, thank you. Thank you.
And the
Thanks, Mayor.
CEQA findings are incorporated into
the staff.
the staff recommendation.
We don't need to
Have we
separate
closed
So
the
you don't
public
need a
hearing?
separate motion, you can just,
Okay, have we
assuming.
closed the
There's
public?
a,
No, we
there's a,
haven't yet.
there's a motion from Councilmember Hampton, seconded by Councilmember Masuda, to close the public hearing.
But we haven't voted
Oh,
on
I
it.
didn't
We
hear
haven't
that.
voted.
I didn't hear that.
No, let's just finish going around.
Mr. Masuda did second it, I heard it.
Let's
Thought you
just
had made
finish.
that motion.
Ms. Rivas?
Okay.
Sure, I'll super brief. Thank you, Councilmember Lyon, for again walking us through the analysis that we're supposed to be going through in these types of hearings. That's really what this whole discussion should have been. So thank you for really walking us through it both in November and tonight. And I'm supportive of the motion when it is made with those adjustments. So thank you, Mayor.
I have a question on the conditions. Condition 12 dealt with a restroom. And am I reading this correctly, that initially the condition mandated that a separate restroom be provided for the safe parking program, separate from the outdoor restroom for the homeless shelter at All Saints?
Yeah, the condition still would mandate 2 separate restrooms.
It does, okay. So,
It's just where are they located?
and so where will the second restroom be located?
If you go with the condition that staff has here, it says that they would be able to they would submit to the zoning administrator a site plan that identifies the final location, but they could have a portable restroom in the parking lot for the safe parking program, and they could have a portable restroom for Safe Haven. It just can't be located in the parking lot. It has to be located somewhere else on the church grounds that isn't in the parking lot. So there's like an area with lockers. We'd have to work with the applicant to find where that would go, where it could be serviced. And the shelter, the Safe Haven folks could use it, but it wouldn't be in the parking lot. The portable restroom in the parking lot would be for the safe parking program.
So so this condition mandates a restroom in the parking lot where the safe parking is occurring?
Yes, exclusively for their use.
Exclusive for their use, thank you. And in terms of the building that is at the corner of this, and that's, I believe, owned by All Saints as well, are there future plans? Is that incorporated into this? In any way?
No, it's part of the site, but there's nothing that was part of this application related to that building.
I thought at one point there was a proposal to turn that building into restrooms. Am I wrong about that?
Not that I'm aware of under the parking application. It was always a portable restroom.
Okay. I think that was it for my clarifications. Mr. Jones?
Thanks, Mayor. So for the condition of the meeting with the council member and other business owners and residents, I would say that we already do that. We've heard from their concerns. We know what the issues are. The residents have already brought that up. And so if they bring up the same issues at these reoccurring monthly meetings, then what is the recourse after that?
Fair question, Mr. Jones. My thought is that this would be focused on concerns about that location and that program, and that if there are ones, they would get resolved. And if there is a record, both from the hotline and from those meetings, of issues that need to come back under condition number 4, that would trigger a reopening of this conditional use permit, minor conditional use permit, that the zoning administrator, that staff would come back and say, look, you'd have a voice in all of that we need to bring this back and either modify the conditions. And I'm frankly, personal opinion, notwithstanding, I think, unfortunate comments from the operator tonight, I'm less concerned about what happens in the next 6 months or 12 months, and more concerned what happens in 5 years or 10 years when there's a different operator or different staff, or because this could run for a long time. Obviously, I hope that we have solved the homeless problem before 5 or 10 years, but that seems unlikely. So I just think this is a protection for you, your successors, and the surrounding community, that we don't just let this fester and then people say, well, we've been complaining for 6 months and no one listens to us, that there be a formal mechanism for resolving concerns and complaints. And if it turns out that there aren't a lot of concerns and complaints, then that's a good thing.
Who's resolving them?
I would think if the police department is there and you were there and
operator.
housing department is there.
The operator.
The housing
I could
department
speak to
is the
experience on this.
administrator of the money. This is this is our money.
Right, right.
And if it's not being, if the operator is not being responsive, then we have recourse. We have recourse to reopening the conditional use permit, and we have recourse to whatever the operator is, to their funding. So that's the mechanisms. I think they're dual. One is a planning land use mechanism. The other is the housing department has actually made this grant we've actually approved the grant.
We approved it for this year, right? And then we'd have to reallocate it again for next year if we get the grant, unless it's taken away.
Yeah. Is that responsive to your question, or do you have a?
Oh, go ahead.
Just from my experience with Trinity, it is helpful to have those focused discussions, so you don't just get this massive set of data and unable to parse what's coming from where. So it's really good to hear from residents. They're there every day, or they're seeing things. They can talk directly to the operator and housing and anyone else. So it is a very helpful requirement to have.
And I would include the Weston, who is immediately adjacent and, you know, in the process of preparing for the Olympics. So I would include the Weston. I would include the tenants of Plaza Las Fuentes, including East West Bank and some of the others.
But it also has to be at a time that the residents can attend, because I think right now, and All Saints can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think the meeting you have for the safe haven is in the morning. Yeah. Yeah, so if it could be something in the afternoon for residents who.
One tool that we've employed in the past is to set a one-year check-in, if you will.
I think we should have it sooner. I think given the volume of
I think
concern.
there's a condition for the applicant has to apply in 6 months for a
Condition
review
22.
for a hearing officer. That exists in the condition.
In 6 months.
6 months, okay.
And then I did hear the assumption that the safe parking would make the area safer, and that's just not based on any data or anything. But I understand what you. I don't think so. Yeah.
What's happening?
Well, the condition 22 is for the matter to be set before a hearing officer. I'm talking about for the city council to receive an update on where we are. We've done that in the past, but condition 22 is specifically for the hearing officer. Am I correct about that? Yeah. So what I'm suggesting is just a report to the council. How we doing? Are there things that we can improve in the ordinance? Are there issues generally in the area that have been exacerbated or
calls to the hotline?
Yeah. I think that's an important discussion to have here at council, not just before a hearing officer. And so I would offer that as a suggestion.
Well, that wouldn't be a condition for the applicant. That would be a direction
Fair
to
enough.
staff.
I'm suggesting that we ask the staff to come back to us. Mr. Hampton?
I agree with those suggestions. Would it be reasonable, based on the amount, to ask for an additional security guard?
Originally, I think there was.
Because one security guard for an area that has, as we mentioned, if it's not going to have any other effect, I just think one extra additional security guard to make sure that.
How much is one security guard?
I don't know.
7 nights a week times.
Just the number.
11 hours.
Part-time or half?
110.
I just think extra eyes would be helpful.
I look, 10 security officers would be great, but I would see that as a potential adjustment either at 6 months or sooner based upon evidence. Just to put in, because it's our money. It's $100,000 that will go for security guard instead of permanent supportive housing, or instead of to the port team, or instead of to any of the other programs we have. And I'd like to see, I personally would like to see the need for it rather than assume the need for it at the outset. If there is a need for that, I think we have a responsibility to either terminate the program change the program or add an additional security guard, if that would be the appropriate
And
step.
I appreciate that, but realistically, even if, we got an additional security guard or not, I mean, realistically, it's very rare that I've ever seen anything terminated. So I'm just gonna.
Yeah,
I'm
but
just
again,
gonna say-
we all vote, and the funding comes from us, so that'll be part of the budget discussion every year.
And is that funding federal? Are those federal? Where are those? Where do
I think it's a state
They're
grant.
straight state money.
I believe it.
We can get that answer from someone outside here. I don't know the funding source.
It is.
But,
And the funding can be used for security, correct?
Yeah.
The funding that the city has programmed for safe parking, it comes from a state grant that the city received. You might recall it's the Permanent Housing Local Allocation, PHLA. Those dollars cannot be used for security purposes.
Then
They
how
can be
does it-
used for services and supplies, but not security. We've been,
The 300,000 cannot be used for security?
the 300,000 is for showers.
Oh, because I believe the operator said that it was going to be used for security.
It cannot be used for security.
So how
do
does,
they pay for security then? The church just said that they don't have funds to pay for security to walk some. Who's paying for security? I guess is the.
Hi, Jenny O'Reilly Jones from the Housing Department. I just want to clarify, $300,000 is not for showers. The council approved a contract, $305,000 a year to operate the Safe Haven program. Originally, the state approved the PHLA dollars in that amount for the safe parking program. Then we got authorization for the contract. Then the state disallowed security. So the contract has been authorized for that amount and includes a line item for security. And we're working on identifying an alternative funding source to fund the security.
So we don't have. I'm very confused now.
can you repeat that? Yeah, I'm sorry. So the 300,000 can be used for security or cannot?
So the funds that were originally, the funds that are allocated for this program, so we had to submit a budget to the state for our PLHA funds, and we included the safe parking program, and those were approved by the state. And we have authorization, and separately, we have authorization for this contract with Shower of Hope to operate this program. The state disallowed the security line item specifically.
So the funds
And
that's
after the
being
fact.
allocated for this program right now from the city for 305,000 cannot be used to pay for security. Is that what I'm hearing?
That is correct, yeah. The funds that were originally allocated.
And so the operator told us that the 300,000 could be used for security, then how is the applicant going to pay for the security?
That's a question for the applicant at this point.
Actually, no. No.
There's a yeah, you're right. The condition is a condition, but
It's a condition to have one security guard for them to
So they can't
comply.
operate until, and that, what we've heard from our staff.
So they can't start the program until they get the security guard. And the applicant has funding for the security guard right now, or I guess I'm just trying to understand. This public hearing is still open, right?
yeah.
Yeah.
And what is the plan on when they plan on starting? If approved?
So we don't have a start date yet, council member. So initially, like Jenny O'Reilly Jones stated, we were told that the allocation could be used for security. Then halfway through, we were told we could not. So we had a meeting between us, All Saints Church, and the housing department. That was in November, where they said that they would recognize alternative funds for us to use for security.
I'm sorry, you said you were told that you cannot use money for security?
We were told that allocation, PHLA, we could not, but they would find alternative funding sources to be
So
able
what
to.
was your response when I asked you if you could use the 300,000 for security?
Because the allocation for safe parking is 300,000. And that's the allocation that was, when the city approached us, that's the allocation that we were told we would get. So,
But you just told me you were told later on
Right.
that can't be used.
but we
for
were
security.
told that the city would find alternative funding resources specifically to cover the security officer outside of PHLA funds.
So we're finding the funds.
So we're finding the funds.
That's correct. We have several potential alternative sources to fund the security, and we're working with a few different funders to determine which one can fund security, where it would be eligible.
So if we're funding the security, then why can't we fund 2 security guards?
You mean two for the safe parking program?
Yes, if approved tonight.
I think it's something that we would have to assess whether or not, we have sufficient funding.
Yeah, and where the funding's coming from. I mean, where are we taking the money from?
Well, they're trying to figure it out.
Or
Yeah,
if it's even necessary.
I
We
have
don't
a
know that.
separate concern that, that administratively, we're committing funds that haven't been allocated by the council. I mean, where would these dollars come from? For security.
Do you want to talk about potential funds? So some of the funds that we're looking at, we have some underspend from our Measure H dollars, which have to be spent by the end of the next fiscal year. Those dollars were originally budgeted for city admin, and we have significant underspend, over the course of the 7-8 years we've had Measure H. So that's one potential source where we would need to get approval from the county to use the funds in that way. Another potential source, I'll let Jim speak about the.
Yes, and this is just a potential source. We haven't had full discussions with the funder, but there are some dollars, interest earnings, that the city has realized from the Burbank, Glendale, Pasadena allocation of dollars that the city received. And so we're exploring with BGP that funding source as a potential revenue to fund security services at the All Saints Safe Parking Program.
Okay, and so I do think we ought to give direction to staff. I don't know if we do that separate to come back. I mean, what we have to keep in mind is, Mr. Cole's absolutely correct. This is a land use decision, and this decision will run with the land. And so, this isn't a license that we're giving to the applicant or to the operator. It's a land use decision that will run with the land and then.
Mayor, I think I
be there
heard the
forever.
staff say that if it ceases being a religious facility, it would not run with the land.
Well, it runs with the land as long as it is.
Well,
Well, that's not really running with the land, that's just the.
All Saints has the permit,
Yeah,
is what you're saying.
yeah.
Well,
It's, safe parking is only allowed with an accessory use to a religious facility, a college or university, or metro parking. So if it was any one of those uses at the site, it would qualify. They still have to comply with the conditions of approval that are
Right.
adopted, or they'd have
so
to come back
as
and
long
modify
as-
them.
So as long as All Saints retains ownership.
Or some other church
another
moves
church,
in, yeah.
Or-
a
yeah.
school,
Yeah,
anything,
Right.
it runs with the land as long as those uses run.
right.
I'm going to call a question on
Okay.
closing the public hearing.
Was there a motion? So let's clear that.
I'm going to ask that we make a new motion to close.
I'll
the public
move to
hearing,
close
because
the
there was
public
just-
hearing.
Second.
Thank you. Give us- and Do you want me to do
Yeah.
a roll call?
Are there any objections to closing the public hearing? Seeing none, public hearing is closed.
Mr. Jones is in the queue, and then I'll make a motion.
No. Mr. Cole?
That's old.
All right, I will make the staff recommendation with the changes to condition 11 that we discussed, and with the addition of 7A or B or whatever, a condition under general.
Related to the posting.
Yes.
Of the phone number.
That's the changes to number 11.
Sorry.
This new condition is applicants shall convene a monthly meeting with representatives of the operator, Housing Department, Police, City Attorney, Council District 3, and representatives of nearby businesses and residents, including the Maryland Homeowners Association, the Westin Hotel, and
Courthouse.
Just
so it's
And
clear.
it's understood that list is permissive and not
That's correct.
mandatory, right?
Yes.
So
That's
let's be
And-
clear.
An invitation to all of those. folks.
Yes,
Yeah.
just inviting those, and I'll second the motion if that's helpful.
Okay.
Okay.
Is there anything, Mr. Mayor, that you wanted?
No, look, I appreciate the conditions, but I continue to believe that we can do better. and
I was
we can-
hoping you'd vote yes on this like you did
and we
last
can-
time.
Well, I'm going to be,
He might still.
you,
He
wait
meant to
till,
vote no.
wait till we vote, yeah. But I think on principle, I'm going to not support it. I
understand.
understand where this is, or where this appears to be headed, but I just think I need to be consistent with my comments.
No, and pardon my jocular comment, but I wanted, even if you vote against it, if there were conditions that would make you more comfortable, then I was open to that. That's all.
I do appreciate the conditions.
Okay.
And I feel the same way. I believe I need to remain consistent, represent the residents that elected me. However, I will participate, obviously, in the community meetings and make sure that the residents and the nearby businesses' voice is heard. So I'll be voting no.
Shall we do a roll call?
Yeah.
Councilmember Cole on the motion?
Yes.
Councilmember Hampton?
Based on correspondence given to us the last meeting, I abstained, and I'm going to abstain again.
Abstain. Councilmember Jones?
No.
Councilmember Lyon?
Yes.
Councilmember Madison?
Yes.
Councilmember Masuda?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rivas?
Yes.
Mayor Gordo?
Yes. I'm sorry.
We got him again.
Change it fast. Change it fast.
No. No.
That is 5 votes in favor, 2 against,
Yes,
1
jinx me.
abstention. The motion passes.
And let me just say to the residents of the Maryland, I know this didn't turn out as you'd hoped, as I argued for, and I'm sorry that some in the room suggested that maybe you don't have the rights as constituents and residents of the city to voice your opinion, and I appreciate your willingness to be here and voice your opinion as you have the right to do. And to the others, thank you for your participation as well. Okay. With that,
And item 8, as you announced earlier, is not going to take place tonight.
You had your comments all written down.
Wait, he didn't.
Mayor, you want to adjourn real quick? Before everybody leaves, before all the council members.
adjourn.
No memory, I don't think.
No memory.
No memory.
No. Okay, we are now adjourned.